Christmas! Hello, I'm your host, Rob. Welcome to The Honest Wargamer. Was that the wrong way around? Hello, welcome to The Honest Wargamer, your host, Rob. That's the right way around. Hello. Merry Christmas. I wish I could say I was drunk on rum, and that's what caused that, but it's not. It's not. I was just, eating my lunch. Christmas dinner is the tastiest. Merry Christmas. Everyone in the chat. Martin Laughlin. Mr. August, Captain Andrew. Who is it that said that it's the first time? Mr. August, 510. First time he's ever been able to watch the show live. Are you a hydro homie of the podcast persuasion? Merry Christmas. I hope you are well. Here's your chance to say anything you ever wanted to say to me. So, to catch you up over the next couple of hours at 7 p.m. So in about 2 hours' time, Mr. Vince Ventrella from Warhammer Weekly will be coming online to discuss the Slaanesh release with me, which will be very fun. I think Dayton from Party of the All Points is going to be on at some point soon to come and say hey. So there's a packed potential schedule. I'm just checking now to see. So there's all sorts of folk coming in. But right now, I'm going to do some painting, which is not the most exciting thing in the world on a Christmas for you guys, but for me, exactly what I want from Christmas. So I've got all these buddies to paint. I'll show you. All these spiky boys. And that's it. How are you all? Are you excited about the Slangor? Have you got anything you want to ask? Literally here for you guys to do whatever you want to say to me. Basically. Oh, no. I think I'm at the level where I've got to do trim. Hate doing trim. I'm not going to do the trim. I'm going to do the skin colour instead. I only subscribe to this channel the off chance that Vince is on. Primark, I appreciate you. I appreciate the honesty. Let's be honest. My favourite thing is when Vince is on the show and then the YouTube comments are like, "This guy's the best," and I'm like, "Good, thanks." At least I think we're Vince's favourite show, which is nice. At least to say that. Hey, Tibble's Evil Cat. Merry Christmas. Hope you're well. What's my favourite colour? Orange, maybe. Orange or yellow. Tuvacco's Madness. You are going to get Vince on speed later. That's what you'll get. Trucifer, how's going on? I'm on just priming in trim colour now, filling the blanks after. Yeah, I've got to do all the trim and all the metal colour on these guys, as you can see. When I had some leftover paint, so I've kind of like on various other runs. So I've just randomly got some paint on some models, but I've now done all the green. And then eventually, I'll show you some quick. Eventually, they will get washed like this, as you can see here, in some streak and grime. And then eventually, I start reductive painting here. That's right, Henry Steele, if you ever listen to this. Reductive painting. So I take the colour off afterwards. So that's a kind of future process. But right now, I just need to put some paint on, which is fun. I set the camera up so you guys can see. I don't normally do this, but fun little adventure for me. The new Lilith medal looks class. Less resin thongs to paint, the better versus the old model. Go and get that. It does look class. I agree. Primark. You can watch me for whatever reason you want. Yeah, you make me smile. And so we're on the same page. Whatever you want to be here for, you be here for. Has anyone got any Christmas presents that they just like, they don't want to like bang on about the fact that they got them, but fucking you want to because it was awesome? Or did you buy yourself something and you don't give a fuck, you want to tell people? Feel free to let me know. I'm not going to lie, I got this shirt off my friend's daughter, and it's possibly the happiest I've ever been. It's so nice. I never want to take it off, but I know if I do that, I'll ruin it, and I'm just very happy. It's a black shirt. I've wanted a black shirt my whole life, and this one is so wish. So, painting classes from Rob. You're not getting any painting classes. Just put some Shadow Stalkers, says Vincey. I'd have to pick up my box of Kraos Shadow Host. Vincey, you're going to be having a great time. Snowman Wizard. I'm spending my Xmas painting up 2 halves of Necron Indomitus. Blue and orange theme. Is it blue outer? That sounds fun. And I'm going into way too much detail even on the Warriors. And I'm having a great time hanging out in the channel. Snowman Wizard, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad everyone's here. Thanks for hanging out. I've just put the wrong colour on the bloody thing. Also, I've run out of the thing that normally I would have a bit of tissue here or something that I would paint on. And so you occasionally will see me do this, and that's because I'm just wiping it on my jeans instead. I don't know who does that, but Matt rules okay. My wife got me Marathi. What a legend! Yes, Angie, yeah, that's excellent, buddy. I'm really happy for you. Congratulations. Hey, John Thompson, all day. What up? Oh, Tank, still here. KO are finished. What did you build them? Fuck. Not sure if I can start facing the spiders tonight. Oh, buddy, that is going to be... The spiders are pretty easy to build, actually, if I remember rightly. It's the spider riders on... It's the actual riders that are a nightmare. I'd be half tempted to do some, wild spiders and never actually put the grots on top, but the grots are the most important part, let's be honest. They've got 2 bow shots each. 2 bow shots each! Can you guys even see this? Oh, God, this is a disaster. Hold on, let me set this up. Spent all day making this work, and then... There we go. Why would you want to watch? There's no one who's watching this and is like, I'm going to learn some painting techniques off Rob here. You're not going to. You're just watching me put paint on. Which, whatever. We're going to have some guests at some point, and then there'll be some back and forth. But because I didn't plan or schedule anything today, because why would I? It's Christmas. Some of it's going to be a bit slow, and normally that would stress me out. Normally I'd be worried that you guys weren't entertained or weren't having fun, and the topic wasn't on point, and who knows what's going on. But right now, because it's Christmas, I don't have to worry, which is really nice. Yeah, that's all I got, to be honest. And I really like these Death Guard models. I think they look freaking sweet. Oh, I need to turn that off. Oh, Ite, thanks. Ayate, thank you for subscribing, babe, or resubscribing for a month. That's great. I really appreciate that. How many? The biggest problem with these Death Guard miniatures, or the Plague Marines, is it's finding where all the detail is. So it's where is there, look at this. Just under here, there's just a random little tentacle on his butt plate. And to be honest, when he stood like this, you're never going to see that, but I'm painting it anyway, because I'm being a good boy. And I'm making sure I paint all of the bits, basically. So, that's it. Nice paint cam setup. Thanks. What, right above me? Can you guys even see? Or is it not seeable at all? I would never think to have set up permanent paint cam so anyone could see it, because who the fuck would want to look at me paint? But that's not me putting myself down. It's just I don't really get watching people paint. Is that alright? I guess people don't watch anyone paint though, they just listen and they ask questions. In which point, anyone got any questions they want to ask or anything they want to talk about in the chat? Because I would love to answer them. If I'm honest, I'd love to hear what you've got to ask and maybe even answer some of those questions. To be honest. Hey Marcus Rock, Merry Christmas. Bon Christmas. Fucking I'm bad at French. Yeah, go on Tom, ring me. Woohoo. So we'll have Mr. Layton on the show for Christmas. I love that ball of energy. I miss Nick. Where's Nick at? That's Nick Fit Nick, as we call him. He's probably just having a crack at Christmas because he's a good family man and he's got lady loves, a family he loves, and he's just having a great time. So can't begrudge him that at all. Yeah. Have we got all the tentacles? That's what we need to ask ourselves. No, there's a fucking another tentacle right there. Random question. Oh. Let me just answer this call. And then put this man in the chat. Let's get him in the chat. Hey, Tom. 1 second. I am great. Let me... Thanks, bud.
Of course, that's not a realistic expectation.
Your camera isn't on, bud.
Oh, no, it's not, is it? 1 second. Oh,
everyone, Mr. Tom...
Hey.
Don't call him a grot.
Let me just get rid of Holt. 1 second. Holt needs to go.
Tom, I've just been asked a couple of questions in the chat. I'm going to jump straight into them if that's okay. But I want to say Merry Christmas to you.
Yeah, and you too, bro.
No, you too, bro.
I'm very high.
Well, you're high.
Yeah, I only have fumes from Army Painter glue. It's fine.
All right, okay.
Don't worry about it.
Sad face.
Keep going. Nah, glad face.
Where did the Honest Wargamer theme music come from? Some website where you get free things. Free. Although, if anyone is out there is a musical whiz and wants to record the Honest Wargamer intro music, now's your opportunity for that to be the thing forever.
If you want to get really mad and start recording some Nathan jingles, those would be appreciated as well.
Also, they would be appreciated.
Yeah.
I've been asked what my favourite guest is.
Well, that's not fair, really, is it? Come on.
How do you mean?
I mean, you're just going to say Nikos. Because he's everyone's favourite guest.
He's everyone. He is everyone.
But imagine putting Nikos in a spotlight like that. That's just, Come on, Nikos.
Ooh. Everyone brings something. I think one of the beautiful things about the different people that we have on the show, whether they be guests or co-hosts or whatever, is everyone's themselves and different. And I know that's a wanky answer, but actually
it is pretty wanky. I'm going to be honest. But
I know, but it's the differences about people that I appreciate. I think falling in love with someone's idiosyncrasies is like a valuable thing in life, and I like that personally. You got random question. You got money for Xmas. Congratulations, Nathan's OnlyFans.
There you
Tom,
go.
Your favorite Twitch name today?
Yeah. He got money for Christmas because I subbed to his OnlyFans. That's how it works, mate.
Was thinking of buying a Castellan Knight to go in my Marines. Stupid idea. I don't play competitively, so it's not. No ideas are stupid. However,
True.
The way that Marines work right now, and eventually Knights will work, is probably armies work best in 40k by being mono faction. So your mono Marines or your mono Knights. Like, there is some interpretation around it, but let's just say for ease. So really, if you wanted to add some more stuff to Marines, you would just add Marines, or you would add things like an assassin or an Inquisitor or an agent of the Imperium.
Something you can include without any penalty or something like that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So adding a Castellan to your army would be weird. If you would want to buy yourself a Knight army and then start that, if that's what you would want to do.
Yeah, but if you're not playing competitively, do you like the model? Yeah, it's kind of cool. Go for it, mate.
Yeah, and maybe it could be the start of a.
I get that's a cop-out answer, though.
It is a cop-out answer. Yeah. It's don't buy it for your Marines. That won't work. Is the truth of the answer. Lot of love for Tom in the chat.
With old Space Wolves, it was kind of funny, but not anymore. With old Space Wolves, it was kind of funny because you could intercept with it, but not anymore. So it's very sad.
Sorry. Taps asks, hey Rob, what do you think about Luminous Swordmaster Lady from Diachasm being 2 to hit and wound? I think that's great. I think less rolling dice. Is that what we say after discussing resilience? We want less dice rolling.
I think that's what you and Nikos said, and I said, please, no. But,
I'm not too bothered. I think Swordmasters, they're probably like, of all of the warriors of the mortal realms, they're elves who train for years. They're probably 2 to hit makes sense. 2 to wound, I don't really understand. They're not very strong. But maybe they find exactly the right place into like where to stab thee. I just want to say hello to Zinric. What up? Final Cookie, War Machine, Captain Andrew, who are very excited to see you, Tom. Jim Ink Penn, Nathan's OnlyFans, Romar Winters, and Tom Whitbrook. As a Tom with bad hair, Tom's great hair is a personal attack.
I should start selling that, mate. I feel like I can go on the merch.
Your hair?
Yeah. It might be a biohazard, but I mean, who's going to find out? So it'll be fine.
Who will find out?
Mate, I was watching. So this afternoon, after I got back in, I was watching a podcast I like, which is about Counter-Strike.
Ooh,
and one of the dudes, they have like a question section at the end, where they get to ask the host questions from their Patreon. And someone asked like, "Oh, what's your favorite Warhammer 40k race?" to these 2 Counter-Strike journalists. And they started talking about it, and they got to the end of it, and one of them was talking about how Eldar were broken for a long time, and now how Marines are bent because they're in the starter set. And I'm like, damn, this guy who doesn't play the game is actually on top of a 40k meta. Like, okay, fair enough. Who's he been talking to?
What is he on?
Yeah, impressive. Nice work.
Yeah, I mean that's fun. I like it when random 40k oriented super just pops up somewhere else.
Mate, we've broken the zeitgeist, dude. Like, it's common knowledge that Marines are bent now.
I mean, it's taken over a year. Like, that's been true for a year and a half. So he could have been quoting like February stats. Yeah, and he doesn't know.
He was on it though. He's still accurate. I'll give him that.
Yeah,
considering he only ever played Necromunda, so it's like, okay, you could have that one, mate. Impressive stuff.
Thank you to GoBirth for subscribing, by the way, and I also want to say a massive thank you to Drew Peterson for joining us on Patreon, and everyone who joins us on Patreon, and anyone who joins us live or subscribes, or even if you don't and you're just here for Christmas. Whatever.
If you're here to
Welcome
give
to
us
the
content
party.
in the chat, we appreciate it because we've got something to talk about now. Hooray!
What do you mean?
Well, if people just turn up and talk in the chat, that's just giving us some value because now we have some content, right?
That's all we need.
Yeah,
Otherwise, me and Tom will get super weird into talking about JoJo's Ranch Adventures.
I've never seen JoJo's.
Oh, you've never seen it?
I've never seen it.
Oh, but you know all the memes.
I mean, they're pretty common, like, right? It's one of those series that apparently you have to watch like twice to get it, or you just have to be high. So, you know.
I won't watch it one time. Let me say that. That's what I'll say.
I keep saying I'll watch all these things. I'm like, oh yeah, I'll watch it, man. No, never.
But did you do the Queen's Gambit?
No, never did that.
Oh my god.
No.
There was some hot contentious issues yesterday where people were saying it wasn't good, and I was like, that's.
Oh no, I saw. Well, I don't think he said it wasn't good. I think he said that it didn't do anything for him.
It does stuff for me in a variety of ways.
Oh, my word,
mainly emotionally.
Oh, okay. Good. Good. Saved.
Thanks, Tom. What did you think of the box that we saw? Trucifer, keep up the great work, Rob. Love the amount.
So I've seen the Drakarian Sisters one, right? I think I've seen the Drakarian Sisters one. It popped up in my email inbox alongside please subscribe to our shitty app. Let me just...
Obviously, always, never subscribe to the Games Workshop app, but ignoring that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find the website because when I search it, it ends up going underneath like a bookmarks I have. Okay, so we've got some Airwave stuff with the Slaanesh, and then we've got the Sisters box. So on the Sisters side, what do we have? We have one tank, 6 girls, ladies.
Yeah,
and a little winged baby thing, okay?
Yeah, happy with that or not happy with that?
So it looks like, so do you remember a few years ago where you could just get like a squad of 10 guardsmen with a chimera for 30 quid?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just that, right?
It's like
I'm gonna look at the Drakari side, and you've got a big squad of witches, a squad of scourges, a venom, and Lilith.
Are you not happy with that?
I feel like it's okay as if you're gonna start one of those 2 armies, it's fine, right? But if I want a venom, I probably want 9 venoms.
Yeah, I think the thing is that like it is a good start. I think like it's one of those things that will get someone jumping.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Or it's a way of adding on so much tax to already existing players for a Lilith model.
Firstly, I'm not a big fan of a Lilith model. That's fine. With the Venoms and the Witches, if you're going to take them, you probably want to spam them from a competitive standpoint.
Yeah.
I remember Scourges, if you want to have those in, then, I mean, it's fine. It's fine. I feel like it's got a very limited scope from like being good value from a competitive standpoint. But
the point is, I think one of the things to say about it is obviously is the new Drakari book coming out soon. We don't know exactly how that's going to change soon.
That's true. That's true. But you know that Venoms are dedicated transports, and you know that Witches are troops, right? So they're 2 things that if you're going to take them, you're probably going to want to spam them. Like, it's very rare that you find a unit that's only useful if you take like 1 of it, right? I mean, there are some exceptions, like Vanguard Veterans, you can take 1. Some people are taking 2. That's kind of cool. But again, it's just one of those things. Like, what else from Marine Book do you only take 1 of? You don't really, right? Apart from maybe characters. Let's look from the sister side, for example. What do you take only 1 of? Well, the Triumph of St. Catherine. That's about it.
Yeah, that's a new special character as well. It's really just a special character box, ultimately.
Yeah.
The thing that I liked about it most, I think, is that it's just a group of ladies on the box art doing like, 40k.
Okay. So, if it's just a special character box, is this just a theme now? Like, we had that with the previous Drakari one, where it was Drazhar and Janzar.
It's been a theme for like 2 years.
Yeah, we had it with the Orcs and Wolves one, where it was just Gazgul and Ragnar.
All the Age of Sigmar boxes are just a special character.
Yeah, it's just a special character with some people.
Yeah, so, I mean, like you said, I think it's one of 2 things, right? I think it's either like a great jump-off point for someone to get into an army, and also I kind of sometimes think of them as like a new start collecting box, not a start collecting box, a new like like starter box. Basically, it's like, okay, Marines versus Necrons. Do you want to do that? Do you want to do Drakari versus do you want to get Drakari versus Sisters of Battle? And you think, oh, actually, like
and then you buy the rulebook separately in that, and the drill, but
yeah, same thing. But like, I don't think it's a bad way to start collecting do starter boxes, but I guess probably the biggest problem with them is they never last long enough on a shelf for them to do that job, because hobbyists will just invariably buy them out before they.
It depends on the characters, though, right? Like, I think the Gazgul one just got wrecked because it was Gazgul in it, and Gazgul looks cool. And also, Gazgul's going to be like a similar price tag anyway, because he's what, like 40 quid now. So it's like, well, for that value, I might as well just get the knobs and the Space Wolves and then sell Ragnar, and then just, that's good value.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's just, I don't know.
What are you painting?
So I am assembling some custodies, mate. So
Custodies?
the only reason I'm doing it is because I finished painting my armigers. I'm just waiting for the snow on the base to dry so I can do another layer of basing. And I also need to get some more super glue so I can fix up my Acheron, because one of the arms is a little bit loose.
Oh,
so while I'm doing that, I'm going down my Imperial shelves and kind of like organizing them so I know what's meant to be on each shelf and making sure it's all ready to be painted, and then putting like the extras and the spares in like boxes. And I'm working on my Custodia shelf. So for that, when I went down to Warhammer World the other day, I bought some Virtus Praetor bikers so that I can use the non-Forge World one for my shield captain. The problem I'm having is, so I had those IKEA cabinets, right? And I bought some extra glass shelves, and specifically because I could then add them in with screws.
Yeah.
The problem I have is, this is a Custode biker. Yeah. Which means my shelf now has to be about twice as high to accommodate for this enormous spear.
I don't think there's any sensible way to store models, because, like, if you let's say you do your orcs, right? Everything, like, all your orcs are like yay high, and then all of a sudden it's a stomper. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I have different shelves for that. Like, you can see my stomper shelf behind me, right? It's a special shelf. So they fit nicely and snugly on there, but I can't really put them in glass cabinets because I could stick like 6 shelves in there for infantry in that space. So, and I will have that number of shelves because I have to take a few out to fit these stupid spaces in. So that's fine. We'll
so you've gone for like a display thing for your models. It's interesting.
Well, kind of. I mean, I can show you if you want very quickly.
I'd like to hear about it. Yeah, you can show me as well. I was asking the Twitch chat also how they display/store their models. Mine are all really useful boxes stacked up in a pile. Not really opportunity. So there's Tom's.
So that's my shelving unit, right? It's a bit horrific because my light shines into it if you take it too far. But basically, I've got these cabinets. I bought a bunch of extra glass cut shelves, and then I screw them into the side of the shelving so that I can add more shelves in depending upon the height. And then I'm going to get some LED strips that I can stick inside so you can, see what's going on in there. Yeah,
that makes sense. So it's to display.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I've also been using an app called Figure Case, I think, which is like Figure Case. It was like £3, but it's one of those where I can show what models I have and what stage they are in terms of built, painted, assembled, all that kind of stuff. So I'm filling that in so I know exactly what I've got, which means that when I'm like, I'm not sure how many of these I got, I can just check, see what I've got, see how many I've got left to paint. And it's really, really useful for that. So
I was thinking about this the other day because I saw someone saying something about
a tweet, right?
They were using an app to check to see how many, like, what paints they owned.
Oh, that's cool.
I was like, is that cool? That must take so much time to. As we know,
it's kind of useful because otherwise it will end up in a store and I will buy like an Agrexo shade, and before you know it, I have 7, which I think is actually accurate. I have something like that. So it's just a case of keeping up and being efficient with your time and money, I guess.
No, yeah, that makes sense. I guess I think that's being super smart. I think again, just sitting on one project at the moment, so like I know that's done.
Death Guard, yeah.
I'm pretty happy with that. Just like banging it out, and then like with my Marines, I just banged them out. I've got. Actually, that's not true. There's one I need to do a company ancient, but I just can't be asked because I don't think I'm ever actually going to play the army. Not one time. Fair.
I mean, but it's one of those things that's really useful to have in the background, right?
Yeah, it is. The app, Citadel app, has an inventory and wish list. I do use it. Took an hour once to scan them in, and then a minute each time I browse and buy. Wow.
I'd rather just type it in and say, hey, I've got this many assembled, this many painted, this many in the boxes, and it's like, nice, easy.
Yeah, it makes sense as well. Like, especially like depending, if we've all got big catalogs of stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
I think is one of those things. And
Yeah.
remembering what you have can be a bit of a drama sometimes as
I
well.
tell you what, though, mate. Also, if you're playing like, I don't know if you ever played like an MMO or anything like that. I mean, you get that kind of like that feeling you get when you like level up or something. That feeling you get when you can tick a model over from unpainted to painted on this is actually really nice.
Does it give you does it give you XP, like a progression
It does.
thing?
It does not give you XP, but it's still like satisfying watching your collection like build up in terms of like the green bar just slowly eat the orange and yellow bars.
I hear that, but I feel like there's a gap in the market for someone to make that exact app to give you XP every time you do something.
All right. Okay. Well, there you are. Then off you go with that idea.
Gap in the market, gentlemen, who are doing that, because you like painted 10 models or whatever. Paranoid about running out of paint I use frequently, but then I forgot to get reserve bottles and stuff like Agrax and constantly running out, says Tom Whitbrook.
Thoughts on hardened warheads, Tau, non-Farsight enclaves lists? I like rockets and want to pew-poo. I have no idea. I barely understood what Farsight enclaves was. I've never played Farsight enclaves. I'm probably the wrong guy for that one, I'm afraid, mate. I do have a Tau army, but I haven't played it in like 3 years. And it's definitely not Farsight enclaves. It's just Riptides and stuff. So sorry about
earlier on in today's Showtime, I got to regale the story again of when Tank like fucking one-shotted the Necrons at that event. Specifically because we were talking about ITC points.
Poor Jane. Jane.
We were talking about Jane was #1 Necrons in Europe at that point in the ITC, and that was we were talking about ITC points and how like whatever they are, and then Tank brought up the fact that it was like.
I've got a funny story about when I played Jane. That was a weird one. So I was playing her at her Ministers event in North Wales, and I was just learning Grey Knights for the first time. So that's my second game with Grey Knights, and I thought that the Grey Knight tides worked like canticles. And so I was playing Jane, like I had her on ropes. It was like going really well for me. And then Vic VJ comes across and we're talking about it. And I talk about what I'm doing. He says, I'm not sure you can do that. And I said, oh, well, if that's the case, I'll just concede the game. Now, at this point, it's obvious I'm going to win the game. Regardless. It doesn't even matter too much. And I'm like, so I check, I'm wrong. I say, oh, I'll just concede the game then. And then Jane goes, oh, thank you very much. And then I see, like, the next week she's posting on social media about how she beat Grey Knights. And I'm like, for fuck's sake. And it's like, well, I mean, I did say I'd concede the game. I didn't expect you to actually accept it, but we'll go with it. It was my bad. So... remember your rules, folks. Learn your rules.
Learn your rules.
Yeah, so it was just like fine. Yeah, I should have learned the rules. I'm not going to complain about it. It's just like, for fuck's sake.
I'm just not too stressed. Like, I'm not too stressed about any of that at the minute about learning rules because I'm just like, I'm probably not going to get to play for like, I don't know, 3 months maybe.
Hey.
I could do some TTSing. And I will do that to keep on the ball. But like in real life, once I can, I'm just gonna like ham it so much, like go so hardcore, like with days and days of playing.
Cheers, Owen. By the way. Owen's just gifted some subs.
Oh, Owen! Merry Christmas to Owen Jackson, who's just donated 5 gift subscriptions to the chat, which means Grimgar, Bill Farty, Inferna Alarma, great name, the one Ben Bailey from Warhammer TV. And third me. Merry Christmas, Ben. Merry Christmas, third me. Merry Christmas to all the new subscribers.
Did you just dole out Ben a subscription there?
Yeah, wait, would Warhammer TV in turn give Ben Bailey a gift subscription? Because I'm confused. Yeah? Neither of you two are doing where you're meant to be. Ben's lovely. I like Ben. He's nice.
He's good guy.
Yeah, he kind of looks like...
I beat him a couple of times and he was a good dude.
Yeah, he's a good dude. He looks a lot like Innes Wilson in that he still looks like a proto-human.
I feel like there's lots of people that just look like Innes Wilson.
Yeah, baby-faced humans.
Just babies. We need to make an army.
They kind of look like, like before God sculpted a face, just like the mold as is. Like
you're not saying half finished, are you? That's really rude.
I'm just saying half cooked is what I'm going for.
I'm quitting the show, moving to Warhammer TV at this rate, mate.
Oh, Owen, good luck with the cooking. Merry Christmas. Thanks for being here. I'll see you later. Coming on the show later, Owen. Tom tells ITC player will concede. If I'm wrong, then get surprised when competitive ITC player says, "Okay, I win." Come on, Tom.
Yeah, sorry, mate. My bad.
Come on, that's all. That's you.
Yeah, mate. I mean, I think that's the best embodiment to show that I'm not an ITC player because I am comfortable in my own ability, without having to have fake tournament points on the internet to think I'm actually not shit at the game. So I guess that's the thing.
Thank you also to Dr. DMR Track. DM Demar Track for subscribing. Anyway, thank you very much. He's subscribed on his own for the first time, so
there you go.
Congratulations to you.
Mate, I'm just looking at these Slaanesh models. There's a bronzed naked man, mate.
Oh my god, they're so swole. And the ladies are so strong, they could pin me down any day. But unfortunately, too detailed for me to paint. But they look great, right?
Is that a Chaos Spawn down here, bud?
No,
that's a
Slangor.
Slangor. They all have the same pose.
Who, the Slangor?
Yeah.
They've probably got the same legs, and they probably just give them different torsos or top bits.
The arms are all posing, pointing in the same direction. I don't know. We'll see. It's fine.
There's a question in the chat from Vincey Dinar. I think Vincey's fairly new to the show. I really appreciate you being here. Merry Christmas. What do we feel about what is clearly the next Iron Hands level threat introduced into AOS? Parkuron.
I don't know what that is.
It's a joke, is what it is.
Okay.
Because it is not the next Iron Hands level Age of Sigmar threat. It is a bunch of elves who suck. So
yeah. Helgamar says that ITC players and the focus from some fanatic local members for it is what is keeping me from picking up 40k again. I mean, some people have micro penises, and you need to respect that.
That's not Tom's joking. Like, how do I recover from that joke, Tom? Give me away.
I can't, mate. I've got no way to bail you out of that one. Off you go.
You landed me in it, and now I'm going to deal with you. On
Listen, I actually I do kind of like the enthusiasm it brings to the hobby and the enthusiasm it brings to the competitive circuit. I feel like a lot of people take it too far though, and I feel like a lot of people base their egos off of those points. And you know what? If that's the only thing you have to give you some form of self-worth, then great, good for you. But
let's hold on. Let's break it open a little bit, because I think there's some parallels we can draw, and we can be fairer. I think, if we look at if we looked at professional sports, for example, there are people who are quite good, and then people who aren't. But normally, the better they are, the more humble they are. Generally.
I don't know, dude. I feel like you pray that they're not very humble at all.
Do you know what? Fuck it, never mind. But at the end of the day, also take pride in yourself. If you smash your face,
course.
just
Absolutely.
be like, I'm the gangster.
Yeah, you can only beat what's in front of you. If that's what you want to go for, absolutely go for it. Good job. But
I would aspire to be better than the fourth best Custodians player in the state.
But at the same time, if you think you're good, think you're good. Don't just think you're good because of the points on the internet, right?
Yeah, I've been trying a lot of... I know what you're talking about is manifesting your future. I've been trying to do a lot of that recently. I've been meditating, and I've been sitting, and I've been thinking, and I've been manifesting all my dice rolls being sixes. Trying to get that journey going for myself.
That's some full-on heart of the card shit there, dude.
just been focusing. Hasn't worked overly well.
They haven't rolled any dice either, mate, so I feel like...
Yeah, oh my god, I miss that so much. although actually something's changed in my life. Vincey, I'm also new to live shows. Oh, you're one of the podcast homies, the Hydro homies.
There you go.
Christmas.
So happens when you get holidays.
Exactly.
Yeah, and as Tank says, people get happiness from progress, and points and ranking gives people a measurable metric. I mean, but you can still feel like you're progressing without that, right? I turn up at fucking ITC events with Jane Czar and avatars and just piss about because I think it's funny. And also, I don't really care about the points. I don't really mind that much at all. It's why when Mikey did that joke at the LTT Invitational, I'm just like, yeah, fucking good, fine, I don't care. Because at the end of the day, I can, I don't think it's a secret. I've got a bit of an ego. I think I'm quite good. Yeah. But at the same time, I don't need to have a massive pile of points to believe that, right? And that's why I just go to the events. I turn up with my fun list. I just banter around. I 20-0 some Scottish international play with Jane Czar, for fuck's sake, because it's hilarious. And then I just leave it because I just enjoy doing that. I like playing that kind of janky stuff. And if you need to build your confidence up, there's no shame in that. That's absolutely fine. I can respect that. And sometimes you do need that kind of like affirmation that comes from the points. And if that's what you're about, good for you. That's perfectly fine.
Tom arguing himself into a position where he's on both sides of the argument at the same time.
I do that all the time, mate. Like, you know, I'm like, it's fine.
No.
I prefer to understand
all the
both
points are
sides
valid though,
yeah.
because as much as everything you said is fair, those people who quote their points to you are wankers.
Oh, I don't care.
And super annoying.
Care. Like, if you put your ITC ranking in your bio for your podcast, you are a penis. It's just like...
Is that something I can do next year? Because I'm doing that all the fucking time.
Yeah. Okay. You're trying to make an argument for authority, and then you say, my authority is like a diploma from a McDonald's. It's like, okay. It's fine. But at the same time, I'm just like... different people will value that different ways, and I get that a lot of the time. It's like when you were talking to Jim yesterday, that was good. But he was talking about how everyone plays in one way, and then I come into the chat and say only in North America, and he's like, "Oh yeah, but you know who cares?" It's like, yeah, exactly. But it's a very much a North American attitude, right? The way it happens in North America is the way that it happens everywhere. North America is its own little world.
It is. North America is its own little world when it comes to we say little, but it is like, and that has actually been one of the really interesting things meeting Neil. The guys from WTCU, Tom. Like, I love that you like came on the show when we first started out, because you've helped give me, like, I would feel like had I not like been introduced to you and really heard more about like the ETC/European style of 40k, I think I would have been very much more like
American centric, because that's where
American centric. Yeah, it is. So like, I think that's one of the interesting things. There's no criticism for the
not at all. In fact, a lot of that arrogance and confidence is why that's the case, though, right? Like, you have to be somewhat confident to think that your opinion is worth anything. Now, whether that confidence is misplaced is a different thing, right? But you have to admire, like, the confidence that they all have to just go out there and stick their opinion on the internet. And, like, every single, like, little play group out there just makes a podcast.
Yeah, that's true. I think Uncle GM makes a really good point here. I'm just going to read it out to make sure I fully agree with that. I love the ITC and what it's doing for building competitive play. Agreed. Yeah. I dislike it for the impact those points have on the local scene. Also agree. Before COVID, we were having events just ruined because of wanting to ITC-based metrics. Yeah, that makes sense. I kind of get that sometimes at events as well here in the UK with like the UK rankings thing. The Masters, that gets on my wick sometimes. When someone's like, I only need third so I can go up in the rankings. I'm like, give a shit. Like,
I need 28 people at this event so I can get the maximum number of points.
Yeah, and I'm like, do you give a shit? Isn't it hosted at like a working man's club in Derby? And they're like, yeah, so? And I'm like, triggered. like, why do you give a shit? But anyway, people do.
Yeah. And that's great, because if you didn't have lots of people making podcasts, you wouldn't get like the best podcasts that you can make, right? It's just lots of people trying stuff, and it's brilliant. I love it. But I was going to say something as well. We had an incident a couple of years ago. There was a guy, I think he was in Scotland, but I don't think he's Scottish. And he ran his own ITC event, won it, and then added a bunch of fake people who'd never attended that event to that event's like scoreboard, so it'd be worth more points for him. It was insane. Get off this. Yeah, it was insane.
We could get off this, because otherwise it's gonna be going down that hole, which is...
I mean, I had to go a few years back to get that story, so it's not like it's a common occurrence, but, you know.
Yeah. It's fine. Like, whatever. Like, I mean, at the minute, none of us can even fucking play, so who gives a shit is where I'm at. And then also, like, I think in the future, like, I think people's problem with the whole thing is where they're not... Let me get this right. People's problem with the whole thing is how seriously everyone else takes it. I think that's kind of the drama.
Yeah.
Ultimately.
Yeah.
Like, it just... I tell you what, you never had this in the stick fighting realms, yeah? Because no one gave a fuck about who was the best at stick fighting.
Yeah, you just beat
one person.
The stick. And it's fine. Oh, by the way, I think your microphone's changed on Skype.
Mine?
Yeah.
Shouldn't. That's weird. Is it?
I just wondered if it's changed the stream as well.
Hear that?
I can, yeah. It's just the sound quality changed a lot. It was very weird.
Oh, maybe it's just my internet.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Understandable.
Apologies. Hopefully it's back now. Is it back now?
It's still the same, but it's fine. I can hear you, mate. It's all good.
Oh, that's weird. What's he saying? Uncle GM says, like we had our big local event ruined because one of the organisers basically pushed to get out of town people and told locals to fuck off. Then none of the locals attended, and they couldn't hit GT status, so none of the out-of-towners attended.
Absolutely wrecked there, mate.
Whoops.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's difficult as well because I don't. When you talk about certain tournament things or like how people should behave or how tournaments should work or anything like that, it's really difficult because obviously we're based in England as well. So like it's so like clumped and there's loads of players. But that conversation that Uncle GM's having, which I don't know where he's based, like. You know, maybe like, so he's like out of towners. I'm like, how far? Is it like America? Is it like 4 hours out of town, like 8 hours of town? Like, you know, there's so many conversations that we aren't. I'm out with Bud, so in Winnipeg. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Have you been outside yet?
Huh?
Have you been outside yet?
It must be cold. I don't imagine he's been outside yet.
Good choice. Good choice.
Too cold. Tom, what are you doing there?
I'm filing a leg. Why? Is it loud?
No, it's not loud at all. I'm just amazed at the size of the file you're using.
I mean, I've got some mini files, but this is just like a sandpaper brick.
It's huge.
There you go. Yeah, if that's what she said. There you go. Value.
Thank you so much. I don't know, like different. What I'm saying is different tournaments and different people. They've got like different kind of. That's why a one thing fits all is so hard to do for wargaming because there's how do you travel with your whole army? Like space is genuinely an issue in the UK. Public transport in the UK is expensive. So so traveling to a tournament and then traveling to a tournament with your army is very. I don't know. It's probably expensive everywhere, but it's fucking nuts in England. Like it can cost going from Nottingham. It can cost. Sometimes 60 to 100 quid to go to London, which is 2 hours on the train.
That's pretty cheap, to be fair. That was cheaper than I thought it would be. Like when I used to drive.
Do you think that's cheap?
When I used to get the train from Oxford to Sheffield, so that's like much like shorter, right? With a student rail card, it would cost me £61 to go.
Okay.
So to London, I would assume it would be way more, especially if you're not commuting for work. Yeah, you got 270 quid to get a train from Plymouth to London.
Jesus.
System working as intended, bro, lads.
Fuck. So for Canadians, that's $500 to get from Plymouth to London, which is, what, 3 hours? Maybe 2?
Less than that, surely, mate. Like, it takes me 3 hours to get to London. Let me go and get the maps.
That's nuts.
Well, that's not true. It took me 3.5 hours to get to Hemel Hempstead, so that's like just north of London.
3.5 hours though for like 250 quid is fucking dumb. But anyway.
Plymouth isn't. Yeah, okay. I see what Plymouth is. There we go.
But that's a good point about not even getting on a train right now. It doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
Let me just quickly get into.
You are, didn't we?
And in Dayton from Party of the All Points.
Oh, fuck, my time to go.
you did say you didn't like him, so...
Wait, what? You might exchange back again. I have no idea what's going on.
Hello?
Hello! And
Hello!
Merry Christmas!
Merry Christmas, Dayton. How are you?
Tom, I heard lovely things that you're talking about me. That's amazing. I'm glad you're here. It would be the same without you.
Why is your background full of moose?
That's just Canada, mate.
Canada. Okay. What are you wearing? Yeah. You look great.
I can't even see it.
You're wearing a Firefire outfit. Oh my god, look at that.
Sorry. Yeah.
You look
It's so dress fatigue, to be fair.
At some point, music's going to come on. He's going to start taking it off.
Oh, wait, hold on. No one can see. Sorry, I did change it over.
That was a past life.
I was going to say, you look like a fireman, or you look like a very high-level binman in New York. Because I don't know if you ever want to Google like top ranks of New York binmen, they have like the full gear. They've got that the cap, the what that kind of shirt that you've got. They've got medals.
Oh, amazing. Yeah, I don't have any no medals. They don't give us medals. We get a badge. I don't know.
That's pretty good. Are you had to rescue any trapped cars, or is no one trying to travel over Christmas?
No, things were good. And if no one dies today, that'd be great.
That's great.
That's always a positive.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. Christmas is a good day for people dying, unfortunately. to
really?
go down to go down that route.
What happens? How does that occur?
Yeah, jammers, heart attacks,
All right. Okay.
eating too much, stuff like that.
All right.
Eating
But yeah.
too much. Eating
Oh,
too
yeah.
much. No, that
I mean,
can't
that's
kill
a pretty
you.
good way to go.
That can't kill you. How are you gonna wait? Do you literally stuff your throat?
Or just go too hard, right?
Yeah,
'Cause-
I guess.
I mean, like we talked about before, Christmas is a good time for some and a really bad time for others. So,
Which is why we're here all day, baby.
yeah. Hey, let's bring
No,
it up.
it's why
let's
you're
bring it
here.
up.
And that's why we're here tomorrow too. So if you're like, I'm seeing people today and I can't handle another day, don't worry, we're here tomorrow. Yeah, same bat time. I've got to take off my fancy shirt. Same bat channel. It's too hot in here. Woo! Honest Wargaming in uniform calendar when is the real question. Dayton, got any thoughts?
Right. I've been trying to set up a calendar with our fire hall with rescue dogs.
Oh, that's good.
It's be like
That
hold
would-
dogs.
That would be sweet. That would be
Right?
sweet. Wait, yeah, that's a great question. I know policing, as Hawkeye's asking about, isn't really in your remit, Dayton, but have you caught any sticky bandits? Or even wet bandits?
No. No, sorry. No, we don't. We usually stick away from all that stuff.
I don't even know what that is.
Wait, the wet bandits, Tom, were the bad guys in Home Alone 1. And then
okay.
and then they changed their name in Home Alone 2 to the Sticky Bandits.
Yeah, they broke out and then they're in like what, New York or something?
Yeah. Which
Yeah.
is why if you look, I'm now Sticky Bandit Bob today.
Nice.
And tomorrow I'll complete my my metamorphosis into Home Alone 3. Don't watch this movie.
Yeah. Tom could be one of the villains for sure.
In Home Alone 3.
Home Alone 1.
Oh my god, look at me and Tom. Like, actually look right now. Like,
I know.
look at me and Tom on the screen. We look like the Wet Bandits.
Tom's not having this.
Tom, you should
I
do
don't,
that.
I don't know what it is. So I'm just like, I've never seen Home Alone. I don't know what's going on.
Did you not have a childhood, Tom?
No. As I said, I didn't even take a break from Warhammer. I just went straight 9 till 27. It's just
Yeah, it made me laugh loads when people in the chat earlier were, were talking
Take a break.
about taking a break. And then Tom was like, I've never taken a break from this hobby, but I fucking hate it.
And now he has to read all the Forge World.
Down here, Warhammer is a way of life.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, you've
wait.
got... Go on.
1 sec. Let me just get to the please.
Please do.
This makes for
Please do.
great video.
It's a great video. You having a great day, Dayton? Merry Christmas.
Yeah, fantastic. There's his Forge World compendium. He is reading.
I've not read it. I put it on my shelf. And now the info will assimilate into my brain.
I appreciate that you went right towards your the best faction, which is the Necrons.
I did. I also like that model, so you know.
Yeah, that model's awesome. Who doesn't want a metal centipede?
I mean, I was looking at getting like Hector Rex because it just tips over the free postage, and then Chris Rosen on Twitter said, "Hey, Sentinel," and then Sentinel kill tally, and I was like, oh, "Okay, nice kill tally it is."
It comes in like a million pieces.
Yeah, it's mate.
You can bend it any way you want. But
So,
big shout out to
part one
Rob
is
for
leg
calling out
one.
to my kids. That's
Mate.
pretty awesome.
I've got it's 6 legs times 4. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
There's 24 legs I need to glue on.
Yeah,
Right.
it is. With super glue.
And
Why
and
did I
activator.
buy
You
this?
bend it, and you can bend it any way you want. So you can
Why
have them
did I
going
buy
around
this?
stuff.
Someone told you
So
to buy
take
Nice.
like a rhino, because you know you don't use those anymore, or a drop pod or something. Trash it up, and then have that thing coming through it.
All right, fair enough. I could
'Cause that
just cut it
base-
in
that
half.
base is
Have
huge.
2 Sentinels. The
it.
arse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have half going in, half going
Yeah.
out.
It's like
Is
a
it come with a
Morlock.
base?
Not a
Yeah.
drill.
I
It's
can
not
get
the
another
drill.
base,
That's how we do things. Did you keep to enjoy the shout out, Dayton?
Yeah. They had no idea what was going on until their name was called out, and then my daughter was like, "What? Why is the TV talking to me?"
That's the best.
That was great.
That's the best. That's the best. If anyone is watching at home right now with their kids or anyone that they want me to shout out to, do let us know, and we'll do that happily. We'll be doing
no.
shout outs all day.
I've made a lot of cock jokes today.
Well-
Poor people's kids.
You only made a couple of cock jokes, so it's fine.
True.
Did you get any nice presents, Dayton?
Yep. Oh yeah, I was spoiled. Not as much as the kids and not as much as the dogs, but I was definitely spoiled. Here's a lesson: don't open up the dogs' gifts before you open up your own, because now they think everything that's being opened is for them.
Oh.
You see that picture I sent you, like my one page, just like super enthralled with what's going on. So
Yeah, just really excited. I think they love
know,
the
right?
wrapping, the unwrapping element, which I think is fun.
well, we get these bark boxes, and they're themed. So we had one from Thanksgiving, and we had one for Christmas, and we let them open both for Christmas. So it's like the Christmas one was like Charlie Brown Christmas. So you get like Woodstock, and you get Snoopy on skates, but they're all chew toys. And then like you get like turkey and stuff like that, all based off of the characters. And they do a really good job. And the other one, the Thanksgiving one, was like a beer can in a chicken, but it's all squeaky toy stuff. Like it's really cute.
That's lovely.
So they're all about that. We spoil our dogs. They're family.
Yeah, dogs are people. That's true. We got a shout out here. Shout out to Neris, Vincey's wife. Neris, she's a great lady. She's always letting Vincey do any hobby he wants. He talks about her all the time on the show, and she genuinely thinks that she's brilliant. And I feel fortunate enough to be able to give her a shout out. So big shout out to Neris.
She has poor taste.
Oh, bloody hell.
I am just kidding. You guys were talking about me too much yesterday, and I appreciate that, especially Jim. There's no need for that. What Jim didn't mention is he can party like no one else. He deserves to be on Party of the L Points. That man can go.
To be fair, you can go out and get like super drunk and not sleep all night and still turn up and play your Nurgle Horde the same way because it requires no brain.
Yeah, fuck you, Jim. Yeah.
We got Realm Winters too. Shout out to him. He's in BC
real
as well.
Mr. Winters. He's kicking it today. Everyone's here today, which is nice. Yesterday was super fun. I really enjoyed today as well. It's so nice not having to have a subject. You just freeform, having a chat, just like shooting.
Yeah, you just do what you actually want to do. Like,
it's
not that you don't want to do the other stuff, but you know what I mean. Like wherever the mood takes you.
Mm-hmm,
right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Wife and I played some Underworlds last night. That was good.
Oh right, who won?
Yeah, I smashed her.
Oh nice. What did you? And then you played some Underworlds.
Hey.
What did you both play with? Like which factions?
We opened up the new season. I didn't play the Heat Knights of Slaanesh though. I played the Nurgle one.
Oh, okay, nice.
Because it's a female opbringer, which is awesome.
I am going to bounce for a little bit, just so I can go do some family stuff, and then hopefully I'll be back later. Is that all right?
Loads of love,
This is
Tom.
your family, Tom.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Loads
guys.
of love.
See you later.
Merry Christmas,
Bye.
Tom.
Thanks, Tom.
So I'm not super prepped for when someone leaves that window. That's like my holding window. So one moment. It's basically how he looks all the time.
I know, right? Judging. Always judging.
But what a babe. Here we go. There you go.
Oh no, it's double
Just
Dayton.
us.
No one needs double D's. Oh, there we go. Okay, much
there
better.
we go. Merry Christmas, Hermanista. He's got 2% battery. Merry Christmas. Loads of love to you. So you've had a good day so far. You've been enjoying yourself.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Like I said, kids make it awesome. And then when I popped you on the big screen behind us, my wife was just like, "Oh, so this is a thing now, is it?" We get Rob in the background for all the guests. I'm like, "Yeah." You get Bud too. James.
Oh, I mean, how good is Budtastic Guy? James was great. James was super happy. That was nice. I'm very excited. We got Vince on in a bit talking about Slaanesh. So.
Oh yeah, those models, so good.
Yeah, he is going to be very, very excited about that, which is great. Yeah, what did you?
Yeah, it was interesting.
What do you think of the releases?
I thought there'd be more hammer pants based on what we've seen so far, but they took those away, so that's fine. But the helmets, like the new Seekers, look amazing, and the new guys with the whatever they're called with the spears, their masks are awesome.
Did you see the derpy mounts though?
The derpy ones.
So you know that all of it looks incredible. All of it looks incredible, but look at the right. You know the guys riding the mounts, whatever the Seekers. Yep. Look at their faces. They're like derpy dogs doing like melms. They're like, meh. Yeah, they're so happy. Like as soon as you see it, you're gonna be like,
well, they're all drugged up, right? You know they're all drugged up and everything.
Wait, did they drug up the mounts?
I imagine everything is under influence.
Hi for. Oh wait, this isn't Tom. Variable voices. This isn't Tom. I need to change it. Hold on. This is Dayton. He's another Canadian. This is basically a semi-Canadian show now. At this point, real Mr. Winters. I think he tried to hack me the other day and just take over the whole show. You wouldn't actually notice. You wouldn't notice the difference between us. He's just more energetic and pretty. Is that out? Shout out to Tom Whitbrook who says, that we've made it fun. Listen, it has been as a difficult time for me as it has been for you, and doing this show has helped me as much as it's helped anyone. So you're all angels, and I love being here, and I'm having a great day. So thank you guys for being here. Merry Christmas to you motherfuckers. Did you see the
Scott
derpy
B,
faces?
Dearden. Yeah, I saw their derpy faces. Some of them are out there.
You don't think they're derpy? They look. They made me cry laugh yesterday or this morning. I was like, what the fuck are those?
Yeah, the one with the mouth open is the best one for sure.
Yeah, they look great. But the actual have you seen the video? They look great. Like is what.
Yeah.
But they look like chuckables running around.
I just love that they're starting to get into more traditional areas. You know, like before, it used to always be about like Germany imperial like look. With the Empire soldiers and stuff.
It was very European centric.
Right, European centric. Now they're starting to get everything else involved, right? Which is great. Like these look great. This whole aesthetic they got going is awesome. And then the whole like they're not burdened by weight. They're supposed to be flighty. It looks awesome. And those mounts are way better now. I just like how they're really starting to appeal like to what they used to do and then just modernize it, which is just fantastic.
Agreed. Some of the detail, because we were looking at them in detail earlier today. Some of the detail is phenomenal.
They have gems like everywhere.
Yeah. They've also got, which I learned earlier today, scale mail. So like not ring mail. And I just think that's super cool as well. I think that looks really good. I'll never
you see that with you see that with the Underworlds one. Like they'll have it somewhere, like on their back. They'll just have like a sheet of like scale mail or. Yeah,
I haven't seen that. No, that's awesome. I've big shout out to Plymouth Troll Slayers in the chat. Also to Pete Pratt. Good evening to you, and also Paul Bastian as well. Big love to both of you. Plymouth Troll Slayers pointing out that I think the new Hedonite Slaanesh rumor is that they now get triple depravity. So Zaleski was double. It's going to be triple depravity.
You can summon 1,000 points in the first turn.
It's going to be really good.
All right, John. Merry Christmas, John. Jeez, I'm sorry. I'm ignoring him.
He's just needy for your love. That's what he is.
He was drunk last night. He was like drunk messaging me last night. It was cute.
20,000 points, turn 2. Nothing but summoning is all we're going to see.
All minus 3 to hit.
I'm actually kind of excited about it, to be honest. Like
right?
they look.
I'm not going to collect it.
No,
but they look amazing.
I'm actually really excited about the lore because they're the first Chaos mortals where like there is some like so you had Tzeentch Arcanites but that was done a little bit of a while ago and it wasn't done to this degree. So really, you just had the acolytes and the other stuff. So you didn't really get like it wasn't like what this seems to be, which this could be a whole city. Or it could be like there's a whole culture around these Slaanesh mortals. There's like you know someone has to get the mount. Someone has to dress the palanquin. You know, there's a lot to it, and I'm really excited about deep diving like the Chaos tribes element, even if it's just Slaanesh for the first time. I think that'll be a fun read personally.
The Bliss Barb archers are so much character.
So much. Arguably
like
one
the guy with the holding the cauldron. Where he's just like on his knees, like humbled almost.
Have you noticed the So Sergeant Rolf asked, "What about the corn dudes?" They just write the corn dudes badly. They've boxed themselves in on the corn dudes that they're always just like ravagers.
They maraud around. Yeah, they take apart everything.
Yeah. They haven't given them enough identity, in my opinion. Like the have you noticed all the feathers or I don't know what you call it.
The headpieces.
No, the arrows, the flights, peacock feathers.
Oh yeah, and they have little gems in them.
Yeah, which is a little extra as fuck. I love that. The Red Wizard says, "I've been waiting for the Mortal Slaanesh since AOS started. I couldn't be more excited." I think Red Wizard, you were here earlier and you said my boner is so hard.
And they all got like their left tit out.
Yeah, they have. That's a theme, right?
Now. Yeah.
Yeah, like following on from the Keeper.
Yeah, left hit's got to be out. I gotta know that. That's
left
my next up.
Got to be out. Yeah, it's like.
Good to know.
Wait, is it left as you're looking at them though? Wait, hold on. Is it the right tit?
No, it's their left tit that's hanging out. Because their right has the pauldron.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like that. Okay.
There you go.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. You're in England. Things might be backwards. I'm not sure.
They're just old. That's all they are. They're old and they don't work anymore.
You're getting in the wrong side of the vehicle, sir. I would hate to do those roundabouts in the fire truck. That's all I'm saying.
What,
I would go right over the center. Yeah, I'd just go right over.
I think a lot of people
we're not doing it.
You would hate how small it is here. It's just tiny. Like, everything's just lumped on top of each other. It's just the worst.
Got so much space to work with.
We don't have that much space.
No, it's 3 hours to any ocean is 3 hours away.
Yeah, but did you hear that getting a train from Plymouth? Did you hear that a minute ago?
Yeah. You guys were talking about how expensive it is to do a train now.
Well, yeah, a 3.5-hour train would be $500 Canadian.
Yeah, so that's like our flights across Canada are actually similar.
Yeah.
They charge us an arm and a leg. But now our Air Canada, I believe, is tanking. So they'll get a bailout here pretty quick.
Yeah, so the flight situation is going to be interesting. I know someone who, no judgment on who, yeah, I know someone who flew to Dubai for 5 days. Right, like yesterday, left yesterday to fly to Dubai for 5 days. Only cost them £400 for the flight, there and back, which is like... So I'm fascinated about what's going to happen with air travel after. I know this isn't very Christmassy or very hobby related, but it's still like a thing, right? Like, some of us might want to fly places, whatever. And as soon as like the world opens up, because you can still fly places. That's what blows my mind. You can still fly places right now.
Yeah, my good friend went to him and his wife went down to Hawaii for Christmas. Just the two of them. So. And they just had a volcano erupt there last week, so. But whatever, he knows. When they come back, they're gonna have to quarantine for 2 weeks and see how it goes. He knows the risks. They're isolating themselves on that area, I guess. I don't know.
Well,
whatever.
Whatever. I don't even want to talk about it. It's too like whatever. Like, it's fine. So, you got any? Are you excited about? You excited about? What are you excited about for the new year for Warhammer? You got any thoughts?
Meeting everyone in person that I met online.
Oh, perfect.
All the friends I met along the way.
All the friends you made along the way.
I'm going to be driving to go see Bud. I'm going to go friggin' down south and see Jacob and Joe. Yeah.
Aren't we all going to try and do NashCon one year?
Yep. We're planning it this year, but we'll see how that goes. Because everyone seems to go that. And that's my co-hosts are all like 3 hours away from there. So.
And so they're going to go to that as well?
Yeah, they always go.
Nice.
Well, we'll see. We'll see if Price can rally on Age of Sigmar again. He's pretty bummed out.
Oh, is he?
Yeah. The overpowered codexes are kind of giving him a little bit of a butt hurt away from the game. It's like, don't worry about the top tier.
It doesn't matter.
Submarine right away and play with the rest of the fun guys.
Or just try and overcome the challenge, right? And then just like try and fight the evil if you can. Although that winter FAQ someday will it come?
The spring FAQ?
The spring FAQ now. Why is it now? Oh no! Is it not going to come out till spring?
Well, they have to wait until they get all of the information from playtesting, right? That's what they base all this changes on, right?
It is.
Yep.
And they can't do that. But I think all the playtesters are, not to out them, so I'll keep this to myself. They're all playing it on TTS, just FYI.
Yeah.
Not to out them though, but just keep it between us 130 people. Let's just keep ourselves quiet. Like, don't want to mention it.
They did a Sisters box though. Wow.
Yeah.
Piety and Pain.
Well, actually, I was going to ask you a question about this. They're doing ladies versus ladies in the box,
right?
And actually, I know you're like super pro, like trying to get more into the hobby.
Well, some there's males as well, right? Just because they're witches doesn't mean they're females.
Oh, is that true?
Yeah, they have male witches in there as well. And then the paddocks or whatever they're called, the flight ones, scourges. The scourges are mixed. Like all the Eldar are mixed. There's males and females in all their rules.
I didn't know that. That's good. Thanks for that. Well, I was going to ask actually, like, how do you feel like the box art? 'Cause the box art, I don't think has any blokes on it.
Yeah, it doesn't, eh? Other
Which
than
is
one
good.
time.
Like, I'm pro that is what I'm trying to get at before, like,
sure.
we jump into it. And the reason I'm pro that is because I think that's really good for, like, inclusion. Like, you know, a lady sees that and thinks, "Oh, yeah." Look at
You'll
these boss
see
ethnics.
they've been doing that with Underworlds. Like
really?
every warband that they've come out with, they've made sure that it has mixed. Like even with like they've never done Blight Kings before female, and they made the caster female.
That's fun.
Yeah, she's dead sexy. She's like the Hag Queen.
Ooh, nice. Okay, that's fun. A sexy
Yeah.
Nurgle lady is weird though, because I've dated a couple
sexy,
and I didn't
just-
find them sexy forever.
Like you know when you go down on a girl and you keep licking to get past all the flavors, it doesn't stop with her.
No,
Just keeps
not on
going.
the telly. Oh my god!
Merry
I'm so
Christmas,
sorry.
everybody.
Merry Christmas,
care
one
of each
and
other.
all. That's what Bob Cratchit needed to do.
Where's
Maybe
Nathan when we need him? He would have laughed at that.
Nathan would have loved that. I saw him yesterday, which is great.
Oh, that's good. Like, personally?
On Skype, if any of the
Oh,
government are listening. But if the
like a
government are
shitty
not
lollipop. Oh, Plymouth Troll Slayers.
listening, don't you two would like each other. You'd get on really well.
You just gotta keep things open, you know.
Got to keep him going. But yeah, he seemed really happy, which is great. So it's great to see that he's happy and out there in the world living his life, which is good. Ultimately, I don't really.
As long as you're working.
As long as you're trying hard at life, that's all that matters.
Yeah.
That's all that matters. But if you're not feeling good enough to try hard at life right now, don't worry about that. You take a chill. You take a
Right?
chill.
Take it one day at a time.
So I'm
We,
playing on my
we-
Death Guard dudes.
Of course you are. That's all you've been doing.
It's hard though. Like they're fucking super detailed. Have you done Marines? Have you done all your
Yep.
Marines?
No, I haven't done them all. I've done 10.
Oh, I've done.
And
10.
I got like 30 more to do. So
Yeah, that's what I'm on. I'm on 10-2.
get this
'Cause
box.
this is- Yeah,
it.
can't get that. I'm not getting that. But like that looks great.
It's so good.
But they're just so detailed, aren't they? There's so much fucking detail on them.
Yeah, it's great.
That's what me and
Yeah,
Jim
they're
were
awesome.
complaining about yesterday. But Jim
Well, they have like
is
maggots.
crazy.
You'll notice they have maggots like everywhere.
Yeah, it's the little it's the teeth. They've got teeth everywhere as well. It's like little
Yeah.
teeth. Just I don't know. I mean,
Oh, it's
I'm
good.
into it. Go on, sorry.
But you can do what you want with it. You don't have to. Like you can go past it and just paint past
Oh
everything.
yeah, no, I can't do
Pick
that.
one.
Like when you're like painting like a regular marine and they've got like a vial or a scroll or something. There's no way I'm leaving that in the base color. That's got to get picked out. Like even if it's just a base color, it's getting done.
Yeah.
Which is kind of heartbreaking for me sometimes, but it has to be done. It has to be done.
Yeah, we had I brought my team, the BC Battle Bros. We had a Zoom chat there Wednesday night and just kind of hobbied all together. That was fun.
That's great.
BS and hobby, and then I haven't gotten my Secret Santa from them yet. And the one guy that was on the Zoom call, he was like painting away, and I'm like, "What is that?" He's like, "Oh, it's your model." I'm like, "Oh, okay, sweet, thanks."
Oh, so do you know what it is?
Yeah, it's
What's it gonna be?
Primarius Librarian,
Very cool. Very cool.
the one that's with his hand outreached. So
The original one. Not
the
Phobos
Primarius one.
Yeah. I really like that sculpt. I think that's a fucking super cool sculpt.
Not the Phobos one.
No.
Yeah.
The regular one, the Primaris one. I think that's super badass. I think my favorite Primaris, and question to the Twitch chat, question to you also, Dayton, as well.
Of course.
What's your favorite Primaris kind of like character level dude that they've released so far? Because I know
The
mine.
Phobos Librarian.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How come?
I really like that whole camel cloak, and their helmets are really cool.
I'm doing my favorite is the Tech Marine. The Tech Marine
Yep.
is just
Tech.
because I'm a big fan of Mechanicum, and I just think he looks brilliant. Like
He's got
absolutely,
guns, everything, everywhere.
he's just wild as shit. Like I just think that looks so good. Like I'm really into that model. But unfortunately, he's only really good if you're going to take like, dreads, or if you're going to go kind of Iron Handsy that route, which is a bit of a shame. But like,
Yeah,
he
he's
looks,
still got a lot of attacks though on his own.
yeah, he's
Like it's stupid. Like anyone that plays non-Primaris and you look at your characters and you try to compare them against Primaris ones, you're just like you can't. They're not playing the same game.
It's true.
Like,
True.
like,
Actually, I have a
my
crossover.
Overlord, 3 attacks. in melee. Awesome. Fantastic. 2 damage each, you say. Ooh.
Big shout out to Bar on Saturday for subscribing. Thank you, or resubscribing again for the first time in a long time. Everyone in the chat says MJ Pegasus loves the librarian. Rat Dron likes Lieutenant Number 7, which is arguably the worst one. Powerfist Primaris Captain for sure, says Sergeant Rolf. Powerfist Primaris Captain. Which one's that one? Powerfist Primaris Captain. Not the Gravis one. No. Although the Gravis one is badass, you know.
Yeah, and he's got play now. You never saw him before, but I think he's got play now. Because if you take him like Salamanders and then you give him the +1 to toughness and stuff, he starts getting ridiculous.
Really good.
Like, you got to bring mortals against Primaris now. They just got saves out of their ass.
Mm-hmm. They're really good. Yeah. Merry Christmas, everyone. Scathe, Merry Christmas. First time I've managed to catch Rob live. Oh, Merry Christmas.
Aww.
First time.
Sorry, it's with me.
Stay hydrated. This is Dayton. It's fine. It's super okay.
That.
I think it's not long until you're going to get to join Vince, Dayton. I don't know how long you've got, but...
Ooh, Vinny. No, I'm good. I went and cleaned off the turkey, got the brine off the turkey and everything, got that all ready. So the wife is taking care of that. I had my cinnamon buns. The kids are all playing with all their toys. The dogs are munching on all their stuffies. I've got my coffee, and things are good.
Good. That's a good day.
Things are fantastic.
I made myself a pack up yesterday. Although, can I tell you about my Christmas curry? Because you'll love this story.
Sure. I love a curry.
On my walk home last night after the show, it was like 11:30. I'd been online for 10 hours. Walked home. My friend Das, who doesn't even celebrate Christmas, was just outside my house, and he was like, "I brought you a Christmas curry." And there was a curry, and I had a curry before I went to bed. I know, and it was the best. It was the best.
So remember I was telling you about how they brought in like female characters in all the underworlds that they have really done before? They brought in a female ghoul.
Female ghoul?
Yeah.
That's weird.
Yeah, she's awesome. And she's naked like the rest of them. But you can't, like, her chest and stuff isn't really, like, it's just hanging a little bit. But you don't really see, like, boob. But she has long hair and she's pretty twisted looking. That's
cool. I think it's interesting. Someone described earlier in the chat, I can't remember who it was, someone said, how do we feel about, not in a bad way, but how do we feel about how sexualized the Slaanesh release is? Because it is very sexualized. Like, not in a bad way.
I do like how it's not just one sex though. Like the males are like, there's no particular type of clothing based on your sex.
Yes.
They're all like Iggy Pop, and they're wearing whatever the hell they want, and you can't tell.
The poses are like pretty. The poses are pretty
actiony.
Some of them are very actiony, but I'd say some of them are like sensual. I would argue. Like there's one where they're like stepping off, and that reminds me of like a movie star or like a pole dancer sort of a situation where it's like stepping off in a quite sensual way. I think it's.
Yeah, there's a couple of them though that are just like walking. I don't know. They're all over the place. I think it's gonna be great. Everything.
What I mean is, I think it's good that that's not something they're avoiding.
Right, because that was the big thing that people thought at first. They thought GW would just ditch Slaanesh because it's too mature for the audience they're targeting, and then they went hands down when we saw the what was it, the Fiends, where you had the option of either bringing them with boobs or not.
Yeah.
They had the multiple pieces, so then they just doubled down on it. So, I
think that's good because like arguably, in my opinion, I think the best sculpt of last year was the Keeper of Secrets. Like,
yeah, it's
hands down. Like nothing they released even came close to that because it like managed to like flirt with that androgynous line so well while being like sexy like on all of the fronts. I thought it was stunning.
The only thing I don't like about them all is they're doing broad noses. I don't like the big broad noses. Like on everything.
Just for an aesthetic thing.
Yeah, like the broad flat nose seems to be their go-to now for all their stuff for Slaanesh.
Okay.
Slaanesh. I don't know. I can't pronounce anything. I'm Canadian.
It's sexualized in a demon that's focused on pleasure, but not sexualized just for sexualization side, says the Stoic. And yeah, I agree with that, of course.
Right.
I think I bring it up. It's always a tough thing to bring up when you're talking to the chat and everyone else, because unless you come up with like a fully written out like statement, it would be easy to accidentally say the wrong thing. Not that that's the intent, but I think that Games Workshop have made some bold design choices, at least in miniatures, and I just want to say massive thanks to those. And to Crazy Horse for donating £5.69 to the fund for the show. What a babe!
They're gonna just look really unique on the table, and I think that's gonna be the awesomest part about it. Awesomest. The best part about it is they're gonna look really good on the table.
They're gonna
it's not for me, but I'm gonna love playing against them.
Actually, which leads me to a very interesting question. Crazy Horse again, thank you, and Faces and Bases, thanks for saying hi. Basically, just doing a drive by. And what I was going to say was, like, how interesting is it that you've said not for me, I've said not for me, a bunch of people have said not for me, based on how complicated the models are, and it's not me like. I'm not like they shouldn't make them this complicated. I'm like, for people who love that, I completely understand. I'm like, I'm on your team so much. Like, because they look beautiful, I can't do them. No, I can't. Can't be asked to do them. It's too much for me. Like,
yeah. You and I are turned off because that's something that's really. But Vince is like scrubbing his ass clean right now, thinking about those models.
Oh my god, he's just rubbing himself in oil.
He's so excited for them, and that's what we want to see. We want to see those models go to those guys, right?
Yeah,
Give them to Jim. Give them to Vince.
I don't even mean.
Let them see what they do with it.
Yeah, I don't even mean like Vince level people who can do that. Like, there is a plethora of people. That's not my statement. I'm not like, should they do things like that? Not like that. It was more like, isn't it interesting that like they can do a release, which is also something I am assuming that they're bold enough, like that they're smart enough to at least think about. Like, I remember talking to Jez Goodwin, who designed the new Primaris stuff, when I was at Games Workshop at the time, and I was interviewing him and I was talking to him about the Primaris, and I was just like, talk to me about the Primaris, and he's like, we stripped everything back. We stripped everything off them. They're super plain, so you can add as much detail to them as you want to do. And he's like, future iterations are going to have more detail on them. Yeah, but we've given ourselves a plain surface, and then we've also given the audience a plain surface. And I was like, it makes the most sense, because doing Primaris Marines, like Intercessors and stuff, is a piece of piss. Spray them a colour, pick out the trim. You're mainly done. Like, you're mainly done when you do that. Like, which is cool, because it gives you some sort of option. But they clearly know that this is a complicated model set, like, in design-wise. And I think it's good that they're doing that, is what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to compliment them. I'm trying to say it's good that they're doing that, and they're not just giving us stripped out versions of stuff, that they've gone to something that's this detailed, because some people will go into this and they'll be the best armies you'll probably play against. They'll look amazing.
Well, so they've been doing this though, right? Because you look at the Lumineth Realm Lords, they're super complicated. They've got lots of detail in their models. Even the Daughters of Cain. Like, I'm just comparing. Like, sure, these have a little bit more gems and stuff and a little bit more ribbons, but they're not.
I think they've got a lot more than the DOK. I think.
All right, we'll throw down. My wife's gonna come say hi in 5 minutes.
Oh, nice. Let's do that. I'm not saying wrong. I'm just saying that I think it's good of them, because some of the DOK stuff is also older. This is before, it's 8th edition stuff, before they made any decisions. Oh no, Marathian stuff were new, I guess.
But if you look at like the Underworld stuff, that's what I compare it against, because they're always newer models. Like, they take old factions and present new models, and they really up the details on all those. And the Lumineth Realm Lords are like really complicated. Like, the amount of stuff that they got going on with the big bow. Like, if you look on the actual quivers and stuff like that, there's a lot of detail in those. And they all have like a little backpack on their back and stuff. Like, it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, they look great. I'm really into them. And I'm glad the chat is into them as well, because they seem to be. And I respect what people are saying, where they think, they are for everybody. I'm just saying this now. If you play Slaanesh and the total amount of boobs in your army is the even number, your list is flawed and probably okay, compare the Death Guard Marines to those archers. Yes, the detail it's a good point. There's a lot of detail on the Death Guard Marines, but I would say that it's not as fine detail. It's not as complicated detail.
Well,
I don't know.
They can go as detailed as they want with anything Nurgle. It doesn't matter. Because the more you smear and blend colors and add washes, the better they look.
Yeah.
Whereas this detail is you have to pick it out. There's more of a process to doing your colors.
Yeah, it's more. I guess that's the point. It's a clean aesthetic. I guess you could probably do it as like a mucky aesthetic. I look forward to convincing myself I'll paint them and then having them sit on a spew in my closet. That's not trying to put anyone off. I think they're brilliant.
No, we're all for it. You're
all
not hearing anything negative from these two people who you should not listen to anyways, because you should have your own opinion.
That's me. That's true. That's true. But yeah, I mean, these Death Guard are super complicated to paint. And I knew that, though, before I put them on the tabletop. I was like, which is why I did 7 Blight Haulers, 3 Blight Drones, and 2 fucking tanks before I finally forced myself to do the Marines, because I was like, okay, now's the time. But if
Question for you, Rob. How many of them did you make with the bug face?
The what face?
The bug. They have like there's a few. There's like 2 that are like flies.
Oh no, I got the easy to build ones.
The
Do you guys
3?
have them? The bugs. The Mephitic Blight Haulers.
No, not the like the Marines.
Oh no, I didn't do any bug faces. I don't think.
Okay, they do have the option in the kit
to do a bug face.
Yeah, you can do like these fly faces.
I wonder if it's this one.
That's like their big thing.
Can you see that?
Nope. No, he's a helmet.
Yeah, no, I don't think I. Oh no, actually, I do think I did a bug face. Actually, but it's not on any of these guys. So I've already painted up 10, and then I'm waiting to. I'm doing the next 10 now. There's some. Oh my god, they are great models. I'll be. That's the other thing as well. When I finally finish these, which is why I've kind of set them my goal over Christmas and to New Year, I'll know that they'll be done. And it's like super complicated models that are just done, and then all I've got to add is great shit. Demon princes, vehicles, like the easy stuff.
I really hope they redo the characters, though. That's my big wish. Like the Tallyman and stuff. Like, make them better. Make them a reason to bring them in.
Oh, you mean the rules? You redo the rules?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agreed with that.
Because I found like whenever I ran Death Guard, the only one you'd have is the spear guy. What the hell's his name? Why can't I think of it? I had 2 of them. The guy with the flamer.
Oh, the plague spewer. No. What's he called?
That's both of us. The plague spewer guy.
The biologist putrefier? Foul Blight Spawn.
The Foul Blight Spawn had the flamer.
Yeah.
The Bugus putrefier had the grenades. He did the mortal wounds with the grenades.
Yes.
That was his big
they're
thing.
They're going to have to redo the plague surgeon. I was saying yesterday, I can't wait for him to be an apothecary for Death Guard. Yes, please.
Or he'd be a 6-up Feel No Pain.
Yeah, but apothecary would be cooler. Bring back a Marine every time. Maybe 2. Yeah,
and,
let's go.
Malefic Blade Haulers are bikes, right? So can we put those back too?
Let's go.
Hey, maybe they'll make Beast and Nurgle good. And then we would never still buy that model and make our own.
Just 18 Beasts of Nurgles all doing that push face. Can I just say massive hello to William Hamilton, who says hello friends and Merry Christmas to everyone who's joined us live.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Also to the Rust Belt Blacksmith and to Neil Kerr. Merry Christmas to you. I hope you're well. I hope the little ones enjoying themselves. Beast and Nurgle are great. They are not great. All I want is a Nurgle Demon Prince model for AOS of 40k. Me too. I just want new Demon Princes. We talked about this already today, Dayton. I don't know if you agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I want the kit to be the same. I want it to have all the bits, and I want it to be like I can make it the way I want to with everything you provide.
Do you not want? No, I agreed. I want like a Build-A-Bear Demon Prince.
Right.
But do you not want some like axe, sword, claws? Would you not want any other like spear? Like the
and
from Warcry.
And Flamer too.
Yeah, Flamer. That'd be cool. Oh, Dayton's wife is here. Hello.
She's getting some Christmas festive drinks first.
Oh, nice.
Ooh, she put perfume on too.
I quite enjoy. I've got into everyone's lounge today. Everyone's like, hello. I've been in James's mum's house today. That was fun. Like we all have been in James's mum's house. We can always.
She's just fantastic.
Is she just fantastic?
Hello, come on, get in the shot. Come on.
I have to put the headphones on her though if we do this.
Let's do this.
All right, she's coming in.
Introduce her, Dayton. Dayton, introduce her.
This is my wife, Nicole. Obrey, otherwise known as Rocksteezy on Twitter.
Oh boy.
Let's go. Hi, Nicole.
Hi, happy Christmas.
Merry Christmas. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm really good, thank you. Really good. What's been going on? How's your Christmas been going?
It's pretty great. We have 2 crazy children, so we were up like with the dawn, opening presents, doing all the crazy stuff. Got a turkey in the oven, drinking.
It does not surprise me that you two have crazy kids in any way, shape, or form.
They're like 99% Dayton and 1% me, so they're very crazy, and it's not my fault.
Well, you do like that because you chose that. That's your life. You chose that.
I suppose I did. I chose him, so that's what I got.
You were playing some Warcry earlier. How was that?
Pretty good. I dabble in the smaller games. Warcry is fun. Big fan of Underworlds. Dayton's really pushing to get me into AOS and 40K, and I'm trying.
Yeah. Now he can't hear. What do you really think? That's the real thing. Like, what do you think of it?
He's like standing right here off camera. So. He's not gonna leave me unsupervised down here. No, I like the smaller games. I like AOS to a certain extent. There's just so much to it. And I think I've reached a point where it doesn't need to be my passion. It can keep being Dayton's passion, and that's cool. And I'll play with him. I have no desire to like go to a tournament and play 3 games. I think it would kill me. I don't know how you guys do it.
It's tiring. Like I've had like thumping headaches at the end of a tournament, like in some situations, like or because like I've laughed a lot and that's been a really fun time. So yeah. Like it's a lot. I can completely recognize that. And then I'll follow this up with a question. Sorry. yeah, it's a lot. And people take it on like some people take it on too much as well. But would you ever want to like travel to a tournament? One of the fun things is organizing tournaments. That's fun. You ever thought like anything like that, or not really?
Yeah. I mean, my background, like I am like a coordinator for kids programs, and I teach them stuff, so I can handle organization and pulling things together, no problem. I'm happy to travel. I think that part of it is sweet. I'll go anywhere if it means Dayton's going to play in a tournament and I can hang out and drink and watch.
I personally think that there is a massive market for organizing like the Wives of Club, where you also get the plane ticket. Like the fellow wants to go, so you get to go, and then you guys get to go and like just drink or whatever else that the group want to organize. Because I personally think that's like a marketable thing.
Oh, 100p. I would go just about anywhere in the world, as long as I don't have to actually play in the tournament.
Do you know what? It's probably what like 50% of the Warhammer players say as well. Most of the people I know go to the tournament and they're like, I can't be asked to play now after like game 1.
Well, because you guys, I can't speak for everyone. I can only speak for what I see from Dayton. So maybe the rest of you are a little calmer. But yeah, Dayton goes and he goes hard. So I know I went to LVO with him 1 year, a few years ago, and he talked me into playing in like an Underworlds tournament. And by day 3, he was checked out, and I was still playing.
You were like, I've got to stay here in this. Neil. So Neil in the chat organizes. He's one of the 3 main organizers for the World Team Championships for 40k. And he's telling us that the Wargamer Widows Tours are a thing every year at the World Team Championship for 40k. You should come to Austria next year and partake. It's a thing.
Great.
It's a whole
I'll
thing.
be there. If you could just take care of COVID, I'm there.
I'm trying to fight it every day. I go outside and I like suck in all the air to try and clean it out, but it doesn't. I'm not going to be able to help it ultimately.
Yeah.
You got any good plans for next year?
I think we're just waiting to see what the world does.
That's true.
True. We're not making big plans. We were gonna do a trip down to where were we going?
NashCon.
We were gonna go to NashCon, and see some peeps. and hang out, but we'll see.
We'll see. Oh, well, I might see you there because that's also my plan. But again,
Well,
we will see, depending on dates
Yeah.
and when everyone else is going. Big shout out. There's loads of people in the chat. Does anyone have any questions for Nicole? Because there's a lot of people in here. A lot of people agreeing with you, by the way, that they would rather not play at a tournament. So you've got people in this chat who agree with you, which I think is fun.
I think you guys just play too many games at once. Why does it have to be 3 in a day? Could it just be 1 or 2?
How many? What do you want? 1 or 2?
I mean, I want none, but I feel like 2. I feel like 2 is more reasonable.
2 is good. 2 is good. So there's like, the thing is, there's been loads of conversations about different formats. So some people want there to be like 2, 2, and 1. So a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So it's just like, it's a little bit more chill. Some people want to do all 4 or 5 in a day and then repeat it on the next day and then steal points from the ITC. Then some people want to do like 3 and 3. Some people want to do like, they mix it up. If you got, I know you want to do none, but if you got a thought on what your preference would be?
I mean, I feel like, what did you say the first option was? 2, 2, and 1?
2, 2,
or
and
like
1.
2 and 2? Whoever says 4 and 5 in a day is fucking nuts. Am I allowed to swear on here?
Yeah, no, yeah, you can swear all day.
Okay.
There's no dramas.
I don't want to get in trouble.
Who with? They're 4 or 5 in a day. No one wants to do that, apparently. Also, big shout out to another Canadian in the chat, Mr. LLV. He's saying hi. And then Neil also agrees. Totally agree. Playing in a tournament is too much hard work. That's why I TO and referee. Maybe you could be a ref.
Oh God!
How
And
does
tell
that
you guys
sound?
what to do. I could be
Yeah.
on board with that.
You,
I'd have to learn the rules though. That's a
you
big.
don't. That's the best bit.
You
You don't have to
Oh,
learn.
even
No.
better.
No, you just have to say with confidence, yeah, that you're right. Like, because they'll normally present you with 2 options. As an example, I'll say something like you, hey, can I use Destiny dice or Mortal Wounds? And then with confidence, you'll say,
Hard no.
there you go. There you go. That's all we needed. That's all we needed.
Great. I'm there.
Perfectly. What's it like living with someone who's obsessed with Warhammer?
I mean, we have a sizable house, and that helps. Like I mean, you can't see. All you can see behind me are moose. They're not really here. Spoiler alert. But like I'm sitting in what is our guest room / Dayton's hobby room. So there's paint everywhere. Oh, I don't know if you're gonna be able to see him.
Hi, Cutie.
Whoa, sorry, visitor. This is Atreyu. Yeah.
Hiya,
Can you say hi?
Atreyu.
Say hi to the world.
Hey, bud. All right, bud.
Oh, there you go.
Hey, bud. Yeah.
That's Mini Dayton.
Hey, Mini Dayton. Hey, Atreyu.
Yeah, we have the space for all the stuff. But I feel like our house is being like overrun with little mini plastic guys.
Which
But
must
I
be hard
mean-
to keep away from the little guys.
It is high shelves. You have high shelves, and yeah, there you go, dude. Yeah, but I mean, it's expensive. I think
That's
geez,
true.
I just unplugged this.
That's
Uh-oh.
fine. Oh, can you hear me?
I'm having technical difficulties.
Someone
Where does this
get
plug
a
in?
tech support.
Okay, sorry. Woo. Very unprofessional over here.
You're doing great.
Sure, thanks.
I'm being serious.
Um,
People
oh,
always
shoot.
say I've got like a sarcastic voice, but I'm super sincere as a person.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
I promise.
I mean, that sounded a little sarcastic, but I'll buy it.
Okay.
No, I know you're lovely because Dayton loves you, so you're in.
So,
Yeah. What is it like being married and living with somebody obsessed with Warhammer? He could spend our money on worse things. I'll say that.
good
The
point.
people are pretty awesome,
That's
so I
true.
can't complain about that.
Mhm.
Not right now, obviously, but in future and in past, it gives us excuses to travel
Also great.
to places we might not always go to. So
You're more than
Yeah.
welcome. You guys are more than welcome when you come over to England to crash in my flat. It's got most of its windows, which is an exciting feature.
ooh,
And I have 3 chandeliers.
3 chandeliers and most of the windows.
most
That
of the
sounds
windows.
like a palace.
It's pretty, for England terms, it's basically a palace. And the Queen's down the road, of course. Which in Canadian terms, she genuinely is down the road. It's only like 2.5 hours, but in English terms, that's miles away. That I would never go there.
For Canada, that checks out.
Yeah, that checks out loads. You guys got any big New Year plans, or I guess it's just staying in? I guess that's everyone's.
Oh,
plan,
yeah. We don't really have an option. Usually we have a big party on New Year's and have a bunch of people over and play a whole bunch of crazy board games. But this year it'll be just Dayton and I drinking all the booze and playing all the board games on our own.
That's pretty fun. That's pretty fun. So one of the things you also do, and Nicole also does, if you haven't listened to the Dayton's podcast, is you edit the shows. I'm right in thinking.
I think edit is a loose term, but yes, that is correct.
And you have a degree in this, or you have background in this. You did this for work before.
Yeah. So I went to university. I have a degree in broadcast journalism that I'm currently using to edit my husband's Age of Sigmar podcast. The thing about broadcast journalism is when I went into it, it seemed like a really cool thing. And I thought I was going to be like April O'Neil and I was going to be doing hard-hitting news.
Great reference.
But it's a really rough industry and it's dying, really, and changed a lot over the last few years. And it pays nothing. So yeah, I thought it would be really cool. I did dabble in it for a while. I was the editor of our like local print newspaper, and now not so much. But yeah.
So since starting doing the editing for an Age of Sigmar podcast, what is your genuine opinion on the people who have appeared on the podcast?
They're an interesting bunch. There's a lot of different personalities out there. But I kind of love it. Like, I'm still learning the rules. Editing the podcast has helped me learn a lot, although they don't always stay super on topic, which is kind of on brand for them.
That's the worst.
But it's a lot of fun. I don't think an episode goes by where I don't laugh about most of what's happening. So, yeah.
That's positive. Because I think the biggest misconception that wargamers get often is that, of course, people think that they're not very social. But I would assume from listening to the podcast, you would, because you've had there's been some pretty great guests on. They're a very social bunch, right?
Oh, for sure. I mean, Dayton is a maybe too social person in some senses. But yeah, no, I think, people get, I think, a certain image in their head of what your typical, I don't want to say guy, because there's lots of girls out there playing too, but what your typical, like, Warhammer nerd looks like. And yeah, some of them are out there, just what you imagine they are, but most of them, from what I've seen and met, are pretty sweet people.
Agreed. And also mental is I think the follow up.
Yes.
Which is fine. That's how I always describe them to people. I'm like, oh, Face and Bases, thanks for donating £10 to the show. That's nice of you. I think that's for you, Nicole. So I'll forward that.
Please don't. No. That's for you now.
Okay. Well, I think what I was going to say was, I think whenever I talk to people about Warhammer people, I'm like, I don't think you understand just how funny they are. And they're like, no, it can't be funny. And I'm like, yes, they're the funniest group of like weirdos you're ever going to want to spend time with. Which is why events, I think, are so much fun. Because it's not just 100 regular people. It's 100 mentalists all in a room. Which is my favourite bit, I think, about travelling around and going and meeting people, ultimately. Oh, there's been a question. Has Nicole been tempted by any of the releases? Have you seen the new Hedonites today? Has Dayton showed you or not?
You know what? Dayton hasn't shown me that. I have a full Ideneth Deepkin army that I am very slowly working on. So I'm trying to just focus on that, learn what I need to know about that, and try and figure out how to play that first. So I have assembled everything, but now I'm trying to paint, which, shocker, is really, really hard. So
hard.
I'm literally like 3 teeny little models in, and they're nowhere near anywhere yet because I'm used to like doing crafts on paper plates with toddlers. So this is a bit of a reach for my artistic skills.
It's basically not like, honestly, based on my paint jobs and the paint jobs of many of our peers, don't worry, because it'll probably be about as good as anyone else's paint job. Like, it's only really, like, the ones that make it to like the front page of like a Facebook or an Instagram is really just people's like, people who've been in it forever, like, who are just too good, arguably. They need to calm down a little bit, I think. They push people out of the hobby. Just paint something up and you'll have a great time. And also, you don't have to worry about the rules. You pick the perfect army. All you have to do is wait till turn 3. It's such a, like, fun army to play. Like, don't do anything on turn 1. Turn 2, you throw 3 eels at someone. Have you got any eels? You got some?
I have like 15 eels. I have a shit ton of eels.
Yes, Nicole, you've smashed it. That's exactly what we wanted. That's great. You got a turtle?
I have a turtle. He's beautiful. That was my one. Dayton was like, okay, you have to pick an army. And I was like, well, this one is the prettiest to me. And I am loving the like under the sea vibes. And I wanted everything to be very bright and like Little Mermaid-y looking in a cool way. But yeah, I was like, I'm only getting it if I can have a turtle. Because I think he's just the coolest. Little Mermaid's
excellent, by the way. Don't worry, we're on the same page.
Thank you.
It's just sad that there's no crabs in the whole army. That's what upsets me the most.
Yeah, good thought. There should be crabs.
There should be a giant crab. Dayton might be able to find you a third-party model so you can have another turtle, but it could just be a crab and whatever. Yeah,
maybe justice for crabs.
Yeah, everyone in the chat is a big fan of your army and also the fact that you've mastered the army immediately. So, congrats.
Well, I will take that. Thank you. I got a turkey in the oven. I gotta go check on.
Oh, Nicole. Okay. Well, thanks for being on the show.
Children to wrangle.
It was also lovely to meet you on a personal level. Very lovely to meet you.
You too.
Thanks very much. Can we all get a round of applause from Nicole?
Oh God. Who else is clapping? It's just you.
It's just me. It's just me. I'm on. You can see, like, I don't even have the Christmas backdrop to you.
No, it's perfect. Thank you for having me.
Merry Christmas.
I feel like I know you through Dayton anyway, so it was just nice to talk to you. And happy Christmas. And I'm gonna give you Dayton back.
See you later. Merry Christmas. Can we just, for Nicole, everyone? What a great... Oh, Primark. Thank you so much for donating £53 to the show. What a lovely wife you've got, Nicole.
I know, I had to kick her out before everyone gets too addicted to her and then doesn't want to listen to me anymore. She is charming, without a doubt.
11 out of 10. Like, absolute. Yeah, loads of love in the chat. Well, that was a highlight. There we go.
Now we're trying to manage kids and everything. And no, turkey in the oven is not a sexual euphemism, so don't go there.
So sad face. That's
Hold on. Kids,
Hold on. I'm gonna. I'll call you. Are you still good to go?
Yeah, for as long as you want me. I'm not going to overstay my welcome like Jim and
No, you're
Vince
not going to. You're not going to at all. I am just going to call in the man himself. The reason everyone tunes into this show to occasionally hope Vince will pop on. And we'll call Vince. Have you been on the show with Vince before?
No, I don't think I've actually officially met the man.
Okay, well that's fun. It's fun. I'm enjoying introducing everyone to each other.
No, I don't think I've actually officially met the man.
Hello, Vince.
Echo.
I'm enjoying introducing everyone to each other.
Hello.
Hold 1 second. Let me get it so everyone can see you. And we're good to go. Mr. Vince Ventrella, everybody. Hello, Betty. Everybody. How are you?
I'm good. I'm great. Sorry, I apologize. I had the show still on the side, so it was like echoing because I'm a dum-dum. Because I was just watching excitedly. It was filling up my day. And it had become Rob, you and everyone had become such a part of my life. I didn't even notice it was still a separate thing happening anymore. It was just wholly inducted into my entire being. That was it. So
thanks, Vince. I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
This is Dayton.
Yes.
Vince Dayton.
Dayton, very good to meet you, sir. I've watched.
Yeah, you as well, sir. Me? Come on. No.
I enjoyed that really polite North American introduction. Nice to meet you, sir. Yes, you, sir. Look, fancy going to the corner shop for a
How's your
ice
leg?
cream.
Hey there, bud. Good meeting you, eh?
Hey, nice to meet you, eh?
Cool.
I'm
Weather's
gonna.
warm down there, eh?
I need to nip to the NAFI, which is the English term for the loo, and I need to once again thank Primark for the donation to take us to £69.69p or Legend. Dayton, would you like to talk to Vince for a minute? Do an intro, but don't mention the Slaanesh yet, because so
That's
hold
fine.
the fort. Hold the fort, gents.
I'll do my best.
Yeah. Okay. We're not allowed to talk
anyways.
about new content. That's fine.
So are you working today? Did you just get off shift or are you going on shift later?
No, so I'm on call. So
Okay,
every
got it.
day that I'm not working, every hour, I could potentially be going to a call.
Got
But
it.
I thought I'd get dressed up for today because today is somewhat a big day for some people.
That's the rumor. Yeah.
No, I know, right?
It's Christmas. Who doesn't love Christmas, right?
Vince, what'd you get for Christmas?
I meant to bring it down and then didn't. I got a funny story. How about that? Yeah. You'll enjoy this, as I believe your
Have the maturity level of a 5-year-old?
is 40K. I mean, I know you know AOS, but your preferred world is probably 40K, right?
Yeah, I was trying to get more AOS this year, but unfortunately with COVID, I wasn't able to hit as many tournament scenes. But yeah,
Let's
continue.
Okay. So here is my story of I have a very lovely wife. She's very nice and wonderful. Clearly, you do as well. I was just watching the interview with her. She seems like you've got an absolute gem of a partner there. Clearly, so I told my wife, like, my wife doesn't really know anything about the hobby. She's not in it or invested in it or whatever, and that's fine.
Not forced into it like mine.
And so I sent her, like, these are some things I would want, right? Like, I sent her a list of various things.
Of course.
So one of the things I wanted was like the big piece of terrain, the building within the Saint Celestine statue. I don't remember what the name of it is, but that kit, right? That terrain kit that has the big Saint Celestine statue in the building. She got that. I'm excited about that because I'm going to paint Saint Celestine like a real, 75 mil model. Like, I'm not going to paint her like a statue. I'm going to paint her like it's really her, just in a larger scale and all this stuff. So I'm excited about all that. And it's a cool building, so that'll be a nice thing to add to the table. But anyways, I also asked for a Verminlord Deceiver because, I wanted another Verminlord. I only have one Verminlord, and I converted him poorly. I did him like years and years ago, right when he came out. I've never been happy with him. I have a deep-seated love of Skaven, and I was like, I want to pick up a couple more Verminlords this year and do them. So I'll ask for one for Christmas. So I sent her a note. I linked to the Verminlord Deceiver on the page. She went to somebody and ordered it. So I'm opening up my Christmas presents today, and I have this little box. And I open up the box, and it's one of those white boxes. You know what I'm talking about? Like the white, for like...
Has it got artwork on?
Correct. Like a non-regularly sold box. And I was like, okay, what is this? Is she just surprising me with something random? Did she ask somebody what they think I like? And so I pull all the paper back, and it says Satan, Shard of the Deceiver. And I was like, so it's like it's the fine cast Satan with like the long head. And I was like, what is it? Yeah, him. Exactly. Yes, that guy. Exactly. And I was like, did somebody tell you that I would like this? Because I painted the Shard of the Void Dragon or something. And she's like, no, it's the thing you asked for, the Deceiver. And I was like, oh.
It's the keywords. No. The keywords are really hard to pick up.
No, that's not the right one. But that's okay.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, I was like, no, it's wonderful. Actually, as I thought about it, can I talk about Slaanesh now? Because I'm going to connect this story.
Let's go.
He does have the aesthetics, for sure.
He super has the aesthetic of Slaanesh. And so we haven't seen the palanquin yet, but we got it confirmed that it's going to be in the army because it's on the cover in the background of the new Hedonites book, right? Like, you can see the palanquin. Now, I suspect, just from what you can tell of like the amount of flesh that seems to be visible, that the person on top of the palanquin is going to be indulgent. Okay? They're going to be one who likes to engage in excess of food. I'm saying that there's going to be a pretty healthy weighted person on the top of that palanquin. Okay?
Oh, I think so.
Well, if you look at the picture, it doesn't look like somebody just like sexily laying in a Shea lounge, right? It looked like, really look at it, it looks like it's probably a pretty big individual. And like, there is classically a thing, there was where, one of the aspects of Slaanesh is people who are sort of big and fat and indulged in food a lot, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, no. I get what you're going for there, but no, my Slaanesh needs to be keeping it, trim, right?
Live.
And then I thought that guy, the like shard of the deceiver dude, who's like kind of sitting there like this and just pointing out, I was like, perfect. I'll lay him back against that Shea lounge, and he'll be the perfect guy to just sit there with like his sashes flowing across him or whatever.
Are you going to use the same head then? Or are you going to change it on his head?
Yeah, that's the only thing I'm not sure about. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Because obviously, like, probably a different head would make sense, and there's probably plenty of heads I could use. So.
And I mean, it's not hard to twist him and bend him in any way you want, being as it's probably resin.
Yeah, it's like a fine cast resin thing. So
and you gotta fill in so many gaps on him anyway. So.
Yep, exactly. So yeah, just cutting it and repositioning is no problem. So when I got this guy, this is the giant I'm working on. So this big sword is actually resin because it comes from a resin kit. And when I got it, it was like this. I mean, like it came out of the package like, oh, we need to maybe find a blue pill for that or something, right? Like
anyone that's put together a fire raptor has a heat gun on hand.
Exactly. So yeah, I've got my heat gun, just sat there, slowly warmed it up, bent it back into place, dipped it in some, held it in gravity, dip it in cold water, boom, done, locked in place, easy peasy. Now we got a big straight sword. So I'll just do the same for him. No big deal.
Right.
So immediately I was like, 5 seconds after I got this thing I didn't ask for, I had an awesome conversion prepped up for it. And I was like, all right, I'm good to go. She's like, she kind of felt bad. And I was like, no, don't feel bad. This is going to be perfect. It's going to be cool. So
she tried. Great. You know what? Yeah, she tried. Good on her.
I do not blame her one bit because those things are just the names of the Warhammer things we ask for does not make it easy on people who don't know anything about the game.
I don't even know sometimes what I want. Yeah.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, the names, you're like, like, which one do I want?
Scepter, Invictus, Incursor.
Is it an Inceptor, Concussor, like, Protector? Right.
They have dice with letters on them. They just throw them against the wall now. That's where they're at. And then they check it to see if it's copyrightable, and then it goes forward.
I personally think that that's not the case. I personally think that there's someone in the naming department who clearly has been looking to like retrain for many years. He's just like, what am I going to be? Am I going to be like an Inceptor? Like, am I going to be like, I think, a Paladin? But the big question right now, I think, to be honest, Vince, you got to be excited about today.
Oh my God. Did I have a Christmas day today? Talk about unwrapping my gifts. Yes. I was so happy to see all the models. I wish we would have seen the palanquin as well. Like we know it's there. We can see it in the picture. Just give it to us. But of course, edging is a traditionally Slaanesh thing. So I get that. That's fine. And so I love the redesign on the Seekers, on the Licky Tongue Anteaters, their mounts. I think those are actually really good redesigns. Like they still feel like they're the same species as the original one, but much different. I don't like the way they did the eyes on them. They gave them like sort of derpy eyes where they tend to like the dot in the middle, so they look kind of goofy. I think they look better with like solid eyes with a little bit more of like a gem pull to the bottom and a dot up top. But that's just a minor.
I would do them like goat eyes. I think would be kind of cool too.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Like horse or those kind of eyes. Yeah, like equine eyes. Yes.
The only thing I gotta say about the cover book is a little androgynous. He's really looks like he's got that mace positioned, like he's presenting, and you have no option of what you want to do.
I see no issue here. This feels exactly on brand. Go ahead.
I said this earlier that like what I like about the front of this book is that like it's not like normally chaos stuff, especially for Age of Sigmar, is very chunky. It's big, like there's big armor plates. It's like it's thick, it's swole, and it was really fun to see like a more like refined, elegant sort of like front cover. Ultimately, and I quite liked it. Like I liked the whole. We talked about this earlier, Vince. Like, and I'd like to ask you about the units in detail as we go through.
Yeah, I'm ready.
But like, it's just so detailed, which is wonderful. Like, it's gorgeously detailed, which is great, really, really great, and really fits the theme. But like, to someone like, it immediately makes me no out. I mean, Lumineth are a bit fancy for me. I'm like, that's a lot for me. But like, I'm excited to see your take on it because there's so much to explore on those models, right?
Yeah. So I mean, yeah. Look, I could probably do several hours on this, and I don't. Dayton will fall asleep. But let me. But sure. Let's just get into it here. I'll try to walk through. So let's start with the Bliss Barb archers themselves, like the foot archers. Okay. I thought they were gorgeous. Love the mix of the male and females in there. Like, think it's a really cool thing. And you know, honestly, these don't feel over designed to me, Rob, is my answer. Okay. And here's why I say that, because honestly, they're just a lot of skin. Right? Like, there's not actually that much going on them. They have a lot of skin. They've got a little bit of the leather daddy type of thing, which I'm all for. I'm here for that. But like, they're pretty simple models overall. Like, they're showing dock levels of skin, the archers, for the most part, right? I mean, they're basically naked, except for most of the time where they have something on one leg. They're covering the women are covering like one breast, and then they always have like something strategically placed over the other breast, right? Yeah. Like their hair is hanging down, or there's a veil or something like that, you know. But no, they felt about right to me. Like, good mixes of male and female sculpts, cool stuff. Love the headdresses. Yeah, like
lots of piercings, some branding.
A question from me is how complicated were those peacock feathers to do you think? Like, is that like, would that be something difficult to replicate, or?
Oh, the feathers on the end of the arrows, you mean?
Yeah.
I don't think so. It's hard to tell, honestly, exactly how complicated it would be. But I mean, just looking at the paint job, it seems pretty straightforward. Okay. Most of them don't seem too complicated.
I mean, it's very ostentatious. Like, yeah, like it's really well done. I love the idea of them using peacock feathers. Like, it fits the theme really, really well, and it's a tiny detail, but one that I love. So.
No, 100%. I also love that this is actually an 11 model kit. Okay, I don't know if you caught that. It's not a 10 model kit. It is an 11 model kit because of the little duder. What's his name? A Briss Brew homunculus. They've got a little homunculus with them. The little dude who's crawling on the ground with his thing that was a rumor engine, right? Mm-hmm. Which is like their little poison container or whatever, where they dip their arrows in. That's how they poison their arrows, right?
So he might be an optional upgrade to the unit, maybe.
I think it'll just, I mean, like AOS, what's an optional upgrade? I think he's just in the unit. You know what I mean? Like, but my guess is if he's present, if the unit contains a Bliss Brew homunculus, then this additional effect happens. So there's potential counterplay there where you can pull the poison guy out and then they lose their special shot, right? If you're like a giant who can stuff him in the bag or whatever, right?
Well, interestingly, we already know the profile for these guys from the Warcry box. It's 2 shots each, 4s and 4s, rend 1, damage 1, and then immortals, series 6s to hit or a mortal wound, which is the only one of the lot that I know.
And
you're saying like they reverse engineered that from the Warcry card and the special abilities? Is that what you're saying? Like looking at other abilities looking at other units with similar things. That's probably dead on, but I wouldn't. But who knows for sure? Like the Warcry cards don't. Yeah, the Warcry cards don't like always exactly match to the base abilities. Like they're, you know, sometimes they play with that stuff. But sure, like that's a profile I'd believe, right? Like, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
At the same time, if it ended up being like 4s and 3s or something, I'd be like, yeah, okay, I'll believe that too. Or 3s and 4s. You know what I mean? Like if that was the profile.
They'll be cheap.
Yeah, they'll be cheap, and that's the point, right? Like, yeah, great, cool, a cheap unit. I mean, we'll talk about. I'll summate at the end when I talk about how this book's got to be rewritten.
The end. Yeah. Vince, is there ever an end when you're on?
There is never an end to Slaanesh. Thank you, I appreciate that. Look, I'm not wearing this button that says I'm excited about Slaanesh for nothing. Okay. My favorite one in the lot is the girl who's like striding forward with the bow to the side and the braid of hair coming down over her like left breast. Like that's a she's got like kind of the T mask on her face. Ah, beautiful. So many good stuff.
I think these are outrageously good models.
Yeah.
That's really the only thing I have to add to the conversation at the moment, but they're just...
The leader has the chaos mutations where she's starting to get horns.
Yeah, you caught that too, huh? Yeah, isn't that great? Yeah, her with her little pokey shiv. I don't know what you call it. Her little stabby dagger. Yeah,
but they're
she's got
very
that
much
little
like
horn.
300. Like they watched the movie 300 and they're like, "This is great. Let's go ahead and do this.
Let's get Xerxes out on the tabletop.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Yeah.
Let's get a little twisted guy that they can kick around." There he is.
Yep. Yeah, I love everything about these. I'm excited to paint these. Slaanesh is one of the 2 armies that I've actually painted a huge amount of basic battle line for. I generally hate sort of standard battle line stuff and don't paint a lot of it. But I mean, I have 70 Daemonettes. The only army that beats it is my Skaven because I have 150 Clan Rats. So
That doesn't count.
sure. What's even that? It's like 10 short of being actually meaningful because I had it. It's from my old because they go back to 8th edition. So when you did 3 blocks of 50,
And they're all in like a dice bag.
No, they're in little movement trays of 10 by 10s, so I can tenor them out.
Oh, if you need movement trays, make sure you go check out Mini Meg, bro.
Dayton sponsor, but not ours. Yeah.
Very nice.
We're only sponsored by Budtastic Guy.
Oh, that's
Minimag
the best
is awesome,
sponsorship.
and I fully support that. They do great stuff. I, however, am cheap and just got my friend to 3D print me like 30 of the little tenors for $3 or something because it's super cheap with that amount of PLA. Okay,
Let's go to the
so
next unit.
can we talk about them Slangor?
Yeah.
Can we
Yeah,
talk
sure.
about these Slangor?
You like him?
Oh, buddy, do I?
Well, interesting.
Witness the muscularity. Like they have this.
Jesus.
They've got this deep V swimmer's bod, right?
The
like
Usher
they're
V.
muscular. Yes. Like they've got this like male model physique, right? They're not bodybuilders. They're like refined, smooth, lithe muscles,
I get
like,
what you mean. So they're not swole massive, but instead
No, they've
they're...
got Jesus bod.
Yeah.
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 Exactly.
Yeah.
It is Christmas, so it feels appropriate to mention that, right?
I mean, he died, but sure.
Well, that's
Not
Easter.
today.
That's Easter. This is the happy day.
This is when the king wouldn't let him be born like anyway good, so they had to be born in the stable. So anyway, I got nothing
Exactly.
to add to this. Yeah.
No, but these guys are great. Love the big.
It's all
horn.
fantasy. It's fine.
They're clearly like on pretty large bases, probably 40s from the big picture.
Yeah.
Like as near as I could tell from that picture, it looked like
Yeah,
40s
they're
in
40.
video.
It's a 40 on the Underworlds. So
Yeah.
I imagine it'd be the same.
Yeah, it feels like it's going to be the same size. They've deviated a couple times in Underworlds, right, with weird bases, but this feels like it's just going to be.
They're not actually that much bigger as opposed to other models. If you just compare what they've given you in Underworlds.
Yeah. I
But
think
they're
they'll probably be 3 wounds. Like they will. They're clearly bigger than Gore, right? They're not like they're probably 3 wound models. They're not going to be full on Bull Gore type of like 4 wound dudes. They clearly come in a unit of 3. I hope they're really fast, and I hope their claws are real choppy. The leader dude has an axe. He doesn't have 2 claws, so that could be interesting. Like I don't know what that means, but yeah, I hope they're like a super fast, choppy, hard killing unit. That seems cool.
And mortal wounds on the charge.
Yeah,
It's
absolutely.
their favorite.
Yep, just ram into people with those horns. Mortal wounds. You love it. It's never
Let's
a bad
go.
time to mortal wound on a charge.
Let's go. Yeah, it's gonna be so good.
Ooh, what you eating?
Oh, I got myself. I'm eating some Revels. If anyone has ever eaten a Revel, you guys got those in your country?
No.
No,
So a
that's just
Revel
you.
is a chocolate, but they're all different shapes inside, so you don't know. But they could be any flavor, so it's like a random guess what you're gonna eat. It could be orange, raisin, coffee, Malteser, chocolate, or toffee. I don't like
Look
the
at us.
coffee
We're
ones.
we're embodying Slaanesh right now. We got Rob gorging himself on chocolate. We got
Exactly.
me drinking in excess, and we got Vince probably pleasuring himself under the table.
I mean, I will neither confirm nor deny that. What is
Say
it
hi to
with
your
you-
wife for me, Vince.
Absolutely. What is it with you English people and like and candy that you don't know what it is until you eat it? Because
hey, that's American too. Every time I go across the border, that's like my new game. Is you go in the gas station and you try to pick out the candy bars that we can't get, like a whatchamacallit. Fantastic. We don't get those.
yeah, but that's still candy, like that you know it's going to be. It's a whatchamacallit. Like, I'm thinking of like Bernie Bott's every flavor things, like your Harry Potter jelly beans or whatever, And now this thing.
Revels are great. Like it's a disaster when you buy a pack of Revels because there's one of them that you do hate. So it's like 5 joyous moments and then one where you're like, God damn it.
Sure.
But then no one can agree what because that's the problem with Revels. They now don't know which one of them to take out. Because I don't like the coffee ones, which is obviously the correct decision. But someone in the chat the other day said they don't like the orange ones, which is clearly insane. So I'm not talking to those guys.
Oh, and I can't imagine the coffee one isn't also very popular. Because there's people who like that kind of stuff, like that chocolate coffee flavor. Like, I think that's gross. I'm with you. But, like, I know there's people who love that.
Yeah. Well, anyway.
Just you wait, Rob. Once that package arrives, there's some treats in there. Let me
I'm
tell
so
you.
excited. More jams. Yeah.
Jesus.
Raisins be gone. That's right, Stephen AOS. Raisins be gone out of this packet.
Yeah, who likes raisins? I mean, who likes raisin that isn't retired? That's the question I should ask. That is that's a depression.
That's a date thing. That's a date thing. Prunes.
Yeah. Prunes, yes, exactly.
Did you see they renamed prunes now to be plums? Because prunes have a bad name to them, so now they rename them dried plums.
See, that's
and they up sales because of that.
Sure.
Well, I hear another interesting stat too. Since 2019 in Canada, there has not been a girl named Karen born.
Wow, that can't be real.
That's real. Stats Canada. Since 2019, there's no girl that's been named Karen.
Wow.
That's good because it's not
that's a meme taking over our whole way of life.
Yeah. By the way, real quick, if they want to sell prunes, do you remember the episode? Did both of you watch Star Trek: The Next Generation?
Sure.
There is an episode called Yesterday's Enterprise that starts with Guinan talking to Worf, and she gives him a drink, and he drinks it, and he's like, ugh, what is this? This is a drink for warriors. And she's like, it's prune juice. And he's like, this is good. And he loves it. Like it's a Klingon drink. They should have they went the wrong way with the marketing campaign and changing it. They should have just been like, prune juice. It's a drink for warriors with honor. Are you
for when you want to go to battle with your intestines and sit on the porcelain?
Yeah. Exactly.
And win.
Well, talking about prunes, I was going to say that I actually don't really like this. I don't like the Slangor model. I'm just going to say, like, of all of them, I like all of them, and the Slangor the least. But I think maybe because it's the most out, like when you've got Zangor, they obviously look very like Bestival-esque, like sort of thing. I don't like they just don't strike it for me. But I think because they're a little bit too aberrant from the Minotaurs, Bulgor sort of like variant that I'm kind of picturing in my head. But that makes sense with what you said, that they're actually not that kind of like muscled physique. They're like more lithe, which is quite a cool design decision. So yeah, like I didn't like. It's not that I don't think they're brilliant. Obviously, they are. They're just not for me. Whereas I think the other ones are outrageously good, like outrageous.
Yeah.
Totally fair. I get it.
Keyword too. So
yeah, I get it. I can see where people might not love these, but no, I'm in for these guys. Bulgor have always been my favorite element of Beast of Chaos as well. And so having like a more lithe Slaanesh-y Bulgor is like, yes, A+.
Do you like how when Vince comes on, I have to change my background to something I painted? You're always under the spotlight of Vince whenever he comes on.
Notice me, senpai.
Present your hobbies to the sir.
Right, Vince. What did you? I want to know what you think of the riders.
So let's talk about both of the riders, right? Because you've got the archer riders and the
light cav.
The light cav with the big giant glaives. What I think is fascinating is there's lots of different ways to assemble the little creatures. So let's start with the seeker mounts, because it's clearly the same kit, right? It's clearly a dual kit. I mean, obviously, you can tell from like the legs, right, being very similar, being the same legs and same positions and stuff. But what I thought was fascinating was like not all of the little seekers are completely the same. They have like clearly some different elements you can integrate into them, so that's cool. I'm excited for that. I think they're a beautiful redesign. I like the one with the big flourishy tail. Like one of them has this big long like
equine tail. Yeah, it's
yeah,
huge.
like just this beautiful, huge horse tail. One of them has like a big open mouth with its tongue coming out. Looks cool as heck. Just like with like a pierced tongue. It's wonderful. Yeah. So those are great. And then the only thing that bothers me about this is we've got classic two-handed weapon syndrome, right?
Yeah.
One of the things I like to assemble and paint the least is stuff wielding weapons in two hands, right?
What? How come?
One, it's always annoying to get the model to match up like exactly correct. It's just always annoying to get the exact fit, right, of how they're going to hold the thing. But two, oftentimes they're like holding the weapon so close to them that it then makes it hard to paint, right? Because like the weapon is, you know what I mean? Like a lot of classic models are holding their weapons like this. They're like, you know, up against their chest. Yeah. And then it's kind of hard to paint. It's the classic like Space Marine thing where they got their bolter in both hands.
Right in front of the Aquila. And you're like, I want to paint the Aquila, but it's in the way. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Now, happily, that doesn't seem to be the case with most of these. The sculptors did a really good job of like most of them have got their weapon out like this. Like it's kind of at the end of their arm extended, right? A little more like the snakes from Doc. If you ever put together the Doc snakes, you know that they also have like really, really extended arms. They're holding their glaives like way out. So they're learning. Yeah, the archers look super cool. Again, good mix of like male and female bodies.
Do you think the mounts, do they remind you of chocobos? Because they remind me of chocobos. Like,
I mean, a little, but only in the best ways.
Yeah, in the best ways. Like the big, no, not in a negative way at all. I think it's quite a fun feature because they're obviously avoiding like the chicken-esque, like Tzeentchian kind of vibe.
Yeah.
But they clearly I don't feel like they've gone very they don't seem to have gone very lizard-esque either. And then I think the addition of the feathers at the back fits in with that Arabian kind of that like design. They look different to what I would ever picture them to be because the old Seekers are very reptilian.
Yes.
And
I always called them I always called them lizard anteater horses.
Yeah. Whereas these feel like more
seahorses, but yeah.
Yeah. These feel like more like avian to a degree.
Yes.
Which I think is a change. Which I think is a good change. Like
the slick legs are all male, eh?
Yeah. I think all of the slick. Wait. I thought there was one female. No, I think one of them is female. I think. Maybe not. I don't know.
So that's the light calf.
Yeah, the light calf. Yeah, two of the archers. Like, it's clearly you get different bodies. Two of the archers appear to be female.
You have to put highlights on their bulges.
Indeed. That's where you gotta really. That's where you lavish the attention. You know, the normal rule is like
for that.
Yeah, the normal rule is like bases, faces, banners, and shields. In Slaanesh, it's like it's like claws, breasts, bulges, and
cod pieces.
And cod pieces. Yeah, exactly. That's what's important. You got to bring out the real details. I love clearly the champion's probably horse. I'm guessing, I don't know, but the one that's like way up like this, that has like many of them are their necks are out and extended, but there's one of them that's kind of up, more in like the seahorse pose. I think that one looks super cool.
Or is it the one with the big leg? Like they got the gold hip leg.
Yeah. They'll have like different kind of armor and little, like they all have a lot of different little details. But again, it doesn't feel overly detailed, right? Like you look at some of these, the Seekers, and you're like, okay, cool. I could still contrast the heck out of that and have a great looking fig, right? Like top of the fig is one color, bottom of the fig is a different color. Like you could super duper contrast over that and be fine. And like then you just pick out the little metal bits and you're basically done with the dude. Like,
here's the nice thing about this, though, Vinny. I'm gonna call you Vinny now.
By all means, go ahead.
Is the riders having the two-handed on the weapons? Is they're not grabbing onto the mounts, which makes it a lot easier if you want to do the separate paint, which you should be doing anyways, right?
100%. Yes. First thing I looked at was, are the riders attached to the mount, right? Like if you've ever put together like Gorgruntas, right, out of Iron Jaws, like part of the Gorgrunta's leg and stuff is just like part of the pig, right? So you got to kind of paint him all at once, basically. Same with
Stormcat's doing a lot too.
Yeah, although the birds don't. The Stormcast birds. The what are they called? The
Griff Chargers.
the no, they're not raptors. Is that what it is? They're not Griff Chargers. Are they the ones with the angry birds?
The chocobos.
That are, yeah, they're chocobos.
Griff Chargers.
Right? Is that what they're called? Okay. I don't remember, but sure, let's say yes.
Nobody plays Stormcast. It's fine.
No one plays Griff Chargers.
You can call them whatever you want to call them.
Yeah, the not their mount birds. The guys come completely separate. Like the one that's in 3 packs of the birds. So not the Dracothians and not the Kitty Caters, but the other unit mount, right?
Paladors.
Like there's Paladors. Thank you. That's what I was looking for. Yes.
I'm sure they're called Griff Chargers though. But
maybe that's what the mount is called. But the cool part is that bird thing is completely separate from the Stormcast that goes on top of him, which meant I could buy the kit, just use the Paladors, and put my orcs on top of it. So I have a unit of Gorbruntas that are those Palador birds.
It's true. It's true.
Because you gotta have eggs and bacon. Can't just have bacon. That's not a complete breakfast.
I was super lucky. I did a conversion with the Dracoths. And the Stormcast legs are a part of the model, which is quite annoying. But I made the Kurnoth Hunters were the riders, so I just cut the Kurnoth Hunters at the knees and just connected it at that point.
Oh,
so,
okay. Got it.
So that kind of worked. Like not having to shave anything off worked really quite nicely. But you're right; they really need to think about how you connect some of those units to the other units. Like
Rob, Vince, we're on here for an hour and a half now. I've been me and my wife. That's a long time away from my family now on Christmas.
Of course it is. So Merry Christmas, Dayton.
I'm gonna go join in and be the dad I'm supposed to be. Thanks for everyone that came out. It was awesome.
Hey, buddy, it was a pleasure to hang out with you finally.
Really nice to hang out with you, Vinny.
Absolutely. it's
Merry
fine.
Christmas, Dayton. Bye.
Laters.
Right, let me just sort this out. So it's just us. There we go. There we go. Oh, wait, have I fixed it? I've done this too much today. There we go. There we go, sir.
All right.
And we're back. So we're talking about the birds.
Excited about the riders being separate, so you can obviously paint them in the way you'd want to, because that's just going to make that. It's so much easier when you can paint the rider separate from a mount. Like it just makes your life so much easier. Whether you're using contrast or an airbrush or anything, whatever painting method you're using, if you can keep. Like I'm not a huge fan of sub-assemblies, but riders and mounts are like the sub-assembly you always want to be doing. So
agreed. I think the thing about these models that did you say that you think you can put them all together, and you could just do some? Do you think you can honestly contrast these quite easy?
Yeah, absolutely. 100% these will respond to contrast well. Here's what works well with contrast. When you've got lots of interesting sort of texture type of stuff that you want to go. So the top of that mount, I'm looking at the Bliss Barb Archers right now on my screen, right? Mm-hmm. The top of them is just like the deep purple, and the bottom of them is just like a soft glaze of Magos purple. Done. That you could have a reasonable version of this, right? I don't remember, maybe Leviathan purple or something. I don't remember what the actual richer purple is. But yeah, you could 100% do that, and it would work great because you've got that kind of natural animal texture that it would just seep into and feel pretty good on. I'd give it a dry brush. Then I'd apply the contrast, and then I'd give it another dry brush, and boom, you've got a done deal. I mean, from there, you're just doing the metal, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Because they scare me a little bit. If I'm 100% honest with you, I just think that they're so detailed that it's just intense for me personally. It's just a lot, is what I'm going to say. But I can see why people would love that because they're beautiful, and who wouldn't want that?
Yeah, what I'll say is I'm really sensitive to over detailing models. This is one of those things that I'm on about all the time. I've talked to sculptors about it. Please don't over detail your models and stuff you need to let the model breathe. It needs to have negative space. These feel like the exact right amount. Most of the riders, it's a lot of skin, right? It's just a ton of skin. Mm-hmm. And then the armor and stuff like that's pretty simple. I mean, you're really just talking about the leather. That's it. And leather is one of those things that if you wanted to just paint it kind of a glossy black and call it a day, you can get away with that, right? It'll look like black leather. It'll look okay on the tabletop.
Okay. All right. Yeah, fair enough. I
honestly think these guys would be pretty simple.
I think the range looks outrageous. It's so good. So good.
Yeah.
So we've done the Slangor, we've done those. There's no other units that we haven't talked about yet, right?
Nope, that's everything been revealed so far. Because obviously we've got the Sexecutioners and the Twin Souls, also, right?
Yeah.
Who are glorious. Like as the Twin Souls. Have I told you? Did you hear what our fix for that was? I didn't think of this. Somebody on the show mentioned it to me, and I was like, "Yep, stealing that. That's it."
What is it?
So the Twin Souls are the ones with the derp face, right? The stretchy faces. Here's the easy fix. You ready? Harlequin heads.
Oh, nice. That would work.
Tell me that wouldn't look amazing with those Harlequin faces, like the Jester masks. It would fit in perfect with the Mask, right?
Yeah.
Who already has that Jester, the comedy and tragedy aesthetic. It would look amazing. Just swap it out for Harlequin heads, and you're in business with a perfect model. That model goes from like, what's with that face to like, oh, A+. I'm in 100%. It's incredible. And the Sexecutioners are great. They need no change. They look fantastic.
Yeah, I was never like a huge fan of those. Like when I saw them, God, I've messed this up. Of when I saw that. Don't worry, I'm just.
I can see it over there. I like that I'm all three and in different angles. Oh, now I'm upside down.
I'm gonna just fix it. There we go. Everyone on the stream was calling for it. They were like, "Give us more of this." I was like, I could do that, no problem, Twitch chat.
That's hilarious.
What do you think of the book art? And more importantly, I think the major question for me is, how do you feel about the fact that it's a Heathen Knights of Slaanesh book again? I mean, not that you care, you're going to get loads of new models, but it feels like, I would hope, and it seems like because of the naming, it's going to also include the demons again, I would say. You got any thoughts on that?
Yes, I have many thoughts on that. Oh, Rob.
Ooh,
do I have thoughts on that? What kind of a question is that? Yes, my friend. I came with all the thoughts for you today, Rob.
All right.
By the way, I'm clear on my schedule for a long time. I don't know if we have other people who want to come in eventually.
I'm also clear on my schedule. I spoke to Jim again. He said he'd like to come in, but we're going to do that later. We're going to talk to some. I was going to just. If there's anyone in the world I could ask about Slaanesh release, it would be you. And
I'm good. I cleared basically 4 hours out of my day for you, Rob. So that's what it is. This is how I got. My wife and I spent the morning together, and then I said I'd like to take the afternoon and spend it with Rob. Cheers, my friend.
Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas to you,
I can't think of a nicer thing. Thank you very much. Merry Christmas.
You're absolutely who I wanted to be spending my Christmas with, even if only digitally. I'd much rather do it in person and charge into the studio off of the left side of the camera and hug you right now.
Take me out.
Just Terry Tate, office linebacker you from off screen, but that'll have to be next year.
Go on.
Yeah, so what do I think about this? Yes, obviously it's going to be a rewrite, and I couldn't be more excited for it, Rob. I honestly couldn't, and here's why.
Yeah.
That original Slaanesh book was toxic. Okay? Now, I was wrong on Slaanesh for a long time. Okay? I was a hardcore defender. I said it wasn't a problem for months. Okay? And I was just dead wrong. But in my defense, okay, my psychographic profile is like probably 75-25 Timmy Spike. So I like to use big monsters and heroes and cool centerpiece figs, and I want to win, right? I like to win, okay? And that original Slaanesh book was made perfectly for me, right? It was like it hit me. It was a perfect bullseye in my psychographic profile because it let me use all my big, pretty toys and win, right?
But the thing is, like, to validate you and give you some support as well, that's not the first situation where that's occurred at all. Like, and there's two instances of this where you are on extreme ends. There's a version of this where it's also Flesh Eater Courts, and someone's like, I want to take loads of dragons, and someone's like, that's horrific to play against. And it's really, really good. The other version of that is someone's like, I want to take loads of steam tanks, and the other guy's like, that's fine, they suck. Like, there's the replication of the unit is like it's not a bad thing is what I'm trying to say, unless unfortunately it happens to compound some pretty negative rules, like which the Slaanesh book did, the Flesh Eater Courts book did.
Agreed.
But I also would like to say that, like, you being wrong, let's say, but I don't think that's necessarily the case. The evidence was just very supporting that for a while. The trend was generally on the uptick for Slaanesh before the book even came out. There was a lot of and then it just released and it was outrageous. So and it's okay to give that some time before you settle on that being the truth.
Yeah, and that's ultimately what it came down to, right? Is I had to see how toxic it was. Like when I started seeing my friends not want to actually play against me anymore because they're like, "Hey man, look, this just isn't fun to play against, dude. Like, can you just use a different army?" You know what I mean? Like, and this is my gaming club I've played with for 20 years.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like they're when they're saying that to you, it's like, "Oh, I see now." Right? This isn't just them being like whining about a new book or something, their rules that they weren't, tapped in on. This is like actually legitimately a problem. But I was so biased. The Flesh Eater Court's a great example because I had no problem with the bias there. I had no issue to Flesh Eater Courts, and I saw them and I was like, I had no attraction to them. So I was like, that is broken and ridiculous. So at the same breath, I'm like, Flesh Eater Courts is broken and ridiculous and obviously bad. It requires no skill or anything to play, and it has 50,000 golden parachutes layered on top of each other. And yet I'm over here defending Slaanesh like an idiot, right? So it was like, what was your favorite faction before the last Slaanesh book, Vince? Skaven. That's definitely Skaven. Who I liked playing even without, even before they had a proper book. And then either that or Iron Jaws. Both of those were in the mix because Iron Jaws have been fun for the almost entirety of AOS since they've been introduced.
They've always been fun.
They're fun in a tin can. They're just like orc fun pressed into tin cans. I still consider the Iron Jaws, especially the Iron Jaws portion, to be an overwhelming success. At any rate, so, but like, what else could you have played with that book, Rob? I know you're all on about like, oh, it's not that bad for you, Slaanesh, right now, blah, blah, blah. Well, it is that bad for Slaanesh right now. It's super bad for Slaanesh. I mean, they've been nerfed 5 times.
Yeah. So I got a lot to say with you, share with you about Slaanesh. I'd like to talk about it. Can you do me one favor though, just before we do? There's a guy called Hawkeye in the chat. His name's Gabe. He would love it if you just said, "Hey Gabe, you're great," or something like that. He's a big fan.
All right, hey Gabe, you're awesome, and Merry Christmas, brother.
There you go. That's all he needs. I think that's great. Right. So Slaanesh. So the thing about Slaanesh when it was released, obviously Depravity, which then eventually got changed, and the Locust, which eventually got changed, obviously was a compounding of effects, which was good.
Yeah.
If you look at the Slaanesh book wholesale, it doesn't really have any survivability built into it. It's a glass cannon, and then we've taken the cannon part away from it, which is fine. And it wasn't even really a glass cannon; it was a recharging glass cannon, the way it originally was set up,
right?
With the book.
Yep.
And so I feel you where you're like you've taken away the cannon part and the recharging part to some degree, but I think for me the issue with the Slaanesh book now is that there aren't as many creative people like toying with it in the environment. I think one of the interesting conversations that we've had recently, I'm not sure if you've heard it, me and Owen have been talking about, is how Archaon's rise to dominance. Like Archaon now is like the top meta pick in the game because he actually is a counter meta pick to all of the prevalent threats, which is a fascinating conversation. And it genuinely works, interestingly, into Slaanesh as well. But the supporting pieces are hard, and then one model an army does not make. You want to take keepers, you want to take the fiends, which aren't very good. You want to take like all the elements in that book that aren't the book. And I know that it's got some problems because actually, whenever the Winter FAQ comes around or anything does, actually the things that are going to get hit in the Tzeentch book are really negative to the whole Tzeentch book as a whole, because the Tzeentch book has got the same sort of problem that the Slaanesh book has in that it's fairly glass cannony. Ignore Pink Horrors for a moment. Like it's fairly glass cannony. Like it can't really produce very survivable units like other armies can. But unfortunately, like if you take away the cannon part, what's it got left? And I feel like that's where the Slaanesh book is. So I don't think the Slaanesh book hasn't gone from like S tier, like right at the top of the pile to the mid table. But I don't think it's gone to the bottom table. I think it's gone to the mid table. I don't think it's unplayable. I think it just needs re-attacking from a very different angle and rethinking. And it has to be a lot harder to play, and maybe it's dropped below what I would say is like fair for the book. Like it probably should be like up a tiny bit. But I think maybe points drops can do that, so you end up with a little bit more on the board as opposed to tweaking rules. But that's just my general feeling on that book. I wouldn't say that that's set in stone, and I'd be willing to hear a different opinion on it. Absolutely.
Okay, so let me provide you some. I don't necessarily disagree with what you just said, but I want to provide some counterpoints to just refine your thinking. Okay.
Yeah.
So first of all, the only current way to play Slaanesh with any amount of competitiveness is in Lurid Haze Invaders. Okay, that is the build right now. There we are down to a 1 build book. Okay, Lurid Haze does not exist in the Slaanesh book proper. It's from Wrath of the Everchosen, right? And it's great. By the way, before all this shut down, I did run Lurid Haze Invaders at a tournament, and I kicked the crap out of people with it, and it was super fun. And I had Archaon, and Slaanesh Archaon is awesome. And I did great in that tournament. So basically went 4-0-1. So I considered 4 wins,
That's good.
No losses, and a tie. So that's pretty solid.
Also, thank you to Hawkeye for the 1,000-bit donation. Big love to you. I think I just technically pimped you out, Vince, but appreciate that either way.
I'm okay with that. I am all right with that. I'm here to pimp away. No, and it was really fun. By the way, Archaon gets really cool in the realms if you've got spellcasting to support him, right? So you can't actually Lurid Haze Archaon off the table because you have to come in wholly within 6 inches of the table edge, and his base is 6.25 inches, right? Or 6.025 inches or whatever. But you can take keepers like I ran it a keeper, a Chaos Lord, just Slaanesh stuff, and it was great. If you play in the realms and you happen to end up in the Realm of Fire or something, that was really good. At any rate, that's a valid build. Here's the problem: the good build of that, Rob, the backbone of that army is thusly. But nice jacket. I like that. I got a new jacket today for Christmas.
Thank
very
you.
excited.
This is off my friend's daughter. Very happy with this. Just put it on. Just get a little chilly in here.
Sure. Here's the backbone of your current Lurid Haze Slaanesh Invaders army. You ready?
Yeah.
Archaon, 40 Marauders, seasoned to taste with whatever other crap you happen to want to fit in out of that book. It's irrelevant because I just built the.
That's the backbone of quite a few of the god-based armies as well.
it is. You're not wrong. I mean, Marauders are out of bounds right now, but the problem is that none of that crap is in the book. Yeah. Imagine you're a Hedonites player just playing the Hedonites book. Even if you're using the Wrath of the Everchosen stuff, you're just getting smacked around, right? Yeah. Now, here's the thing: the loss of the additional loss of the battle line of the Hellstriders for no reason was just what? Why did we lose that? Now, I tend not to care because I assume all this new mortal stuff that's coming, a bunch of it will be battle line or battle line if. So great, fantastic, cool. You'll give me new options. But Daemonettes are undoubtedly the worst of all the demons, which is not of the base demons, which by the way is a pretty low bar to clear.
Yeah, I mean, Bloodletters are also pretty stinky, but I couldn't tell you the difference between which one are worse. They're not fun. At
least Bloodletters can still sometimes do mortal wounds. I agree with you. It's neck and neck, okay? But just the fact that you can sometimes do mortal wounds is occasionally useful. Bloodletters are bad. I'm not saying they're good. They are bad. They're just not as bad. Daemonettes do nothing and die. That's kind of what they exist for. And they're overcosted. And by the way, ironically, Daemonettes are the only of the basic demons still on a 25 mil base. How about that?
Yeah.
And yet they're still bad. How hard do you have to work to be bad infantry on a 25 mil base? You got to really work for it. At any rate, so here's my other thing I would defend about that original book. There was no other way to play it, Rob. And here's what I mean. Okay? The book itself did not have traditional sub-factions in it, right? Think LRL or Seraphon, where clearly this sub-faction is saying play Saurus, or this sub-faction is saying be magical and use skinks or something like that, right? Whatever. The sub-factions in these new books are kind of directive, right? The new Slaves to Darkness, where it's hey, do you like demon princes? Okay, cool. This is the one for you, right? Or whatever. So that's not in there. Invaders, Pretenders, and Seekers, none of that leans to any one unit or another, okay? It's just different kind of slightly different takes in the army. I was always on Invaders because I love command points. Command points make the world go round. And you were calling the game when we played at NashCon when I got up to 11 command points during the game with FEC. That's every game. That's what I want. I want to be rolling double digis so I can just be I reroll that charge and that charge and that charge, and they're rerolling ones to hit and they're rerolling ones to hit, and I'm fighting twice with every unit. I will spend 8 command points this turn to win this game.
Yeah.
Like, I want the ultimate cushion, right?
It was wild. Watching that many CP get generated was like making me howl. I saw like over that Slaanesh period there was some outrageous games. I remember watching JP over at Facehammer like sending the wheels of execution over his own demons. Yeah, so that he could cause mortal wounds and cause depravity to heal. And I was like, what am I watching? This is a horror show. Like,
now here's the challenge with the original Slaanesh book.
Yeah.
Okay. What are your units in the book? What did they release? Well, they released a bunch of heroes, basically, right? New Keeper, new Lyricist, the Harpist, right? The Contorted Epitome, Celeste. All the releases were heroes, right?
I mean,
and then you got new Fiends.
The Fiends, but they were earlier in the year. Fair enough.
Sure.
But like, it's part of the same like design time, wasn't it?
Absolutely. You got new Fiends. Great. If you read the allegiance abilities of Slaanesh, the allegiance abilities I could sum up like this. Here we go. The allegiance abilities are, this thing applies only to heroes. This thing applies only to heroes. This thing is only for what you got from heroes to summon new stuff, which if you want to keep this train rolling, you're only going to summon heroes. And then here's this last tiny box that applies to your whole army. And the only thing that affects non-heroes in the allegiance abilities is 6s or double taps.
Yeah.
That's it. Every other allegiance ability they wrote says, play heroes or you're a moron. Or you're playing this wrong. Right? Like we do what the allegiance abilities tell us.
And then they give you a battalion that let you put all the heroes in one drop.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely. With an extra Benny of generating extra command points, right? If you have a lot of heroes, right? Which is something you always want to do. Every incentive, everything in the book said, heroes are what matters, heroes are what matters, heroes are what matters. And by the way, they're right. Because if you tried to run that army with like lots of Daemonettes and Fiends and stuff where you're not generating depravity, which by the way is clearly probably how they envisioned it being run.
Yeah.
When they set the original depravity numbers, they were like, oh, well, people take like one Keeper and a couple support heroes, and then they'll have like hordes of Daemonettes out there, and they'll be running with some Fiends. And they sort of looked at the average depravity generated in a game, and they were like, yeah, this is fine. No. No, I don't play stuff that your allegiance abilities told me play these and you're wrong.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. You're not playing Halahart and taking no wizards. Like
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yes. If I'm in Halahart, I'm taking some wizards because that seems to be what this is all about. Right? Like I read the rules and you wrote 2-3 paragraphs of stuff saying wizard, 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 wizard. I'm like, maybe I should take more Iron Drakes. Like, no.
No. It's not working. That's not the one. No, yeah, I hear you, and I'm with you as well. Like I do think that the book, like, obviously pushed you in a certain direction to play, and it didn't give you other advantages. Like, it didn't. There wasn't one that made. There was a battalion that made like different units good, let's say. But you're right. Everything was generated around those summoning points, and people always try and max summoning points. It's the first thing people do. They see the new Tzeentch summoning, and they're like, "How do we max out the summoning?" Like, and they try and get that right. Like, everyone does it. Everyone tries to make that thing because they know if they can tip the balance, then they've got like a very, very strong mechanic. Like, everyone's aware of it. So as soon as they see a book, we all try to do it. So
right, and the problem is in most armies, you have to pay. You're losing something by pushing summoning, right? Like, let's just talk Nurgle for a moment. If you like really want to push Nurgle contagion points, you're sacrificing the power of the army, right, for summoning. Because you have to run like the slug rider or snail rider with a bunch of in his battalion, so he can generate so he can poop trees every round and stuff, and whatever, right? That's not the.
I just like the sentence. You have to take the slug rider who's pooping trees, and you're like someone who's just tuning in is like, "What did he just say? There's a slug rider pooping trees. What the fuck?"
I mean, that's why this game is awesome.
Like, I agree with you. Don't get me wrong. I'm all about it. He's also called Horticulus Slimux, which I love.
Which is also a great name. A great name.
Great model. The whole thing is brilliant.
Yes, it really is. He was a super win. At any rate, the press F to pay respects for Sloppy Biopiper. So at any rate,
one day he'll be there.
We just did a show this week, by the way, Rob, that I thought you would have enjoyed, where we picked the 10 worst war scrolls in AOS. So it was the naughtiest war scrolls, and we make them nice. That was our Christmas special, right?
Nice. Yeah.
So we picked the 10 worst war scrolls in all of AOS, but we could only do 10 total, 5 between each of us, right? And then how do we fix them? And Slavity was on the list. It's actually really hard to find the 10 absolute worst, right? Because there's a lot of bad scrolls, but separating bad from abjectly terrible is actually really hard.
That is,
you know
really
what I mean?
hard. Yeah, like it is, because splitting the difference that low really isn't like you like what are you
Right.
doing?
Yeah, exactly.
And also, did the Black Coach make it?
It did not. No way. Because the Black Coach, like, it's defensible, right? Like, at its current points, so I used 3 criteria for it.
Yeah.
Criteria 1, do I ever see it in competitive lists? Right?
Yeah.
Criteria 2, is there a points value they would reasonably assign that would make the thing attractive, right? In other words, like, you can be like, her, Cygor 10 points, her, Alariel 0 points, whatever. Like, you know, you can make those jokes, but that's never a real points value they're going to put on the thing.
No, I know, but
you know what I'm saying?
I would put 0 points on Alariel. Like, if I was...
I've already fixed Alariel for you. Like,
I know you have, but that's my other fix right now, 0 points. Also, my Alariel fix for Broken Realms, I want you to know. Giga Broken, 3-up in random save. I'm into it. Yeah, 4-up save against mortal wounds. She heals 2d6 wounds a turn. I want people to be like, this isn't fair. And I'm like, oh, I know. But then nothing else has ever been fair. So, give a shit. Yeah.
Sure. And then the third criteria was, does this thing actually fill any role whatsoever? Like, can I picture this thing filling? Because some scrolls are written and you're like, what is this even meant to do? Right? Like, what would this thing do in a game?
Yeah. Yeah.
And so there's a lot of scrolls where for example, they'll clearly be like a scroll that's meant to be a damaging thing. Like, it has no utility. It's low on bodies or something. So its only purpose is to do damage, and it averages 2 damage. Yeah. Right? Like, literally that'll be its average damage is 2. And I'm like, nah, this does nothing. That's just nothing. That's a nothing scroll.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
At any rate, back to Slaanesh. It was a fun show.
No, it sounds super fun. I just need to thank Gains for Games for donating 1,500 bits to the show. Thanks so much.
Awesome.
Also, great name. Am I getting gains for playing games? But appreciate you a lot.
Well, I was just saying, if you're eating all this chocolate and Christmas goodies, for Boxing Day tomorrow, we're gonna have Chuck Moore call you up and just make you do random push-ups and workouts and burpees and stuff. That's how we'd get you right back on track.
Yeah, yeah, I could talk. That's a whole can of worms I could speak about for an entire hour. I'm like, pick a lane. Yeah, are you into weights? Then be a weights guy. You into Warhammer? Be a Warhammer guy. Like, I don't understand. Like,
he's both. Right. He's our Joe Manganiello. He's a nerd for working out and for the game. That's what it is.
Okay, that's all the gains. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Gains for Games. Fat gains are also gains, apparently, says Lord Wynn, so I'll take
that.
There you go. So back to Slaanesh. So, you obviously don't think the book's particularly strong now, as is, which is fair, and I think a lot of the mechanics, like you've said, are really geared towards a certain playstyle, which unfortunately has got worse and worse and worse. But so with a rewrite, let's say, I don't see. This is the thing. I don't know if they delivered that book and they were like, "Oh, we've broken it," because they were defending it very hard for a while.
Sure.
And if you look at the time frame, like this model range being in production versus there's no way this model range, they didn't a year ago say, "Hey, quickly bang out some Mortals of Slaanesh so we can rewrite this book." So
right.
It's an interesting timing. Would you say?
Yeah.
Have you got any thoughts on the timing?
Well, clearly they probably concepted the whole range. Darn it all, Rob. Can you hold 2 seconds? Can you wait 2 seconds? Because there's something I wanted to do and grab. Okay, I'll be right back. Just vamp
so
for
ready
a
for
moment.
this.
I'll be right back.
I'm so it's okay. I just took to the Twitch chat like I've done for the past 18 hours of Christmas. Also, Vince Rod is great. Merry Christmas, everyone, by the way, who joined us. I hope you're all well. And if you're not well, don't forget, always talk to someone. I appreciate you being here because this has been as fun for me as I hope it's been for you. So I just want to say thanks from the bottom of my heart. Merry Christmas. Merry Sigmarus. That'll do. That'll work for me. I can't even read your name. You've been training all your life for this, Rob. For this one moment. Merry Christmas, Stu Flynn. What are we looking at, Vince? What's the plan?
All right. So here we go, Rob. We're going to be flipping through a book here. I need to find page 160. 6. Here we are.
Yep.
Okay. So that is this book right here. Does it look familiar to you? You remember this?
I remember that.
Forgotten tome? That's right. The rarely used core book of AOS 2.0. This launched along with AOS 2.0.
But great narrative. If you want a book to read to kick into the game, that's a great start.
I absolutely agree.
Yeah.
I absolutely agree. Okay. We're going to do a reading. All right.
From the good book. I'm ready.
A reading from the good book, page 166, Book of Slaanesh. Vela Angelica sat in the window of her father's tower, using her fan to guide the scent of incense into the cool night air. The Ulgu shade swathed Granite City, keeping it safe from the reavers. How she hated its stifling embrace. Yet she could already hear sounds of excitement rising from the city below. And there they were, coming through the Breadman's Quarter, the Seekers, a riot of color in the gloom, forcing their way through the streets in a carnival of blood and violence. She could make out fabulous knights charging atop serpentine bipeds, bladed chariots of gold cutting down the gray guard, and silk-clad courtesans dancing through the carnage, each wearing what seemed to be hideous masks and mock claws. She wafted more incense from her brazier, filled to the brim with the sugared tongues and fingers of lovers. They would follow the scent, and life would begin anew. So I read that to say, like, when you think about the way that they described that Slaanesh, the courtesans, the colors, the armored knights and stuff like that, it doesn't feel much like what actually existed in Slaanesh at the time in the range of demons, right? It feels much more like the mortals that we just revealed, right?
Yeah.
That feels like somebody who wrote that based on the concept art that they used to make these current models we're seeing now. Does that make sense? Like there's a sort of cue, a core biblical source connecting like Mark and Luke here, the same tome, and it's their original art, right? Yeah. That's what led to that, and that's what led to these mortals. Right?
I would also argue that like with no pre-knowledge, winky face, and with no genuine confirmation that this exists, also winky face, that there is a Bible of Age of Sigmar in of which much more has been scoped out to some degree, if not even just a tagline and or throwaway concept. Not throwaway concept, but like a set in stone concept.
Yeah.
It would be fair to assume, I think, that those things already exist, and therefore, like some of this stuff that we see, like that book and some of the other stuff that we see talked about, probably will come to fruition in the future. Which is why one of the things I think you and Tom do so well on the Wednesday show is you never miss a detail. You like scan for all the details, and then you pick out those lines, and then you make an inference from it, and then you kind of catalog them. And I think that that's really, really brilliant, because I think that really leads to like these really good conversations later down the line. Some of them are dead ends, but like they're really fun to explore.
Yeah.
And you're right, because they actually do include those in the narrative for people. Yeah, they're like here, like, which is why I was very, 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 very excited when I read the one half a paragraph about Chaos Dwarves living in the Realm of Death. I was like, they're there, which means like, because they have to intentionally do that. They don't. It's not happenstance. They've intentionally done that. So, like, to me, that's at some point Chaos Dwarves are real. Like, even if they're Shadow Dwarves or whatever they're going to be, or Death Dwarves or whatever we're going to get.
Sure.
I'm very excited about that.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. They like, if you were paying attention to the lore, you knew that we found Sigvald years ago, because when did they introduce the KO Underworld's warband? Was that Beastgrave or was that the one before that?
The one
maybe it was
that.
Shadespire itself. I don't know. Whatever.
That, yeah.
In one of those, in the one before that, when they introduced the KO, there's a story in there about how the KO who went in, they took their whole fleet in. And they went in and they found a mirror that contained the soul of the most vain person in all of the mortal realms, and they spirited it away, right? But that entire dwarf excursion was lost. So, like, if you read that, you know they just found Sigvald's soul, right? Yeah. Like that's And so now we're just on the clock, right? They threw that little thing out there, and we're just waiting for it to pay off, right? That's the same way when we were calling like vampirates or the new vampires or whatever it manifests as. They've been dropping this stuff forever, like since the Wraith Fleet and Firestorm. There's additional talk about them in Malign Sorcery, like it's on and on and on, right? So, they gave what's his name, Van Brecht. His special ability is like, normally the Knight Veritant can like blast enemy wizards. He can like mortal wound enemy wizards. Van Brecht's special ability, if you're actually playing him as a special character, he can blast all of chaos or keyword vampires. Not a super common keyword. I would also point out that Van Brecht's brother is a vampire, who is a servant of Neferata.
Did I say that I'm like? I didn't say this when you were on there today, but I've said this earlier today, that I am like, vampires will probably be an army that I'm all in on. And I said this earlier, if they fit the aesthetic that I want them to fit into, which is, I want to do, I've been really enjoying using the Greek streaking grime and like trying to like muddy up models. So I'd very much like to try and do like a more realistic paint scheme on a vampire army in the future. Sure. So that would be super fun and do all that kind of decay, but still I would like the bloodlines and I would like all of that to be a thing. I think that would be super awesome if that ends up being the case. But if it isn't, that's fine. I'm as happy with pirates that are vampires as anyone else is. Like that's also too.
What we said is here's my call. I mean, I'll make it on this show as well. I'm not, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Who cares? That's the nature of these things. I think what we're going to get is like 3 bloodlines in the book. One will be sort of Neffy's bloodline. One will be sort of Manfred's type bloodline, like a Legion of the Night, a sort of Legion of Blood or whatever. And then we'll get the new one, which is the Legion of the Abyss, and we'll get a new Mortarch of the Abyss or something like that, right? And so then they'll release some kits for both of the other 2. It'll be like a Slaanesh size release, 10, 11 kits, like Gits, where they take some of the old kits, bring them back into the line. Like the Vampire Lord on Zombie Dragon is still a perfectly fine kit. That's super valid, right? It's a great plastic
kit. And you also
kit.
Can't get rid of it because then you get rid of Ghoul King on Terrorgeist.
Exactly. Like some of this stuff is just baked in, right? Yeah. Where the Vargeists, right? Which is again another like alternate to an existing kit, right? Because you got the Var, whatever they are, the Crypt Horrors and the Var. No, the other Crypt Flayers. Crypt Horrors and Crypt Flayers are the 2 you can build in FEC, right? But you've got this third one that kind of has no purpose right now, other than in Legions and okay, sure, whatever you say. Like that's sure, that's a real army. But at any rate, so like that's how I think it'll be both. I think they'll end up, Ortega Taco girling us, right? They'll be like regular vampires and vampirates. Why not both? That's my hope.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Absolutely.
Back to the Slaanesh thing.
Back to the Slaanesh. Yeah, that's where we're at.
Why I'm so excited for a new book is because look, the majority of what's being introduced here is not heroes this time around. Right? Like all 4 units we looked at today, not heroes. Sexecutioners and the Twin Souls, also not heroes. Right?
Yep.
So like that's 6 new non-heroes. And then your heroes are like pretty small people for the most part, except probably the Planquin. So your heroes are the Lord of Pain, the little Sorceress Caster, both of whom will probably be, sort of 5 wound traditional utility heroes. And then Sigvald the Magnificent and whatever the Planquin is, which will clearly be some kind of hero, right? So if the majority of what's being introduced is non-hero kits, which is great, because by the way, that book was pretty lackluster on non-hero options. It was like Daemonettes, Fiends, and these old Hellstriders.
Really old, really awful looking Hellstriders.
Right.
Velatron. Merry Christmas to you, and thank you for donating £100 to the printer fund.
Holy Moses!
That is super
Velatron, you are a hero amongst men. My gosh. Merry
Christmas to you, and to Ollie if he's listening. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Oh, that's really lovely of you. Thank you. Also takes us up to 169.69 events, which I know you're going to love. We're talking about Slaanesh, and 69 is written all over the screen.
100%. It's in it to win it. Yes. So I think a new book was necessary because the old rules were just focused on, like I said, we're just focused on hero, hero, hero. And now you're introducing a bunch of stuff. Well, if you just kept the existing allegiance abilities, if they just did a straight reprint, imagine how underwhelming it would be. You'd have an entire army where literally the only allegiance ability is 6 up or double taps.
Yeah.
That's it. That would be the beginning and end of your allegiance abilities for everything we just built, right?
And you also
That's...
and you also have to and also because of the limited nature of the release last time, and because of the strength of the Keeper of Secrets, you couldn't ignore how strong the ability to strike last, which was only located on the Keeper of Secrets. It was obviously also on the epitome as well, epitome. Sorry. So it was also on there, but it was baked into that war scroll. So that's a doubling down. I'm taking heroes and look, there's this hero that makes you fight last, right? Which is just really good. Merry Christmas, Valotron. Thank you very much. Big love to the family. So there's it's such a key piece, and I can understand now, but you can't do that again because you've got supporting characters. You have a cast. So I agree with you, and it would make sense if it's just a rewrite, which is exciting. Would you like to see any of the elements from the old book kept? Would you like to see the Keeper fight twice, command ability still there? Would you like to see the strike last, locus in? I mean, Bloodthirsters don't have a locus, I'd just like to point out. Nor does a Great or Clean one. I mean, they got an aura of go a bit faster if you've got a bell.
Sure.
There's no aura that comes directly out of Lord of Change either, so
sure.
I wouldn't mind them losing that, if I'm honest.
Well, there is an aura that comes out of a Lord of Change. They have we can't defend Tzeentch because Tzeentch has the worst locus, I would argue now, which is the locus of for no reason demons get -1 to hit if they're near a hero.
That's any demon hero.
Yeah, I understand. I get it. I'm just saying, the Lord of Change is in fact a demon hero. I'm not sure if you knew that, but that big bird is not actually a mortal man.
So's Archeon, which is really exciting.
Yes, he just gives himself -1 to be hit in melee for reasons I cannot fathom. Yes.
And you roll 6s. So good.
It's really good. I've played against the list I know you stand real hard, which is the Host Arcanum Archeon.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember when I came on and we talked about my null deploy Skaven list?
Loved it, yeah.
I've played that multiple times against that Host Arcanum Archeon list, and I beat it every time because if you shoot Archeon across the table, my entire army is just nope, and just leaves Archeon alone way on the other side of the table. And we just flee to other sides of the board. We're we're out, bye.
Did you happen to see the play that we saw on the TTS game where he used Devolve from the Brave Shaman?
I loved that play. I was absolutely watching that game live, and I loved it. How he pulled him up, so then they were both in line, and then he could shoot the Host Arcanum Tzeentch Archeon right into both units of Skinks. Took 20 something out of after Battle Shock. It was 28 out of both units.
Super.
Oh man, it was great. It was great.
Yeah,
I love. And then the frog went in the sword. I mean, just a glorious end to a game.
We all can't wait for the frog to go down 50 points in the FAQ. So excited for it.
Krog at 270 or we riot. Yeah,
that's all we need. Go on. But so yeah. So how do you feel about the keeper? The keeper generally.
Yeah. Sure. Here's my honest answer. I wouldn't mind her losing the fight twice thing. I really wouldn't. Okay. I'd much in a perfect world. I think that I would love it if her command ability was more just kind of a generally useful thing. Okay.
Yeah.
It'd be neat. Here would be a fun one you could give her. You could just give her 6s or double taps and stack it. So you get 6s or triple taps, right? In an aura around her. She turned like they do with Bone Splitters. I like that mechanic. It's a good mechanic. That should stay. The whole army is 6s or double taps. That should stay. That feels good for Slaanesh. I mean, they hand that ability out like candy now. It's on every prayer, every spell, every army. You get it if you just happen to be an ogre wielding 2 clubs. We were playing a team, a doubles game, and there were 4 of us all playing different armies, and everybody had the 6s or double taps rule. Okay, there was one person was playing Sylvaneth with a lot of Spite Revenants, and they were in the winter whatever one that gives you the 6s or double taps hit.
Yeah.
The one person was playing a Glutton Heavy Ogre Force, and I don't remember the 4th person was playing, but I was and I was playing my Slaanesh, and I was like, wow, so they hand this rule out a lot now, huh? This is just what we do now.
They do.
Apparently.
They do. See, it cross-pollinates as well into 40k as well. They not just as Slaanesh. By the way, Slaanesh Demons smashing in 40k at the minute. I just thought I'd let you know that if you ever wanted to play the Pew Pew game, they're taking names. But
I'll come back to that in a second. I'm gonna keep going, and then I'm gonna pick up on your 40K thing.
Okay, yeah. The only thing I was going to say is like what I like about. I will be the first one, as you know, to criticize when I think that they've over-egged something and when I think that they've done something. And I do that because I think it helps the community at least have a conversation. And I think at least it helps push that envelope out there. Although my new method is just to make Nathan do it by asking him questions and watching him react. Makes me laugh. But the problem is sometimes for them is I really appreciate when they're also trying to push the envelope. When they're trying to work out something new. So Exploding Sixes to hit are all over fucking 40k now. You know, like this unit, that unit. They're like, it's a safe mechanic. We understand what it does. It does a thing. We're okay with it. Like, that's fine. So they put that in places, which I like. I like because they're like, it's a mechanic. It's a rule we can add to something because there's probably and there is a finite amount of permutations to fun stuff that they could add into the game. Like, it's probably very broad. Like, it's probably a lot more than we already have.
Sure.
But there is a finite amount, and sometimes they mess stuff up. Like, you know, I wouldn't shut up, nor would LLV and other people wouldn't shut up about the 2-up you can't flight last. But I don't think once in my life I've ever mentioned the fact that True Lord Ancient does it on a 4-up because I just don't care. Like, you know what I mean? There's between two numbers, a 2+ to a 4+, it's close to breaking the game, irrelevant.
It's not just that; it's also what you put it on. Consider the fact that Demon Princes just have Always Strikes First built into their War Scroll, right? Like that they just fight at the start of combat, and it's like, who cares?
Yeah.
It's fine. It doesn't break the game because like the offensive power of that Demon Prince doing like 6 damage at, you know, sort of on average before the game starts is like, before the combat starts is like, okay, that's cool.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah.
But if it's like something can make you go last and then double pile into you and do 20 damage per attack, you know, per swing, like after saves. No, see, now we've gone too far. Like, it's the Gristlegore guy, right? If you gave the Ghoul Courtier, let's rewrite Gristlegore, okay? Yeah. But the only person who gets the I fight first all the time is the Ghoul Courtier. You know what I'm talking about? The little dude who leads
the
ghouls.
command ability is hard locked into him. The ability to fight twice is just hard locked into him. It's a completely different army. Like, yeah.
Correct. Yeah. It's not the mechanic. It's who you put the mechanic on, right? Yeah. And what the numbers are associated to it. 100%. If that was like, oh, okay, your Ghoul Courtier can swing his 3 attacks on 4s and 4s, no rend, 1 damage. I mean, before I fight and he can do it twice, I'd be like, all right, well, I guess go ahead.
Yeah, no, you're right. So, but what I mean is, with that mechanic, or any of those mechanics, the fight last, or even the fight twice, although I would be okay with fight twice never, ever, ever being in the game. Not one time. The only defendable version of it I can see is the version with the Varangard. Because they're heavily pointed anyway, which I think is really good. And
they can only do it once a game. The difference between I can do it all the time and I can do it once a game when I need to push through is very different.
Yeah. So, like, ultimately, like, I would like to see that just go out of the game anyway. That's a me thing. Yeah,
here's what I would honestly love. I would honestly love if we got rid of that command ability off of Keepers, and instead gave Keepers like a utility buff that was like an aura around them that they could fire off. That was like reroll all hit and wound rolls of 1 or something like that. Because there's not actually a lot of ways to push numbers in this army. There's like no bonuses to hit, very few rerolls. Like, it's kind of hard. You're basically operating on your flat numbers most of the time, unless you're the keeper and you pinged yourself on the Feign, right? That's kind of the only reroll, which is yet another reason you wanted to roll with heroes and keepers, because they could access the Feign and the normal units couldn't, right? Like, yet again, all the mechanics were saying, keep playing heroes. Because if you had low heroes or just regular heroes that didn't fight, the Feign was just nothing. It was just nothing. Sure. It didn't do anything. So, like, I would love it if she had just like a buffing. You could pick any of 10 mechanics. You know what I'm saying? To give her like an aura command buff around her.
Yeah.
Okay. I'd also like it if they rewrote Cacophonic Choir not to be like the worst spell in the entire universe. I understand why it was written so poorly, because did you ever play against Cacophonic Choir in 7th or 8th edition?
Yes. And no,
okay.
Can we not have that?
Right. We all agree that was bad. All of the things in like 7th and 8th that mentally scarred people, they
That was
rewrote to be just utter garbage when we got into AOS. They were just terrible.
Yeah, like Sylvaneth have access to be able to cast Dwellers Below, but no one knows what it does because it sucks. Yeah.
Right.
However, if you said that, like if you said someone from Warhammer Fantasy Battle, they were playing in Age of Sigmar, they were playing Sylvaneth for the first time, they're like, I'm going to cast Dwellers Below. They were like, what? What?
Right. Oh no, I'm about to lose my unit. Yeah. Got them 6 dice skills. So the I would love it if she just kind of emanated some kind of buff like that, right? That'd be great. Yeah. Fantastic.
I think so. So what
it's just Heat Knights, by the way.
But there's so many new ops, so many new units. Would you? So my question to you is, other than a holistic approach, ignoring the points problems that you have with the Seraphon book, and maybe some of the mechanics, or maybe even just the points problem with some of the Tzeentch stuff as well. Although that's curtailed a bit, and probably Destiny Knights could go away. But I actually think those 2 books myself were written really well. Like same with the Slaves of Darkness example you came up, because they were like, here is the stuff you should put into your army because you're taking this sub-faction. I think that was done quite well. Would you like to see that for Slaanesh, or would you like to see something more like generic, like you see with the Big War, but not with the Big War book, so with the Uruk Warclans book, where aren't really pushed into any particular units. You just get some sort of global buff, I think. Which of the 2 would you prefer?
Definitely the former, not the latter. So I think S2D, LRL, and Seraphon, again, other than the points things we mentioned, which are problematic, and there's individual bad war scrolls, are some of the best designed books as far as the way they interact with their game elements and help you to build armies. It's one of the things that let me down about Sons of Behemoth, right? That I felt like they had all this potential to do the same thing and then just didn't do it, right? Mm-hmm. And so the thing that I would love to see is we can, I don't know how much Invaders, Pretenders, and Seekers make sense anymore, given that we've got the Slaanesh baby out there. So maybe they make sense, maybe they don't. I don't know what that world looks like.
So baby holder?
No, the Slaanesh baby. When Marathi escaped from the belly of Slaanesh, the protean form, Slaanesh birthed a protean form of something out into the mortal realms, and it snuck out the same hole that Marathi left through, and it shot out of out of Hagnar, and went shooting off into the distance. And that's when all the Slaanesh revelers were like, that's it, we're done fighting, let's go back to chasing our god. And they all got back on their ships and left immediately. Okay. Mm-hmm. Because Hagnar, by the way, A+, that battle scene is one of my favorites, because when the Slaanesh fleet shows up, one of the boats docks, and then the front of the boat just explodes as the Exalted Chariot comes rolling out. It didn't, they're transporting chariots on boats, and their delivery method was just explode the side of the boat. Never mind, it's fine, we don't need to use this thing again. So, at any rate. So the protean form is out there, choosing its form. It's baby Slaanesh.
Is that on the Palanquin?
No, I think that's a mortal lord. I think it'll be the opulent lord or something like that, Yeah. I think they'll leave the protean form for the ongoing evolution of the story. Yeah. Slaanesh is going to stay in chains for a while, and then we'll have the protean form wandering around, whatever it is.
Okay. So, fair.
I mean, it's Slaanesh. It's new protean baby Slaanesh. They saw the success of Baby Nut and Baby Yoda, and they were like, we gotta get in on this racket.
No one outside of America even knows what the fuck Baby Nut is.
Baby Slaanesh. We're in on it.
If you guys don't know, there is a nut brand. Is it Mr. Nut? Mr. Peanut?
It's Planters, yeah.
Yeah,
Planters. That's Mr. Peanut.
In America, a pretty large brand. I'm not sure if it's here or in Europe. But he was an old, wise peanut with a top hat, monocle, and but problematically,
very British. Honestly, he was very Monopoly man. Yes.
Yeah, he represents the bourgeoisie. And
yes,
so
very patrician.
Yeah, so they murdered him. And then they invented Baby Nut, which is their new brand ambassador was a nut baby. So just to catch people up, because some people were like, "What the fuck is Baby Nut?"
There you go. They had to get on this hot baby game that's been going around, so they had Baby Slaanesh birthed out.
They're going to do a little Baby Slaanesh model. Yeah, he's just constantly putting his finger where he shouldn't put it.
Yeah, exactly. It's just him hitting the switches over here. Yeah.
Just constantly trying to finger people's butts. Just like, boop,
Yeah.
boop, boop. Yeah, all right.
Oh,
yeah,
you got baby Slaanesh.
So a rewrite. So you'd like to see the whole thing a rewrite, and you think that's good, or you think that's bad?
I want to see the whole thing rewritten. I think that's good. I think it's the best thing that could happen because let's go back to formula here and start from scratch. Like you said, the locus. Like I said, keep the 6s or double taps because who cares? Whatever, fine.
Yeah.
Here's the 3 things I'd love to see, other than what I've already mentioned with the keeper.
Yeah.
Locus. Ready? Let's get rid of this locus of diversion thing that was like this negative play experience playing in the activation wars, and instead, here's my new locus. You ready? You ready, Rob, for my new locus?
I'm ready.
Okay. Locus of swiftness. Feels very Slaanesh so far, right? So units wholly within whatever, I don't know, whatever the appropriate distance is, probably 12 because that's double 6, so double the Slaanesh number, so it's probably wholly within 12, right?
Yeah.
Of a Slaanesh hero, demon hero, at the start of the charge phase, may roll 3 dice to charge and declare a charge from up to 18 inches away.
Okay, so super fast charges. For a melee army, brilliant.
Yep, easy. Fits in with what you want to do. It's an army very susceptible to shooting. They're already very fast. Slaanesh should be the fastest army in AOS. We shouldn't be getting punked by Nurgle. Get out of here. Drives me insane. So, like, just giving a majority of the army on access to, like, 3d6 charges and long bomb charges, feels very Slaanesh. Because, again, they still have no staying power, right? They're all going to get there. And if we're not playing an activation wars nonsense, if I charge you with 3 things, well, I'm losing one of those units, right? Because if we're just doing if we're playing the normal game, that's what's going to happen. You're going to punch me first on one of my other 2 units, and I'm going to lose it because I have no staying power. So great. That's an easy fix. So it makes it so you have to use it smart, right? And it would help them close distance and get across the board, and And when things already have run and charge, then that would make them even more cool. By the way, Daemonettes have built-in run and charge, so like. Actually, they could be super fast now. And maybe if they're that fast, they could be interesting as a choice. I'll fix them in just a second. As to depravity, I would love to see depravity. Like, their summoning mechanic of depravity is such a good idea conceptually and such a horrible thing to implement in the game. Have you ever actually piloted a Slaanesh army, Rob? Like, have you ever actually run the army? Okay. It's like being an accountant. It's playing CPA the game. Because every time a wound is done, I literally have to have, like, if you look at my tournament games from Slaanesh, it's just like tick marks as I'm like, I need an abacus where I'm like, okay, wait, that was a 10 wound unit. There's 1 guy left on 1 wound, so that means I got, okay, so it's 2 wounds per guy, so I got 4 to 5 depravity out of that. Okay, great, tick, 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 tick. Right, all right. So I tracked that. Oh, and then you hit back my keeper. And that did 3 wounds. That's 3 more. Okay, right. It's just this accounting exercise as I'm constantly tracking the minutia of every wound dealt. Yeah. Right. Yeah. That's a really annoying mechanic. Okay.
Super frustrating. Yeah. It's like, so I think a lot of the bookkeeping, but it's not rare now. Like if you look at the KO and obviously the Lumineth, the ability to keep track of your an additional resource on top of the CP, is a constant now. I do feel like bookkeeping, it seems to be something they think is a pro. Like in-game bookkeeping, they think is something that's a pro, and because we're seeing it more and more, and whether or not it's a trend, and so we'll see it die out eventually, or it's like a constant that we're going to see grow as time goes forward. Is something to be but I recognize that. Same for like you cast a spell. The amount of times I played Tzeentch and then the enemies cast a spell and then I'm like, oh shit, wait, I get some points. So thank you. Yeah.
It's not like Blood Tithe. Blood Tithe is the ultimate easy one because when you wipe out a unit, you're like blood point. Like everybody shouts it out together whenever a unit dies. The whole table is going blood point.
Can I say thank you to Dashme who said who's chimed in and said, hey Rob, Merry Christmas, love everything you do. Can't wait to see awesome stuff doing 2021, which I really appreciate. And then he donated 30 quid to the show, which I also massively appreciate as well. All of that's going on 3D printer material. So the 3D printers are cool, really happy, but you have to feed them with material. So you just bought some spools, is what you've just done. Some like a loom. I don't know if anyone knows this, but Nottingham pretty famous for its lace. That's pretty much what its industry was built on. After the bow crime, the rampant bow crime of Nottingham, and defeating the king, the factories in Nottingham, most of the buildings and flats actually in Nottingham are based on are in huge industrial revolution where like factories, and they're all lace factories, so the lace market. So looms are a big thing, and now I can buy myself some looms of FDM. And it's a tenuous link, but I'll take that. The sheriff was in Nottingham, but Robin Hood was also in Nottingham. So
yes,
I'm just gonna put that
in a forest nearby, from what I understand from the story. Yes, correct.
Yeah. Go on,
no, it's fine. I was thinking of other Nottingham jokes around bow crime, but it's all right. At any rate,
socially distanced. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's the crime of the future, absolutely. Plus, it takes a modicum of skill. You can run from somebody with a bow and arrow. Like, it's fine. They have to be. It's hard to track mobile when you're zigzagging. It's really tough.
I will get PLA rather than lace for the 3D printers, although I might try it. Who knows? That'll be super fun. We've got to get resin now as well. I've been really into this at the minute, Vince. It's like super fun as an experience.
Oh, welcome to a new hobby. Yes, it's a whole new hobby. Yeah. Just wait till you start printing modification parts for your printer with your printer.
I'm not doing that. I'm more fascinated into, like, actually, I know we're talking Slaanesh, so this is a whole. Maybe I'll just pin it in for later. I wonder what your thoughts, having been so long in the hobby and you're connected with so many model designers and painters. I feel like it's like an epoch moment for the hobby to a degree, because I mentioned this on the show yesterday. I feel like there's so much breadth where the game, or we as a community, can play games. I know exclusively we mainly talk about Warhammer, but you're into all sorts and have been for a long time. I think it's an exciting time for us as hobbyists to be able to take some of that production ourselves. I think, at least. I would love to know what your thoughts are. Like, because I don't think I've heard you wax lyrical.
Yeah, for people who are into it, I think it's a wonderful age. I mean, I think it's probably a long time until you're, because in the end, what separates it doesn't, like, eventually printers will get to the point where you could print a model of the same quality level with your home printer. Like, there are certainly commercial 3D printers that can print super high quality stuff, but those are thousands of dollars. The stuff you buy from your home, like, there is simply a quality difference between what you're going to have in your home and what you get from GW, right? But it doesn't matter. Like, here's a fun thing. I eat at restaurants sometimes, right?
Yeah.
Like, I do that. Rob, did you know you can just, like, you can make your own food? Did you know that?
Not as
did
well.
You know the world?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I can just make my own food. Turns out that things called plants, if you just, like, plant some of them, they just make a bunch of food, and they'll just keep making food every year. It just happens.
Yeah. That's one of the things I'm doing with the potential threat of no fresh food coming to the UK. I've been planting apple trees in my back garden. I'm very excited about collecting some apples off them. I'm concerned about the time it's going to take.
Sure, yeah. An apple tree is not a quick investment, my friend. Unless you're going to transplant whole live trees into your backyard, like current adult trees.
Yeah.
It's more of a 5 to 10 year plan, I think, for apple trees. But yeah, it's great. When I was young, my friend had a big, giant apple tree in his backyard, and it was wonderful. At any rate, my point is that, like, I don't grow my own food. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't stitch my own clothes. I could do all these things. Sewing machines exist. It's actually not hard to do this, right? But I don't, because somebody else did that work and designed all that stuff, or makes a great meal, or whatever, right? And so for me personally, I'll probably just keep buying the models that somebody else put a lot of effort and time into designing a beautiful, gorgeous model for. But the world of 3D printing, to me, where, and like, if you can, just because you have the ability to print the thing doesn't necessarily mean that people are making great things, right? Or that the STL files are always available for the great things, or that the printers are there. Assuming on a long enough time frame, sure, you'll have enough quality to where you'll have a home printer that can, really put out something amazing and do it at the same high quality and so on and so forth. But you still got to get your hands on the files. I see no long-term downside to this. It just expands the options in the market. And it's awesome for people that want to have more like this is actually the competition I think that you were talking about yesterday, as opposed to like other games or other, model producers. I think this is the real competition over the next 10 years, right? Not in competition of like somebody's making and passing out free STLs. If things are worth making and investing time in, they're worth charging money for, right?
Yeah.
It's more that it will put pressure on GW to keep upping its design game and continue to make the best designed quality miniatures in the industry, right? Because that's what's going to bring people to buying their commercial product, right? If somebody makes bad food, I don't go to your restaurant. Like, I can make bad food at home, right?
Same.
Yeah, I've got that covered. I didn't need to pay you
to
give me something worse than I could do at home, right?
Yeah, it's fair points, and I understand. Oh no, carry on. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, and I mean, obviously for things like bits and modifications and head swaps or weapon swaps, alternate shoulder pads or cool alternate shields and stuff that you want to make models your own that you're combining with commercial kits, making terrain really cool, actually useful, functional, interesting, different terrain. Now we're in a world I'm stoked for. Like, you were at NashCon, you saw how amazing all that 3D printed terrain was, right? I mean, it's next level.
That's exactly my point. And also Owen in the chat, big love to him, says much of Games Workshop terrain compared to Dark Fantastic Mills is laughable. I think that's true as well. I think also it's a fascinating subject, and the only reason I bring it up, and I have brought it up for fucking days after days, is because I want to be part of that conversation over the next couple of years. I want to know what that conversation is and where it turns into. And maybe it's not a very productive end game. Maybe there really is nothing there, or like it's never going to be worth it, or there's someone very much like there used to be copy shops, so you would go and get like photocopies done. Like, maybe that'll just be a thing. There's a super, like, there's a brand, or like there's a super brand, and there's one in each city, and you go in there and you give them a USB stick and be like, I'd like 8 of these, please, and off they go, and that's a thing.
Sure.
Yeah, that makes loads of sense. That could be where it is.
There already are several people in the States, several businesses where they'll print your STL files for you.
Okay.
Like, you just give the STLs to them, and they'll do them in the type of thing you want. Right, so if they're like if you want to do a nice resin print, high quality resin print, they can, because they have the commercial printers, right? So you're paying them to print your thing for you.
Yeah, exactly. I just think it's interesting being part of the conversation, and I wonder what your take on the conversation was as well, because it's fun. I didn't know you could get them in the UK, but not super cheap, but doable. I did not know that. That's interesting.
That's cool.
All right, so.
Yeah.
Just to like maybe wrap up the conversation about Slaanesh a little bit. Unless there's loads more for you to unpack about it. Like, are you generally super excited? I know
I
you
am.
are.
I am beyond super excited. Yeah. Here's what I would say. So I want to see Depravity changed. I don't know what that looks like. Okay, but it should be simpler. Like when you think about Aether Gold or whatever the heck the gold thing is that the elves have, because I can never remember its silly name for their currency, right? The thing about that is, yes, it's a tracking thing, but also you know how I would, if I was playing KO, you know how I track my Aether Gold? I would find a little token, right? Here's my little token, and I'm going to put this little token next to the unit, and when I spend my Aether Gold, I take the token away. That's it. It's a binary. It's a light switch, right? I either have the gold or I don't. And in LRL, it's the same, unless you're Sire, right? In which case, I have 2 little tokens next to the unit.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Complexity, right? It's not... There's a difference between something I can literally represent by just a physical thing I set on the table and go, I'm going to spend that resource. And then I set it to the side, and it's done. I know that unit doesn't have it. They don't have their little token anymore. Cool. Easy peasy, right? That's great. That's simple to track. A little game aid can do it for you. Or you put a dice next to them, or whatever. Who cares? Something, right?
Yeah.
So I would love to see Depravity change to where it's not just the heroes who feed it, and it's more broad in what happens, right? I don't know what that means. I'd have to really think about it. Here's my final thing I want to see. You mentioned Daemonettes in 40K. Mm-hmm. So Daemonettes in 40K obviously have the rule with their little claws, as do any of the like claw-bearing things, that if they roll a 6 to hit, I believe, 6 to wound, 6 to hit, I don't know. If they roll a 6 in one of those things, the rend goes to -4. Right?
Yeah.
That's their 40K rule. They're Space Marine killers, right? I mean, they're 3-up save killers. They shred your 3-up save right off of you. And I will admit, I've run my I ran my Demons of Slaanesh Summon 8th edition, and boy was it fun. Like, even 5 Seekers were so fun. If I could catch a unit of Space Marines out, moving around the board at hyperspeed, and I catch a unit of Space Marines out, and I get into them, and I'm just like, oh, snip, snip. Bye-bye, little Space Marine heads. Got you. Like, you got no save if it's a save or it's a unit without an invulnerable save, right? You just snip their heads right off, and it feels so good. Mm-hmm. I would love to see Daemonettes just have their own built-in rule that, like, 6s to hit, go to -3 rend or something like that.
Or maybe 6s to wound. Like
whatever. Yeah. I mean, I would point out Bloodletters are doing a true mortal wound on 6s to hit, and that's not doing much, and a mortal wound is better than -3 rend. But sure. Yeah, I'd take it somewhere.
Yeah, it would be. I think it would be just because, like, 6s, the exploding bit. Explaining to someone the exploding bit where it explodes and also only one of them does the rend is always a fun journey for young new people. They're like, wait, they explode, yeah, but only one of them has got the rend 3, and it's like, but why? So, okay.
Yeah, no, that's fair. You're right. Put it on the wound. That way, it's like the 6 to hit explodes, and the 6 to wound does the high rend. There you go.
Yeah, there you go. Then you end up with some things, which is quite fun. I mean, because Plague Bearers have a bunch of cool rules. Pink Horrors have some cool rules. Bloodletters probably, arguably, the least cool rule.
They are.
But that's Khorne. That's fine. They suck.
Yeah, I mean, to me, right now, you can see, like, obviously there's a role for Pink Horrors. They're quite great, right? I mean, they're annoying to play against solely for the time more than anything. But I mean, like, I've played Chain Host quite a lot this year. It's fine. It's whatever. I don't hate it. I just hate watching the person go, okay, you killed this many pinks. That's going to be, let me get out my blues. And then this many blues died, and that's going to be brims. And I'm like, okay, are we done with that yet? Okay, I'm going to attack with my next unit. Thank you. All right, we ready? Great. And
I actually love that though, because as they get smaller, they make me laugh so much. Just the little fellas. It's not sadistic, but there's just something in. I find the process cute, if I'm honest, and that's all I can really say. Like, I don't think it's justifiable. Like, it's an emotional reaction. I like it. Does it take up too much time? Absolutely. But I enjoy it. It's really fun, and that's all. That's all I'm ever going to say about it. It just makes me smile.
It's fine. As I tend to run high offense armies, I don't generally mind 50 wounds. Like, on a 6-up save, I'm like, okay, this is going to be annoying because I got to fight bubblegum time. I played a game against it with my Giants where I was under -3 to hit the whole time, and I still won the game because I just sat there and the little pinks couldn't kill me. It was like the Tzeentch player was not playing Flamers, so they didn't have the offensive power to bring down my Giants, and the whole game was completely pointless. Like, I won the game pretty authoritatively, like by a wide number of points in the objectives, because I just marched up, sat on all the objectives. I was under -3 to hit between, their built-in -1 and Geminids and other garbage spells. And so I couldn't hit anything or kill anything. They couldn't kill me fast enough. And I was just like, okay, whose turn is it to roll dice that don't mean anything? Great. All right, neat. And then, and I still scored the points this round because I'm like 30 dudes and you're not. So I win this objective again. Okay, next round. You roll a bunch of dice that don't matter. I roll a bunch of dice that don't matter. Yes, let's keep going. This is a fun game. This is the best. That's what we want in a game. 2 hours of rolling dice that don't matter, where one person inevitably wins anyways.
I mean, that's how I feel playing lots of the armies that I play for some reason. I'm attracted to the futility of the process. I feel it's got something to do with, like, my working ethic. I must work even if it achieves nothing.
Sure. So yeah, those are the kind of fixes I'd like to see. And I think if you do that to where the other units have a reason to be there, can contribute to depravity in some way, keep the current slow summoning table. I don't want to go back to dropping 2 additional Keepers of Secrets per game. That was always out of bounds. Like, that's not what I want, right? That's not a happy world for anybody to live in. The summoning table now feels pretty fair. It's where it should be. It's one of the better summoning tables, but it's far from broken. Right, like in most games, I'll get like a Chariot out and some other small hero. I'm like, okay, cool, that's fine.
Yeah, super fine. Like, I think arguably one of the problems with the Slaanesh book is what you want to summon is like rubbish. Like,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, most things you'd summon garbage.
Yeah, like, do I want to summon 10 Demonettes? No, like 10 Blue Horrors, I'm trying to think of what's like 10 Blue Horrors, or even 10 Brims on objectives. Like, it's fine. Like, you know what their role is. Like, whereas 10 Demonettes, you're like, well, actually, I'm not sure about that. But yeah, it would be fun to see what they do with it. I'm very, very, very excited for the lore. Like, I'm very excited for the narrative. I said this like earlier in the show. I think the one thing about the Slaanesh book that I would like to see is I would like to see those chaos tribes, but with more mercantile / integrated culture to them. And these guys look like there's a lot of culture to them. They've got a lot of baubles. They've got a lot of items. There's they feel like there's going to be like there's that kind of Indian bazaar sort of like mentality to them. And so I feel like we're going to see that in the story, which would be fun to see, because I'd like to see the Tzeentchian kind of like chaos cultist kind of like narrative eventually kind of expanded and understand that as well. I'd like them to be less uber evil and more like human evil. Like, pretty bad, not awful.
Yeah. Well, as I've said, so the world can end in one of 4 ways. I'll tell my little joke here real quick, and then we can move on and talk about some other stuff. The world can end in one of 4 ways, if any of the 4 Grand Alliances win, right? If Order wins, we've still got a fun game. Okay? Like, there could be a fun game where Order wins, because Order can still fight Order, and it's actually interesting.
Yeah.
They can have little interscene wars, like we're just seeing with Marathi and Broken Realms, spycraft and cool stuff. Like, that could still be a cool world to live in. Destruction can't win because Destruction's too dumb to win. Hurricanes don't defeat civilization; they just slow it down. You know, there's no meteoric impact.
Give climate change 50 years, Vince, but we'll see.
Sure. Yeah. Saying it's hard to actually like kill civilization with a hurricane because they're not meteors, right? They're hurricanes. That's what they are. There's nothing in Destruction that's a meteor, like an end all life in the realms by its impact hit. Yeah. Right. So Destruction just never wins. They're too dumb. And I don't mean that in an insulting way. I wish it wasn't like that, but that's the way they've decided to write Destruction. I wish they wouldn't. I wish they wrote some Destruction with actual agency in a way that just didn't feel like it was a living natural disaster, but they refuse to do it, so whatever. Death is, if Death wins, it's the worst outcome, because then it's just literally endless realms of people standing still doing nothing. It's just ghosts and skeletons standing around literally doing nothing. And there's one will left in the entire universe, and it's boring. Like, Nagash winning, Death winning is the most boring of outcomes. He has the worst plans, and it's the worst outcome.
He does.
Okay? If Chaos wins, we know what the world looks like if Chaos wins, because Chaos won and took over the all points and when it became the 8 points, right? Like, Chaos won. That's a whole realm they control. And what happened? Well, what happened is all the Chaos tribes got together, threw on their best cosplay, and had a Thunderdome rave.
Yeah.
Like, that sounds amazing. So apparently if Chaos wins, it's just Mad Max Thunderdome cosplay rave. So that sounds pretty cool. That could be a cool world. I'm in for that.
Yeah. No, I like that. I do you know what? Like, I'm struck always by like the elegance of the very first piece of Age of Sigmar narrative we ever had, because arguably everything that followed it was trash for at least a good year. But the thing that I liked about that was, and if you never read it, the original story was a group of humans who were running away from another group of humans, the other humans being Khornate worshippers who were like, but they were like, these Khornate worshippers were literally like the tiniest rung above the tribe that they were hunting. They were like themselves at the very bottom of the pecking order, looking to try and jump up. But they were hunting the very last vestiges of humans left on the planet, really. And, you know, the humans that they were hunting were tribal, like savage. They were like in of themselves, like the very ragged end of humanity. They weren't like what we picture, like they weren't a civilization at all. So like you almost felt like just as the Age of Sigmar started to happen, because then all the Stormcasts could land and they start to fight, they were almost in that cannibalistic level of like, you know, what happens when the zombies take over? Like, do all the zombies start eating? Zombies is bad. Like, you know, when they've eaten at each other and they're starving, do they then start eating each other, sort of thing? And that was a great piece of writing for me, because it really understood that yes, Chaos had won, but they created there was a finite level of win, because eventually it was going to start to consume itself, which I thought was cool. And I think it's fun that they've pushed away from that now, because they can move the story on. So cannibal zombies are zombies that eat zombies. Yeah, something like that. But it was good. Anyway, listen, Vince, should we take a 5-minute break?
Sure.
And then we'll all come back. So we're going to go. I'm going to the loo, is what I'm going to do. And then so we'll be offline. Well, we won't be offline. We're still going to be. There'll be a holding screen. You guys will see us in 5 minutes. We'll come back in 5. We're going to talk some more stuff. Merry Christmas to everyone who's listening, and look after yourselves. Vince, Love you loads. We'll see you again in a minute.
See you.
really good. Merry Christmas. Hello everyone. Well, we are back. We're joined by Jim, the Man Vessel, as well. For our, I think maybe now this is our late night musings crew, where we just have long, ponderous thoughts about all sorts. Jim, how you been? Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Merry Christmas. Yeah, I just actually finished my 10 Plague Marines I was working on yesterday's stream, and managed to get them all varnished, posted on Instagram, obviously, right away. And then now I'm starting on a Lord of Contagion, I think, and the dude with, I don't know if this is like a bell dude.
The Foul Blight Spawn.
Yeah, I don't know exactly. So
the Always Strikes Last guy.
Yeah, so I'm excited because these two, and then one more model in my whole. Oh no, that's a lie. I still have 10 Poxwalkers to do, and then my whole Dark Imperium set is done. But,
that's impressive.
Very
yeah,
nice.
I have 8 more Plague Marines to paint, and I'm just like I need to paint anything but Plague Marines right now. So because I just finished 10 of them, and they're death.
Yeah, I did 10, and then I just did 3 Blight Drones. I was like, I can't do it. And now I'm deep into. In fact, I'm not even doing 10 right now. I'm doing 14 in one go. I'm just like, let's go, let's get it out. So made some pretty good progress today, but I've been yammering away to everyone in the chat. So, there's a question. Can you ask Jim where he got his Soul Drinkers emblems he put on the drop pod some months back?
Yeah, so there's I got them from Shapeways, Pop the Monkey. They're called. If you go to Pop the Monkey, and I'm not sponsored by them, but if they want to send me free stuff, that's cool. I think they're called. Look for Soul Chalice. Like search Google Soul Chalice on, or just So I think it's called Soul Chalice. So it's funny always how they rename stuff to be it's fake GW. So they can't call them. They're trying to not be sued, so they're called Soul Chalice emblems, I think. But yeah, so that's where I got them. And they come in. I'll show you what they look like. They're actually really cool. So there's 2 types. There's this set here, this is like a rounded set that's for shoulder pads. I don't know if you guys can see that very well.
Mm-hmm.
And this one's on shoulder pads, and then these ones are flat ones that are of various sizes and that can go on vehicles. So these ones are really nice. So I got a bunch of different sets of both for my Soul Drinkers. So.
Nice.
Which I haven't painted any Soul Drinkers because I've been so focused on Chaos for quite a while. But once I clear out this whole Death Guard backlog, I will switch back to them because I have 3 sets of Indominus Marines that need to get Soul Drinkered. And I just want to say, when I first did my Soul Drinkers on my Instagram, I had a lot of haters telling me that there's no such thing as Primaris Soul Drinkers because they basically. It was an older series that and it kind of ends with the chapter master who's super corrupted by Tzeentch disappearing into the warp with the 2 remaining Marines. There's 2 Marines left in the whole chapter, and so a lot of people were giving me grief on my Instagram saying, "Jim, there's no such thing as Primaris Soul Drinkers." And then Ben Counter, who also he's on Twitter, he's on Instagram, and I kept tagging him in my Soul Drinker posts, probably to his chagrin. And then literally last month they announced a new Soul Drinkers novel. It was the first one in 6-7 years with called I can't even remember the name of it, but the cover is a Primaris Soul Drinker. So it's a story about how the Soul Drinkers go Primaris. So to all the haters out there, I've vindicated 100%.
There you go. Well done, Jim. I bet all of them are in this chat. This is exactly the right place. Yeah, they're thanks.
Boy, I can't understand why people don't want to paint in hobby in 40K. It just seems like it's such a fun, free, open environment where you get to express yourself however you want. And not in any way people would be raging lunatics that think that the only thing that matters is some kind of canon story and not one person's own artistic expression of their vision of the hobby. Yeah. Thank God that doesn't happen.
It's
it's funny because in my fantasy Chaos Army. So for those of you that played 8th edition Warhammer Fantasy, I can't remember what they're called. They're basically skull crushers of Khorne. They're
the guys on the Juggernauts.
Yeah,
on
the human
guys on the Juggernauts.
And in fantasy, they used to be just disgustingly good. But my whole army is themed Slaanesh. So I did a unit of Skull Crushers of Slaanesh, and I had the.
I'm sure people loved that.
Yeah, I fully converted them up, and my story was, and actually I did a freehand banner of Sigvald the Magnificent of like from the codex that they were holding, and the story was that they like basically met Sigvald, and he kind of like wooed them over to the to the Dark Prince because he was so beautiful and enticing, and so they basically became his kind of supplicants. And then but people were like, "What is going on?" And I'm like, you know what? I can make up whatever crazy story I want and leave me alone. So
they can't. Like Vince, we were literally talking about this, like, weren't we? Like the narrative in the game is so like applicable, right?
Yeah. So this is what happened. This was the thing that we left off on last night that I said I had thoughts about. So let's just pick right up here. Now that we got the crew reassembled here. Okay.
Yeah.
We got the think tank back in operation.
Yeah, let's go. The Christmas crew.
Okay, so like, it's time for some probably unpopular opinions / takes that may or may not be saucy.
Can I just ask one quick question before you get too deep into this?
Go for it, man. Hit me.
Okay, this is just like more of like a hygiene housekeeping thing. Do you guys change your paint water every day? Because I sometimes do mine for like 3-4 days in a row, and then I'm like, am I supposed to be changing this? And then, but I'm like licking my brush. I'm like, is that something I'm supposed to be changing every day? What's the
no, but I do put surfactant in it.
Okay.
So which is just if you don't have surfactant, it's just dish soap. Okay. So like that's the easiest thing to do about it. Like I put a couple drops of surfactant in my paint water. That also helps loosen the paint off of your brush when you rinse it in there. So I mean, the only thing but it's disinfectant, right? At the same time. So.
Okay. Anyways, that was
antimicrobial.
I just to see if I was being a weirdo, gross person, or if that's like fairly normal to like not change it every day.
No, you're good, man.
Can I take the 5th?
He's like, I change it once a month.
I'm like,
I don't actually change it. I just refill it as it evaporates.
That's actually true. The other day, I just added some more water. I was like, where's it all gone? Anyway.
I change my paint water at the end of every project. I have a very methodical way I paint. So like I'm still working on this guy, on my big dude here, and he's coming along. He'll be done here pretty soon. And so like at the end of every project, when he's done and based, I set him to the side, and then I change the palette paper on my wet palette. I throw that in the trash. I clean and soap and rinse all of my brushes. I change my paint water. I take all of the paints that I've used for this project, which have a special holder on my desk for active paints. I put them all back into the wall slots where they all go. I wipe down my desk and reset everything back to clean and fresh and new, and then I put the new project down.
Yeah.
So
I do that in between. Generally, like I like to clean my desk at the end of every day, unless or I'll at least organize it so there's like the 3 or 4 paints. I don't know about you, but like I think I use way too much water on my wet palette because it never like it keeps the paints wet, but if I put the lid on, by the time I come to use the next day, the paints are overhydrated.
Don't put your lid all the way on. That's the key. You want a lot of water in your wet palette because it needs to be that wet for when it's open because of the evaporation. Yeah. But then the key is when you put what type of wet palette are you using?
I have I don't know, the red grass one, the orange one. Sure. I have this one, and then I have the super large one, and then I have a army painter one. I have too many wet palettes. I don't know.
No, that's fine. Great. I've got one of the red grass ones as well. So when you put the lid on, it seals. And the problem is it's not just the water beneath it. Keep in mind, when you seal the top, you're creating a humid environment.
It sweats, yeah. You get stinky wet palette.
Yeah. So like when I put the lid on, I leave about that much space at the end. Like I put it on evenly, but then I leave about a ½ inch at the end. And that's what I have found in my humidity environment here in my basement produces the best results. Keep in mind, wet palettes are very sensitive to your local humidity. So if you live in a super dry climate, you might need to close it completely. If you live in a super wet, if you live in the middle of a swamp, you probably don't want to close it at all.
I guess my point is like I almost never use paints. Like the only reason I like the wet palette is for mixing paints, keeping them wet while I work in a session. But I almost never come back. I'm going to use that day old paint. I'm always I always make a new. I throw out my sheet because I use. Obviously, I ran out of the ones that you buy, so I have cut my own. I actually got this really cheap little pack of parchment paper off Amazon. It's like square parchment paper.
Yeah,
And,
I mean,
so
I just use Reynolds baking paper, non-wax.
Yeah, so I just use those, but so I keep them quite small because I'm a very messy wet palette, and then I just usually throw them out at the end of every session. So it's more for like an inter-session working time than it is like overnight. Like I wouldn't use the same paint like in over 3 days. Because I try not to waste too much paint and just dump too much on my palette. I just try to use what I need. So anyways, that's a super sidetrack. So we can go back to your.
Hey, it's all good, man. That's what we're here for.
I've just learned something. Yeah, I'm now going to leave my wet palette open a little bit. So I appreciate that load. So this is valuable to me.
If it makes you feel better, I'm using the same paint that I was using on the stream yesterday. I have not put new paint on this or changed it at all. It's the exact same paint.
But don't you find then the top gets dry? Because I find then the top gets kind of crusty on mine.
No, but it depends a lot on what paint you're using. This is another challenge with wet palettes. Every type of paint is going to react slightly differently to an extremely like water-rich environment, right?
Yeah.
So like scale 75 will act much differently than Vallejo, will act much differently than Pro Acryl, will act much differently than Citadel, or these heavy body acrylics that I'll use for some stuff. Like this is what I use for my white, which is the heavy body acrylic titanium white, from Golden or whatever.
I use I think I have the Liquitex one. I think that's what I use.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Yep.
I think I actually got that tip from you.
Schminky. Oh, there you go. So like you could put that on a wet palette, and because it's so thick, right, it'll just sit there for days and days and be usable and not break down because it's almost hydrophobic, like almost. It'll just sit there forever. I don't understand the painting talk. What is painting?
Don't worry. You'll know that. So that's Plymouth Trollslayer, or as you might know him, the Age of Sigmar Warhammer Freedom Fighter. The leader of the Cock Brigade.
Nice.
Yeah. Of which there are at least 2 of that army in the wild now, which is terrifying to all people.
Yes, I use white acrylic ink all the time. All the time and every day and twice on Sunday. It's the most useful. You should have 3 inks in your collection. You should buy 3 bottles of Daler-Rowney ink, FW ink. You should buy Payne's Gray, which is this color right here. I use it in every single project. It's your perfect black line, dark color, shadow color. It's a universal shadow color. There'll be a video coming to my channel in a few weeks where you can learn all about how valuable that color is. You should always have a white ink because white ink is perfect if you need to draw thin lines or do edge highlighting. When you use ink, you will never get control like ink. You wouldn't fill you wouldn't fill an ink pen up with acrylic paint and expect to get a smooth line. But if you paint with ink, you can get the sharpest, thinnest, tiniest lines for scratches, hashes, dots, and edge highlighting. It's the only thing you need. And then finally, some kind of burnt umber or brown ink, which is universally useful for things like skin tones, rust, streaks, all these kinds of things like that. Bada bing, bada boom.
I feel like I'm not painting failure because I don't own any of those.
Yeah, I don't own any of those as well. Could you just tweet 3 links to Amazon, please? Also,
sure.
What was my follow-up question? Is the last one you're talking about? Is that not Agrax?
No.
So is in Agrax replacement?
Way more powerful. It's a deep brown ink, but it's way stronger.
Okay. So wait, does it do the same job that you would use for Agrax for, or not?
No. Sometimes. Okay. There's a Venn diagram overlap. Because sure, some things you might use Agrax for are like putting over a rope. Yeah? You have a rope on your miniature, right? You painted it white, and then you want to get the lines in between the twisted rope, right? So maybe you use Agrax to do that, but you could also just thin down burnt umber ink, right? The advantage to the ink is it's really strong and highly pigmented, so you can thin it. You get to decide how much intensity you want out of it. Agrax is always weak. It can never be stronger. I can make a strong paint weaker. I can't make a weak paint stronger. That makes sense?
Don't talk about Agrax that way. It's not weak.
I like how you were like, you would use this on a rope, and I was like, I would use this over a whole fucking model. Fresh M, thank you very much for subscribing. Loads of love to you. Thanks so much, and to everyone who's joined. Oh no, but honestly, Vince, I said this to Henry as well on the show. I really would like. All painting tutorials are brilliant, and Henry's point as well, which I'm sure is your point, and I don't want to bang on about hobby questions too much. specifically because I don't know fuck all.
It's fine. It's funny because somebody mentioned, like, how come when you have Vince on, you never talk about hobby? And I liked your response. Like, what would we talk about? No way, we found something. Let's go.
No, from you. No, what I've wanted, and I said this to Henry as well, because I think this would be valuable, is I just want a buying guide. And I don't want it to be very complicated. I don't want it to be, I want to enter Golden Demon. I want it to be like, these are a dozen things you should own and why. Like, a wet palette, cool. Like, it doesn't matter which, just say a wet palette, sweet. Thumbs up. Yeah? Like, that little pot of whatever, like, washing up liquid, basically. That. Thumb up. Like, but, you just said you should own these 3 paints. I'm like, I didn't even heard of those 3 fucking paints until this one moment in my life. So just, because I honestly think new people, there are so many great painting tutorials out there in the world, and they all should be listened to, and they're all valuable. But I just want the start collecting set. Like, even if it's just bang it in my basket.
Starter kit?
Huh?
The newbie painter starter kit?
Yeah, but it's not the one click Vallejo bundle. Or the
no, I just mean like, they have those like memes where it's like, here's your XY starter package, and it's like all these like funny photos.
Yeah,
it's like,
yeah, but that's exactly one of those. Oh, wait, you've already done one of these videos.
I have not done the exact buying guide. I've done my favorite paints, but here we go, Rob. I'm adding it to the list right now. Starting out buying guide, most essential items. There you go. Yeah. I got it. I've added it to my list of hobby cheating videos for the future.
I will say, and like, I definitely, like, I think Vince creates great content. Like, the hobby cheating, I think, is the best way to sell. But I think at the end of the day, too, like, some new painters can be very overwhelming with all that stuff, too. So, like,
oh, yeah.
I always say, like, start, like even me, like, it took me, now I use, like, so many different paints and different ranges and stuff like that. And if you had tried to throw all these different things at me, like when I just started painting, I'd be like, well, this is so complicated. So definitely, like, for me, it's always about, like, if you want to improve, here are ways to do so. But it's not like end of the world if you don't have necessarily XYZ. But like, I definitely agree.
My point is though, is because I think you learn bad practice, like in some situations. Then, not that, like, I've gone down like a road which wasn't great with some paints, and now, like, because of lockdown and just being here, I've been trying harder, and I've been watching tutorials, and I've been trying to learn, and I've been listening to people and like paying attention. But like, honestly, I think if you just, because when you start buying paints at the start, you're like, I like blue, I'll try that blue. Do you know what I mean?
Sure.
Like, I don't necessarily think. Whereas some of those paints that you were just talking about, you're doing techniques with them. So, because if you buy that in your starter kit, let's say, then you'll be like, cool, how do I use this one white paint? Like, you edge highlight with this. There you go. So, again, hadn't heard of them. So,
yeah, it's very, very, very useful anytime you need to do something precise. Like, the inks are valuable because, I mean, again, it's an ink, right? Like, you know how ink works. Like, ink, when you touch the very tip of a fine ink pen to something, it leaves a line, right? You don't have to, like, jam the ink pen into the paper to make it leave ink, right? Like, it's kind of just the nature of the thing, right? It's a liquid medium.
I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah.
So, there you go. Are you not supposed to just put contrast paints onto a base coat and then say done? You can certainly do that. That's any painted model.
Who asked that? Who asked that? Yeah.
It's better. Any painted model is always superior to a gray model, period, end of story. There you go. And yeah, so no, it's a good point about like on ramp and stuff like that.
I just for me, because like even right now, like, so I'm now not a new painter, as an example, yeah. But like for me, the onboarding, like I'm like, cool. There's those 3 things you just mentioned. Maybe there's 4 other things that I don't know about that would be great to have, like, and that would just be nice. Like I currently am using gunmetal from Army Painter. It's a silver I like, whatever. I don't know if it's a great silver. I don't care.
Hold it up. Fine. Hold it up. Yeah, cool. Throw that in the trash. That's garbage. All right. Excellent.
Well, I don't know, right? And I'm like, look, right. Silver, that's fine for me. And here's my point. Like, if there was just a guide, though, because I appreciate the videos on why, like, I get it, but I don't want that.
Right.
I don't want that. That's as a consumer. Like, and that's why sometimes I think army lists are so good, like net listing. People criticize net listing loads. And I'm like, it's brilliant. Someone's like, I don't want to know anything. I just want to buy the things in the cart that someone says is good, and I want to play with them. And you're like,
yeah,
sweet.
Absolutely. It's all just options to lower the barrier of entry. No, 100% makes complete sense. Yeah, nothing wrong with that at all.
Mm-hmm. I can't believe this is trash. Now I don't want to put it on the rest of my models. I've done so much.
It's all right. You keep working with it for now. You use it, but just what you got to find is you got to find yourself some Vallejo metal color, not air, not anything like that. This right here, this one that you see before you. This is the metal paint. All other metal paints bow before this. They are all inferior, lesser products compared to that. It's somewhat hard to find right now, but I believe the UK, you have the new restocks of the new reformulated version of Vallejo metal color. There was an ingredient they used they couldn't get a hold of anymore because COVID. It was used for other health-related things, so they lost access to it during COVID time, so they reformulated it.
So and metal color is the brand, and then you pick your color of silver from that brand.
Correct. So it's Vallejo. It's still a Vallejo paint, right? But it's metal color is the line. Not model color, not game color, not air, not any of those little skinny bottles. It's this big fat bottle called Vallejo metal color. They are more expensive but you get a ton more paint. Like it's the same cost, price per milliliter or whatever. But it is beyond. It looks like metal. That's what the advantage of it is. Like it actually looks like metal, not glitter paint nonsense.
I've been trying to get my hands on this for a while, but failing that, Scale 75 probably makes the second best metallics in my.
They do. You're absolutely right. Scale 75
outside of Vallejo, and they have a good range of colors. So the thing that sucks about the Vallejos is there's mostly silvers, and then I think there's one gold. Scale does like a lot of really good brasses, bronzes. They do some colored metallics, which are generally garbage. I wouldn't recommend them, but they're silvers, golds, and some of their golds. Some of their golds are not great, and they're like I use this one called Decayed Metal for all my Death Guard, and it's awesome. It's like this really dark brass, and it's got like really good coverage. So I would highly recommend them if you can't get the Vallejos, which you can't.
Depending on where you live, it can be quite hard to get them right now. I mean, the Scale 75 silver set was designed by Banshee. So, I mean, he's one of the best artists in the world. So there you go.
Okay. I appreciate that. So
they were put to his standard, so that should tell you something about him. So there you go.
Okay. Do you want to go back to what we were before the quick question Jim set us on 30 minutes later?
Sure.
I know. I've
talk about narrative. Here we go. I'm gonna now let us return to saucy takes. Vince's saucy takes on the narrative. Let's get saucy.
Yeah. All
right, here we go. The Warhammer 40K narrative can never actually move in any relevantly large way. Miniature games, and even the AOS narrative is going to be hard pressed. So miniature games themselves have, actually, I'll back that up a step. All games that have some kind of canon, okay, to them, have a weight of history, okay? You mentioned like Marvel yesterday and the problem with Marvel and them, or somebody did, them needing to be reset. Maybe Scrivo mentioned it. I don't know. But like every DC and Marvel every couple years will reset their whole timeline in some big way. It's okay, Rob. Don't feel bad. Lots of people use that crap paint. They'll reset their timeline because they want to be nicer to new people, right? But then they have to walk this line of like resetting it to where if you're an old fan of the comic, it still pretty much feels like what you know is true. Like Superman grew up in Smallville and he moved to Metropolis and he works at the Daily Planet, right? And those things are all basically true, but now we're going to move the timeline in some way. And again, there's some kind of sacrosanct beating heart with this. You can change and you can't change. Like recently when they made Superman like a kind of a dickhead, everybody was like, no, that's not Superman. Like you've gone wrong there.
And also I remember when they killed him in like the 90s and it was like the biggest thing ever. And then that wasn't really a thing. They're like, oh my God, you killed Superman for the first time. And then they killed him like 30 more times after that.
Yes.
Can I tell you one of my unpopular opinions? Because no one's ever on my side with this. The Superman before the new reset, Superman Returns. Loved that.
The 2006 movie, the one that starred Brendan Fraser, or not Brendan Fraser.
Brandon Routh.
Brandon Routh, yeah.
Loved that.
Yeah, he was a fantastic Superman. He was playing Christopher Reeves.
Yeah, the problem was he fought basically an airplane, and that was like his biggest enemy.
Yeah, that story was completely stupid, and obviously the Lois Lane was very bad.
And he's a deadbeat dad.
But he's not a deadbeat dad, is he?
No, he just didn't know. He had no idea.
Yeah.
I don't. No, I agree with you. As Superman, he was fantastic. Also, if you want to see a current great Superman, the Superman in Supergirl is absolutely fantastic. He's getting his own show, like Superman and Lois, and he's really, really good. Tyler Hoechlin, fantastic Superman.
I just honestly, and maybe because I'm Canadian, but Superman is such a boring hero.
He's my favorite.
He's like so. I don't know. He's just too. I guess like I don't know. And without getting into, anyways, we're getting sidetracked again. So Superman sucks.
We could do a whole hour on Superman and why he's not boring, but that's fine.
I only want evil Superman. So
sure,
Superman or whatever he is. After he swallows like purple kryptonite or whatever.
So at any rate, the challenge you have with ongoing narratives is always that you've got the weight of ongoing fan expectation versus being able to bring new people in, right? Mm-hmm. Now, all games have this. So I'll give you an easy example. Let's take, when I say 40K story can never advance in any meaningful way that would actually change the scope of the universe. Let me take something. There's an additional problem that GW has, but let's take this down to something less controversial. Okay, let's go to D&D, something we aren't as perhaps on this stream as heavily emotionally invested in, right?
Agreed.
Yeah.
In D&D, when they went from 3rd to 4th to 5th, the Forgotten Realms was their banner world. It was sort of the central world where kind of it's the world that they've always sold the most of. It's the world with Dritz Duerden and Elminster and all these things. It's the core.
Rip off Gandalf.
Yeah, I mean it's Ed Greenwood's. It's just an Ed Greenwood stand-in character.
Yeah,
it's meant to be him himself. But yes, he's very Gandalf-y, of course. Of course, because it's Ed Greenwood as the person wanted to be very Gandalf-y, and you're absolutely right. It's the old wise sage trope.
And it's, in my opinion, my favorite setting. Also,
it's a very fun setting, and I have a deep love for it. And when they advanced it into 4th edition, one of the things they did was smash another continent into it, introduce a bunch of new races. They advanced the timeline 100 years, which killed every long-lived race person you knew. Like every human that you knew was dead now. Right. And the dwarves and elves could still be around because they live hundreds and hundreds of years. Right. And they advanced all this stuff. And the problem was it wasn't Forgotten Realms anymore. They made big changes to the world. The world changed in extremely meaningful, huge ways. The problem is it wasn't Forgotten Realms anymore because it was for people. It wasn't full of the characters and the things that they knew and recognized that people can point to and go, they can have the Leonardo DiCaprio from Once Upon a Time in Hollywood where he's sitting in his chair and he's like, I know that thing, that one. That's the meme they want you to have, right? And so when they reset it to 5th edition, so I'm playing in Forgotten Realms right now in my weekly D&D game. I have a 2nd edition D&D reference book about Waterdeep, and this is the story set in Waterdeep that we're playing. And here's what's funny. When they reset to 5th edition, they didn't go backwards in time. They just kind of went, that stuff didn't happen, and we change all this, and now it's like this again. Okay? And very nice. 69.69%. We've got a winner there. Go ahead, shout it out.
Thanks to Mr. August 510 for donating 9 quid to the show and getting us to 69.69 on the day of Slaanesh's birth. Not today, but at least the announcement of their battle tome. Nice.
Nice.
Sorry, Vince. Please continue.
No, you're fine. So the problem was that 2nd edition tome, which is set 150 years technically before the current day, most of the NPCs are still correct. All the humans are back. Like the guy who runs the Yawning Portal, same dude. Same dude in my book from 150 years ago. Is it the same guy? No. But it is. Because they just went, none of that matters. Look over here. Right? Because they restocked the world and reset it back to the way we all want it to be. The world we were all invested in. Okay?
Right.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I know where it's going. I get it.
Okay. So we're all invested in the world as it exists. And gamers are not one to accept large-scale change very well. Okay? That's number one. And that's just in a D&D book. The cost of saying, the Kingdom of Silvery Moon in the Forgotten Realms was destroyed. Right? You could say that. They could just write that in a book tomorrow. And what changes? Nothing. They lose no actual product, right? They just had to say that thing is destroyed. That entire kingdom is destroyed, right? Mm-hmm. And in this game, they have not only all that weight of nonsense that we put upon them of like, but we want the thing that we want. I want that thing. That's my thing. That's my thing that I want to be in the world because it's my thing that I like, right? Not only do you have that, but also they happen to have these physical things called miniatures that cost a lot of money to concept and then sculpt and then tool and then produce and then sell and then we buy and then we paint, right? Mm-hmm. So like this was the problem with the old world. It could never fundamentally change, right? You couldn't just say like, well, the Empire fell. All those armies are dead. If you want to play an Empire army, you're playing an Empire army from like 300 years ago or whatever, right? Because they're all dead now. Those people are corpses.
To be fair though, like I agree with you. I agree with you, but like, shouldn't there be some? So like, obviously, in like a standalone novel, you can have kind of very like deep plot progression. That's obviously what a novel is. It's a story, right? And then in a game, it's generally more of a setting. But I would argue that a game like 40K or fantasy or AOS, whatever, they're kind of a bit of both, right? There's a story and there's a background and there's a setting. There's also a game, and it seems to me that you don't have to have this like it doesn't have to be the situation where it's like either the setting never changes and nothing changes, or we have to kill everyone and blow up the whole continent and whatever. Like I think there's changes and you could do over time. Like even just like the stupid story I told you about my skull crushers, like I made that up in 30 seconds to justify some game rule. Sure. And like for me, it's like, okay, you guys have a professional creative team, professional writers, like figure it out. Like figure out a way to tell the story, move the story, make changes, but also to preserve those things. Like you can make up whatever you want, and all you have to do is make sure it's consistent and that it's slightly plausible within its own reality of the game. And players and people that play those games will buy into it. What I don't buy into is the whole, oh well, chaos has been invading for 7,000 years and they fail every time, and it's like, well, these guys are the biggest bumblers in like the universe at this point. Like how many times are you going to fail? And obviously with fantasy, they blew up the setting, and that's obviously an option as well. But I don't think that's like a thing you can do very often. Like I don't think that GW will ever do anything like that again, unless 40K takes like a very like turns into a where fantasy ends up where fantasy was.
No, that's my point. That's why I said fundamental changes, Jim.
Yeah.
Because sure, what you're asking for is small stories. They write all sorts of good novels with small stories. I didn't say you can't tell good stories in this world, right? You can tell tons of good stories. We can go down to like the microcosm. There's awesome stories written in like an individual hive city, of just like a cool character, because individual stories that have a beginning and middle and an end are based on characters and their journeys and an arc, right? That's fine. That's fun and cool, right? And hold on one second. My wife is texting me.
No props. I'm going to take this moment to say hello to Smorgan. What up? And also to everyone else in the chat. Mary Crimbo. Smorgan says graduated story progression, please. And then also everyone else in the chat. January, who subscribed, and I'll say thanks to him. Said I agree with Jim. 40K managed it with 7th to 8th. Pretty shit lore after that though.
So and just to give an example of that, I don't know if it's back yet, but just give a quick example of one of my favorite campaigns and storylines in fantasy was the Albion campaign. So it did a bunch of different things. First, you got, obviously they kind of just dropped Albion in the middle of the land map without any sort of like real, like, hey, by the way, there's this giant island here that we didn't tell you about before. So that part was a little bit shady, but like it filled in this whole backstory of Be'lakor. It filled in this whole story of how he was the Dark Master in Mordheim, which is really cool. How he was like the first champion of chaos, how he was looking for these items to help crown the Everchosen. And so there's this like, after that happened, it felt like, whoa, there's this like really cool big chunk of backstory that they kind of filled in and created. And it didn't fundamentally change the world. Like the map was the same, the cities were the same for the most part, all the characters were the same, but it really like it felt like something had happened in that world that had fundamentally changed how the characters in the world acted. And yeah, that's correct, Daniel. It was the Dark Emissaries of Triceres. It just really backfilled the story in a way and added a lot of character and a lot of like cool information that like we didn't know about before. And I feel like a lot of times with 40K and Age of Sigmar has done I think a much better job of it. And I think it is an example of how things can be done. So like this whole situation with Slaanesh and Age of Sigmar is a perfect example of how you can have big things happen without the setting fundamentally changing. Like there's big story beats with like Slaanesh getting captured, and then the Deepkin, and like then the Necroquake, and all these. Like I love AOS. I don't play it, but I follow the story really closely because I think it's the best part of the game. And there's lots of familiar characters that I still care about from my fantasy days. That like I Archeon is my boy, right? Like I want to know what he's up to. Nagash is my clown. You know, I want to know what he's up to. So like, you know, like and Marathi, you know, I had a boyhood crush on Marathi, a very unhealthy one when I was 14 years old. So like, you know, I'm still thinking about what she's up to as well, right? My girl Marathi, you know, I want to know what she's got going on. But I guess my point is like there's these really cool things happening in AOS right now, and they're not really fundamentally changing a lot of the setting. Like there are some things happening, but 40K doesn't do that. It's like it just feels like it's very static, I guess. Still, even with the things that they do.
Here's my point: you can't tell that story with that kind of impact because the nature of the 40K world. That's what I'm alleging. Okay, combined with the fact that, like I said, history, all this, and the fact they have miniature lines supporting this. Look, when they here. You can tell lots of good stories in the 40K universe. It's an extremely fertile ground for good storytelling. Okay? Like, because it's such a terrible, awful place where there's no heroes. And by the way, there are no heroes. Stop making Space Marines into, like, good boys. I hate making fascist poster boys into good boys. They're not. Yeah. They're terrible, awful, abysmal monsters that humanity had to create to survive against the abyss and nightmares.
It's super fucked, isn't it? It's super fucked.
Yes. That we keep drawing them in, like, cartoony ways and making them into heroes when they're, like, just the worst. At any rate. Like, I super dislike Space Marines in a big way. Just as what they've become. But my point is that, like, in the 40K world, you have these things. You said, like, fundamental changes. Sure, there's going to be chaos. Chaos is going to suffer villain decay. Because you know what? They're going to fight for thousands and thousands of years. Forever. For the foreseeable future. They will never win. Never. They cannot. They can't win. Will the Tyranids ever invade everybody and take over and eat everything and turn into biomass? No.
I don't think it's, I guess.
Will an Orc-Wa ever succeed and like take and smash, you know, huge swaths of the Imperium out of existence? No.
So I guess it's not so much about like the big win. It's for me, it's about like, so like I look at Dark Imperium, which I thought was so look, think of the end of 7th into 8th. Magnus arrives. Mortarion arrives. Guilliman arrives. The whole galaxy split asunder because Cadia falls, and we have the Great Rift.
Yep.
All these really cool things happen. That was from 7th to 8th. Since then, that was what 4 years ago. Yep. What has happened? How has the storyline significantly progressed? They keep talking about how the Blood Angels have been cut off from Terra. Okay, well we've never revisited that. Luther has escaped from the Rock. Whatever happened to that? That was 4 years ago that they put those story hooks in. And there's been and what we get is, they're fighting over a single planet in a random system that we just invented. And even Psychic Awakening, okay, there was this huge build up to Psychic Awakening, 8 books across like 9 months. But what was the ultimate outcome of Psychic Awakening? Nothing. Literally nothing. There was literally no outcome. And so you could do something.
And here's the thing. All of those are cool, small stories. Okay? But they're fundamentally small.
Yeah.
Like, don't get me wrong. I'd love to see I'd love to see more Primarchs return and cool stuff like that. What was the fundamental nature of 40K before all of that happened? Man is in its darkest day, on the edge of the abyss, fighting for survival, turning to the worst instincts of its nature and grinding its massive trillions of people into the dirt to live. And the orcs are forming was and invading. And the Space Marines are the bold protectors of mankind, is the propaganda, but obviously they're actually inhuman monsters, right? And chaos is pushing under whatever myriad of great leader they happen to pick today, under whatever, it doesn't matter. You can pick Abaddon or Typhus or any fallen Primarch or whatever, it doesn't matter. And they're pushing in to win the system. Yes, Cadia blew up and there's a big rift in the middle of chaos now, and some people are cut off. Cool. The fundamental story of the universe is still the same. The status quo is the same,
right?
But I guess you don't want like, I mean, so with 7th into 8th, they did rip the Imperium in half. which was like a pretty bold.
Has that manifested in any way in the tabletop that I can understand or grasp through the rules?
No, no way.
Then I don't care.
And I agree with you. I'm not advocating for it being done well, but I would say that it's fairly bold of them.
Yeah,
and also
the reason Broken Realms is successful in AOS where this stuff isn't. Okay, what happened in Broken Realms? Marathi becomes a god, a protean form of Slaanesh escapes, and Anvilgard, one of the premier 7 cities of Sigmar, the bastions of humanity in the world, falls, and everybody gets murdered. What did that mean in the game? You got a new city rule for Harkuron. If you're playing Anvilgard, you now are playing partisans or a historical army. Marathi got a new scroll to represent her godhood, and you can see the results of that story on the table. And we are on the border of an interscene war between order and order, right? Because they even say the Idneth say to her, when the Thunder God finds out what you've done, he will not take it kindly. Right?
But none of those beats are I could take that exact storyline and outcome and with a few changes apply it to the 40K setting. And yeah, obviously I think of things and I don't think it again, this just because they haven't done a good job of it doesn't mean it's not possible, as I guess I'm saying. So so far, I think the work that they've done to advance the storyline hasn't reflected the rules, but that doesn't mean that it can't. And what a great example that I keep waiting for and I'm really hoping for is so Eldar have had a garbage range for Aspect Warriors are older than me, I think, at this point. And I'm just okay, so what if at some point, and they had this whole storyline with Yunari, how they were going to birth this new god to fight Slaanesh, and then that went nowhere. And then they had this whole storyline about
the god. They literally put the model on the tabletop.
Right. So that actually was a cool thread through the Eldar storyline where it was something actually happened. Yunari as a faction emerged, and then they kind of just were oh yeah, well that's kind of gone and we forget about it. I guess my point is, Vincent, and I agree with you. I think there should be tabletop reflections of things that happen in the game, in the lore, but the 40K team has done a poor job of doing that. It feels like the story group, the guys that write the novels, that write the fluff, and the team that actually makes the models and that kind of stuff, they're very disjointed. And I wish it was more like AOS, where it was hey, we're gonna reintroduce you guys
where it feels like these things are moving in tight tandem.
Yeah, and it's I want Eldar to come back in a big way because they have this maybe one of the craft worlds finally goes down or something, but then their god gets birthed and they beat up Slaanesh. I don't know why everyone has to beat up Slaanesh, but what I'm saying? Poor little boy. But I just think they could do a lot better job of. And the thing with 40K at least is because the quote unquote galaxy is so big, there is a lot more space to do grand things. You could blow up 10 star systems, and that would be really cool to hear about. And no one or you could blow up one of the planets where one of the Space Marine chapters are from, and that doesn't necessarily mean it has to be the Ultramarines. Well, they have 500 worlds, so you could blow up a few of theirs. But some of the other ones maybe not.
Sure.
Anyways, I guess my point is I think 40K could take a big lesson out of from AOS and really tighten up their storyline and model.
The narrative to rules informing pipeline. Yes, I agree.
Absolutely.
Ultimately, I think that my point applies to both worlds. The fundamental nature of these things are not going to change because they can't, because one, we wouldn't like it. Imagine if tomorrow, I want to trot out a storyline for you here that would be impactful in 40K. All right, you ready? Here we go. Typhus is invading, right, in that new narrative book. Yeah? He's taking and he's going and attacking Metallica.
Yeah.
Yes, the worst name for a planet they could have picked.
Sure. I think they want to blow up Metallica or get rid of it and change its name because they don't want it to be called Metallica anymore. Anyways, that's why they picked that world, so they can have Typhus be successful, and that world gets turns into Plague World, blah blah blah, whatever. Okay, cool, whatever. And it's a forge roll. Great. Okay, fine. So the reality is, let's say during that campaign, in fact, what happens is Typhus gets caught out. It's all a big trap. Okay, the Imperium was actually onto his garbage and saw him coming 10 miles away. All right, that would never happen. Right. But let's just say it happens. Okay, and Typhus shows up with his fleet, and Guilliman is there with like the legions, right? That's just a fleet. It'd be like when Typhus going to jump in with his little plague fleet, and it's going to look like the end of Serenity when Serenity jumps in and sees the entire Imperial fleet there, you know?
He's got a legion of eradicators.
One of my favorite scenes of all time.
Tables them right away.
Sure. I am a leaf on the wind. So let's imagine then Typhus is dead. Typhus gets killed. Even I don't think he's going to take part in this, but let's assume Mortarion even shows up. He's dead now. He got killed permanently. I don't care how. I know he's a chaos demon guy, and he's like, they shouldn't be able to permanently die. Doesn't matter. They figured out a way through faith alone. They like beat him into a state where he can't fight anymore, and then they literally just like lock him in amber, right? They stasis him. So I don't care, whatever, right? And then they put him in some deep dark vault, like at the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark, okay? And Nurgle's fleet is busted. The plague is driven back. The Imperium is victorious. Typhus is a corpse, forever dead. Mortarion is locked away, never to be seen in battle again for another X thousand years until he eventually escapes, right? And so on and so forth.
I love the story so far as a Chaos player, but keep going.
Yeah, I love this story. That sounds amazing. By the way, you could flip this story around, and it could be if you're like offended because you're a Nurgle stan, I don't care. Flip it around and have it be Reboot dying as well, or whatever, right? Or Marnius Calgar, or I don't care. Pick your dumb.
Okay. Anyways,
this world, right? They wouldn't do that because people don't want to play dead characters. That's their model. I put time into that. This guy matters, right? Like, so sure, they could still have a rule that says, like, you can use Mortarion, but if you're playing Mortarion, then you're playing in a battle that happened before, 41 to 63 C, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Dates.
But, like, no one's advocating they kill off all the Primarchs and name special characters. And
but Calgar, just like, can we kill Calgar?
Yeah, just like they don't kill off Marathi or, like a lot of these characters in AOS, like they're not going to kill off Marathi or Arcanine.
No, they wouldn't. Absolutely not. That's what I'm saying. I think it's the same in both worlds. Because again, what I'm saying is that is true in both worlds. I agree with you. The actual difference between the two games right now is the pipeline between narrative and rules is stronger in AOS. That's the difference.
Amazing in AOS. It's like,
yeah. Go on. Sorry, Jim, after you.
But the fundamental architecture of both systems is such that the worlds can never actually really change. The only exception we have is when they literally blew up the whole stupid world. They didn't have to go that far. You could have imagined smaller versions of that, right? Yeah, indeed. When the whole world blew up and the old world died, right? To birth the new...
I don't agree, though. I think they can change the world. So fundamentally, yeah. Okay, so it's Imperium versus Chaos versus Eldar versus blah, 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 blah. Okay, so those factions will always exist in some form or another, and they're not going to blow up. They're not going to be like, oh yeah, by the way, all the craft worlds finally got caught by Chaos and Eldar's gone. So they're not going to cancel races and stuff like that. So I agree with that. But sure. I look at what they did with AOS, and the thing that like makes me why I really like AOS, and I look at the Slaanesh range, the design space they've been able to open, like man, I love the Empire. I used to have an Empire army, but God, those models were ugly. And if you thought like how many more years can they really like? There's a reason they never release any more because they suck and Bretonnians suck, and like they just didn't have the design space to go to yeah. Rob said they didn't have this design space to be able to like release totally radical things. Like look at the flying dwarves and all these different different races that I would never have a million years imagined them in Warhammer Fantasy because it was just they're so out there. Identity of Deepkin, like literally the story of the Identity of Deepkin is totally mental. And
too
so
mental,
I guess my point is I think they could use and I think of some like Imperial Guard is like the Empire of 40K, but like I don't know, maybe they could and obviously Space Marines are the poster boys, so they can't go too crazy, but like why couldn't they release like a new Eldar faction that's like based off Ynnari, or a new like I don't know, I just feel like they could.
But I still don't think that's going to fundamentally change the story. Here you go. You're right. Yeah. We're talking too often about killing people and blowing things up. You're right. That's too easy. That's writing for babies. Okay. So instead, let's tell a story not for babies. You ready? Here we go. So the world of 40K is super fashy, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, I'm going to tell you a different story. Let's fundamentally change this story in a different way. You ready?
Yeah.
The Emperor wakes up or is healed.
Or dies.
Or whatever, okay? or talks or some way or confers his full power upon reboot or another Primarch or two Primarchs wake up or whatever. I don't care. Some way where the original Emperor and his will of the 30K sort of universe is restored, right? And whatever, he wakes up or in some way they come back and they say, hey, all this nonsense you've got going on and all of this decaying civilization, stop all that. Okay? This is all nonsense. All of this religious mysticism you've struck up, this is garbage. I want this gone by tomorrow. Okay? Now, obviously, they can't really ban it that quick, but you get what I'm saying, right? Like, what if they fundamentally restored the Imperium? What if we jumped the timeline 1,000 years where humanity's pushed to the edge, has a moment of utter depredation where it nearly obliterates, and then comes back and a new dawn comes? And we ban the fascism, and in fact, it's a glorious new day where the Imperium of Man is like the shining city on a hill, right?
That doesn't sound like a game I want to play. I don't want them to turn into Sigmarines.
Exactly.
I like the grimdark. I like the techno neo-fascism. Like, I like that. That's what I like with the setting, is that it's like it's this brutal, like, there are no good guys in the 40K universe. Everyone is out to just like conquer and dominate and destroy everyone else because they're the might makes right? Like, that's part of the setting. I think that's a very fundamental part of the story. That doesn't mean I don't think the Emperor can come back. I do, but
it's also it's also a human exploration of narrative. Like, it's an exploration of what humanity like deals with and struggles with all the time. Like the Vince's point, which is a valid one, which I've made like loads, is turning Space Marines into heroes is such a mistake because they're meant to be representatively evil, but understood evil. Like they're the choice that we see in society all the time, which we don't agree with, but occurs, and we have to constantly ask ourselves. They're meant to be like a moral flag for us to like. Right. To look at, and I like that. But and then Vince's point, if you change that, because that is the core message of the entire 40K, right? If you switch that to let's all try and make like healthy, progressive choices and become vegetarians, let's say, yeah, like everything goes like that's the fundamental change I think you're talking about, Vince.
Right.
If you did that, you would change it. It wouldn't work.
I guess my point is your response that you just had, which I'm sure a lot of the audience had, in revulsion to what I just said, is why this world cannot fundamentally change.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about, like, I guess maybe we're missing force for the cheese. I don't need fundamental change. I just need change. I need progressive, noticeable change. And that doesn't have to be world spanning, galaxy spanning, earth shattering, god killing. It could just be, hey, there's like a section of space here that's been taken over, or hey, this one character ascends to demonhood, or hey, there's a new faction that's come from the the funny thing about 40K is like
with the Typhus thing.
Like, are the Chaos Gods in the Andromeda Galaxy? Like, what's going on there? Maybe we get some Andromeda, like, people come over. Like, I don't know. Like, we're living in this massive universe, and I guess one thing I will say though is like regarding the Space Marines and being heroes. So I agree with you guys. They are kind of these like super fascist crazies, but one thing I love about 40K is this kind of this like idea of like the unreliable narrator, where it's like you read these stories and they kind of talk about it a little bit in a lot of the background, where it's like where there's some discrepancy between history. It's like, well, who's telling that story, right? So a really great novel series that I would recommend is The Black Legion by Aaron Dempsey Bowden. It's like Black Legion and then Talon of Horus are the two so far. And it's basically the story of like how Abaddon, after basically he runs off after the heresy, he's like this super emo kid and he doesn't want to do anything. And he's like just sulking in the vengeful spirit. And then it's kind of the story of how he like gets his act together and like creates the Black Legion and like that whole story, right? But one of the things about it is it's told from the perspective of his this Thousand Sun sorcerer that basically pledges himself to Abaddon, that's been captured by the Inquisition, and he's telling the story to the Inquisition, but like he's like telling them like he's the narrator of the story. He's like explaining what this whole story of Abaddon's rise, and like every time you read it, you're like, man, he's telling the story to the Inquisition, but he's a Thousand Sun sorcerer. So like, it's like very Alpha Legion. You're like, is that really what happened? Is that actually like the event, or is this his version of the story that he wants to tell the Inquisition to scare them, right? So there's this kind of idea that it's like this unreliable narrative. And when it comes to Space Marines, the thing is like they're the heroes in their own stories, right? So the thing that I love about the Space Marines is they're so savage, but in their eyes they are the heroes, right? And that the fact that like they're so convinced of how right they are the heroes in their stories, and they are the one. And I like that. I like that they think that they're the good guys, and then I like that the Eldar think that they're good guys for trying to change the thing. And I like that the Inquisition thinks that they're the good guys because they're trying to, like, everyone thinks that they're the good guys, and I like that. I like that aspect of it. Like, no one, even the Chaos guys are like, hey, we're actually the good guys. We were the ones that were betrayed. We were the ones that were like screwed over. And like, I just love that aspect where it's like there are no real good guys, but everyone's a good guy also in their own eyes, and everyone's a hero in their own eyes, right? Everyone's been betrayed and like needs to have their revenge. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I love that aspect where it's like you have to make a choice. You read these stories, whether it's the novels or the background, and even if you make a decision on what you think, like this story that Abaddon, the sorcerer tells the Inquisition, there's like I think there's like one very sentence at the end of like the second book in the trilogy where he basically says like, is that what happened? It's like very like wink wink, like it's like very Alpha Legion-y. Is like, I just told you there's 2 novels worth of stories that you read as the reader, and then you have to kind of make a decision of like, hey, is that actually what happened, or was he just were we just hearing the story he told the Inquisition and not the actual true story? And then it throws you.
I get all that. You can. Here's what I'm saying.
I love that.
I get all that. That's fine. Fashy stormtroopers usually think they're the good guys. That's how society works. The dudes in my country driving around and storming buildings and stuff think they're the good guys.
Sorry about that, from Canada.
Yes, indeed. So that's how that stuff works. But and that's fine. I mean, they aren't, obviously, that none of them are the good guys. I love self-delusion too. It's a fun part of a story from a narrator, and I like unreliable narrators.
For the record, Magnus, nothing wrong.
I mean,
God's sakes.
Okay. So like my point is the point I'm ultimately driving toward is this. You can tell individual good stories, but the overall world, the narrative, is not a story. It is fundamentally not a story.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a setting, right?
Because it is a setting, and that is all it is. And a setting is wrapped up in all sorts of rules and people we like and things we like and the aspects we like. And sure, you can move the pieces around on the board. Like, that's fine. You can shuffle stuff and it can have effects, and we can introduce new models and new races, and all that's cool. That's not a bad thing. You should have a good narrative to rules pipeline.
Right.
You can move the pieces, but you don't ever take pawns. They're not actually playing chess. There is a cognitive dissonance that's occurring, that has to occur if you are a person who's engaging in a story. In your mind, you have to believe that the Tyranids will biomass the unit, you eat everybody for biomass. That the Orc Wall will eventually take over everything when they all unite under the biggest, greenest, maddest dude. That the Imperium will eventually push everybody back. That Chaos will eventually find a leader that can kill everybody. I don't care, whatever, right? You have to believe that, because that's how you stand your people, right? That's what everybody says. That's how we get people shouting Magnus did nothing wrong. This is the whole performative integration of a commercial product into your personality that I was talking about yesterday, right? But like, ultimately, it's not a story, because stories have 3 components: a beginning, a middle, and an end.
Yeah. And
okay.
No end.
And there's no end.
Although
you can tell a cool thing. The Horus Heresy can be a full story, because it's past. It's happened. We all got together and agreed, if we do this, we're playing in a set past that has a beginning, a middle, and an end. That's the Horus Heresy. We all know how it played out. Like, I mean, we're learning the detail. We learned the details through the ongoing book series, right? But like, in broad scopes, you know what happened, right? This doesn't
Magnus
have
was
an
betrayed
end.
by the Emperor.
No, I'm with you. I hear what you're saying as well. I think one of the things that they could do really, really well, I've got 2 points to make here. One of the things that they could do super, super well is they could burrow down into more specific locations. Like we saw with Cadia. And then with Cadia, you saw the loss of Cadia. Yeah? Yes. And then I think they tried to do that with Vigilus, which leads me on to my second. I think if you did that, and they've done that in the new book, they've given you war zones. They're like, look at this particular place. And maybe they could wrap up those war zones, tell stories within those war zones, so start, middle, end, and then wrap them up and then move on to a new war zone, move on to a new area. That's great. Now, not to be the realist in the room, or the bearer of bad news, but problematically, no matter the beauty of 40k, especially the beauty of Age of Sigmar is that it's 5 years old, so they've got so many threads and so many exciting ideas that they can still play with, and they're crafting it, and you have someone talented like Phil Kelly doing that job, which is great. Now, not to cast aspersions, but unfortunately, in my opinion, I feel the narrative has been weak in the past few years, and there has been a different design lead on the 40k narrative. And ultimately, if you don't have a good, one of my favourite series of books is The Wheel of Time. Love that series of books. It's brilliant up until book 6, and you're like, stop. And he's like, I won't stop. And then
I'm gonna now tell you about this other character I mentioned 3 books ago, and we're gonna do a whole book on that guy because I've got you wrapped up. What are you gonna do now? You're not gonna leave on book 7? No,
you're
I'm
not leaving.
1,000 pages talking about a rando, and you're gonna read it.
And you will deal with this. I remember once reading, I was at book 8, and he was telling me about a crossroads in immense detail, and I was like, stop! I don't need to know about the blades of grass at the crossroads. Doesn't matter. The point is that it's arguable that the guy was losing his mind, but the books were generally good. But when the author died, they got wrapped up. Yeah, they got wrapped up really, really well by John
Brandon Sanderson.
Roberts, yeah, Brandon Sanderson. Yeah. So he wrapped them up really, really well, and that was excellent. Yeah, and he's obviously a great author. The Wheel of Time series itself was pretty good as well, but it had its faults. To be fair to it, so. My point is, though, there we have a body of work, an all-encompassing piece that's only 13 books. And this is not that. This is an epoch-spanning 30-year, thing. And unfortunately, I don't think we have the right creative leads on it at the minute. And I know, that you could talk about the semantics of, the setting and stories and how you could do it anyway. But to bring some reality to it for a moment, I think unfortunately we don't have skilled people at the helm.
Yeah,
which is rough.
And I would
my ultimate point was just the real quick. I'll get this out, and then please go ahead, Jim. My ultimate point was the meta point, right? Of not only are you dealing with everything that everybody who writes comics and who writes RPGs has been struggling to deal with. Traveler famously was a very famous role playing game. When they did Traveler: The New Era, everybody went nope. I hate this. Burn this to the ground. You advance the timeline and change things, and I don't like it. I want my old Traveler game back. And they reset it back to the original Traveler game. When Forgotten Realms changed, they went, nope. I hate this. Make it the story I like again. These things can't fundamentally change. That doesn't mean you can't tell cool, good stories. It doesn't mean you can't move the pieces around in an interesting way. But these things don't have ends because they're not stories, they're settings. And we like the people we like and the characters we like, and we want to see them keep participating.
And I agree with you 100%, Vince. And I don't want them to all of a sudden be like, oh yeah, by the way, all these cool characters just died because we wanted to because it's now they've turned into J.R. Martin, and they're just we're going to start killing people gratuitously. I don't even think they're moving the pieces around or telling good stories is my point.
Right.
I don't even think they're doing a good little small job. And then the other point I was going to make was I actually think, so obviously I know the lead time on miniature design is 3 years probably between concept art to when we're seeing it in
pre-COVID,
store.
and it was 3 years.
Yeah. So let's say 3 years from what I understand, and I don't know if Rob, you have any insight here, if you can say anything, but the designers are basically given, they kind of come up with what they want to sculpt. It's very much driven by hey, that's we think 100%. We want to do this cool thing. We want to do this cool thing, or we have a really cool idea. Here's some concept art that John Blanche did. It's not hey guys, we want to do a cool story about X. So can you guys, start sculpting us some, whatever to fill that role. So in Age of Sigmar, because there's so much design space, they can come out with something like the Head of Knights of Slaanesh 3 years ago, and then the writers have all this time to come up with things like Slaanesh got captured. So how are we going to introduce this brand new, really cool thing to the game well, we have this opportunity to really do like a crazy story. We can say Slaanesh gets captured. Like that Slaanesh got captured storyline was seeded like 2 years ago, even and maybe even further in the background.
At the start is when it was seeded.
Well, right.
He was missing,
at the start
actually.
of AOS.
He was missing for a couple of years.
He was missing, right.
Yeah.
And so they had this like story thread, and then I bet you at that time they knew they were going to be doing Head of Knights of Slaanesh. Like I don't think that they said, oh, well, now that Slaanesh is missing, let's come up with like I bet you that story point was a result of Slaanesh of them wanting to do this model range, and they were like, well, how do we like we have a roadmap, a 2 year, 3 or 4 year roadmap already, but maybe in year 5 of AOS we're going to do this range will actually come out, and we need some hooks to help tell that story. With 40K, I think the problem is a lot of times the modelers are rehashing things that exist. So like they just introduced the new Jane Czar, and it was like, cool. Well, how do we tell a life galaxy spanning story about Jane Czar?
Well, I actually think I think Age of Sigmar is a really good example actually of I think Age of Sigmar is today, as in the past like 6 months, is at its first time where it's the go button. I feel like it's a cake, or not a cake, it's a recipe that they've started to finally cook, or a meal that they've been prepping. Because 5 years, right? They blew the world up, cool, but then it was a clusterfuck. They didn't know what they were doing with each faction. They had no idea. And it's taken them time and time to coalesce those armies into actual armies with narratives, coalesce those army books into actual things, and then they've had to deal with like releases coming out of the miniature studio as well. So they were like, here you go, here's some ginger dwarves, and they're like, oh, what the hell? And they're like, here you go, here's some fly dwarves. I'm like, what the hell? Like, so they've had to add that in, but they finally, like, I think, like, quite nicely with the cities book last year, which was only last year. It's only a year ago. Like, they put all of the cities and they put them set in stone, here's the narrative. And actually, not even that much narrative for the cities. It's like a page and a half on each one. It's quite weak, actually, which is pretty poor. But, like, it's broad enough so they can go with it. And now with the Broken Realms, I feel like they haven't, like, deep dived some of this stuff so much, but they finally produced the setting only just now. Whereas actually 40K, with the launch of 8th, I feel like, I would say the 8th to me felt like the start of Age of Sigmar, where they're like, here's a new edition, there was a bit of storyline for it, and then they were like, okay, we need to reconstruct everything. So I think you're going to see a huge volume of like releases for 40K this, like, over the next couple of years. Like, you'll see new Eldar, new Orcs, like you'll see every range completely model-wise refreshed, ensconced in a setting or a place, or given some sort of like agency. And then they'll be like, full stop, this is where we're at now, we can start to tell the story, I think. Because everything was so maniacal for 40K before that, just like it was maniacal for Warhammer Fantasy Battle, and just like for a while it was untethered, let's say, for Age of Sigmar. Like, it felt untethered for a while. And it's like you said, Jim and Vince, like, they have long lead times on this stuff. So they need... someone's got to be in there, like, and I do know the guys involved, and a whole bunch of them are smart enough to at least do this and say, look, we need a point where we're like, now's the time to move forward from. But they've got to collect themselves, right? Like, 40K is full of factions. They're like, there's like a random assassin here and there. They're like, they've somehow got a rules-wise and narrative fit them in. They've just got some models, so they've got to get everything that they've got and cram it into the game and like create something for it. And maybe that'll take a bit longer. I don't know. I mean, it's exciting to be a part of. I just wish some of that story was good, because Vince, your point about the meta narrative is super valuable, and I like love hearing it. And especially like when you kicked it off straight away, I was like, okay, I know what you're getting. You never want to destroy the setting because I love the setting. Like, okay, like
yes, there has to be. We as fans have to literally live in this like Heisenbergian state of uncertainty, of cognitive dissonance, where we simultaneously believe it's possible that our faction that we're standing for wins, and also are fully aware that that would be literally completely impossible because it would ruin the game.
Speaking of, sorry, I've got to tell you this. I saw a really funny meme like 2 days ago. It was like this box, this like super beat up box, and it had like a little tiny rip in the bottom, and it had this like cat's like face sticking out, and it was like, tell Schrodinger I survived. I was like, oh God.
That's solid. Okay, so yeah, fun stuff on all that. That's all good. Do you mind if I throw us a curveball that's semi-related as we continue with our philosophical think tank chat here?
Yeah, that's the classic Christmas chat from the crew.
That's right. This is the new think tank, Jim. I'm glad we got you in here. This is fantastic. Well, you're a welcome part of this. I want you to know that.
I do want to say just quickly before you get to
Go for it, man.
Rob, you said something that I just wanted to quickly touch on. You said 40. It's like so. When you said the start of 8th was like what kind of the start of 40K, what they did with AOS. My point is like I thought so too, and they had so many cool story hooks, and in the last 4 years they've gone backwards. Like
they let them lie fallow and didn't pick up.
They didn't do anything with them for 4 years. Whereas at least AOS, there's like some things going on. And I feel like with 40K, they did the big crazy Great Rift, they did the Fall of Cadia, and I was like, okay, sweet, this is almost like a reset, like in a lot of ways. Now they're gonna be able to like really like push the design space, do new factions, come up with all sorts of crazy reasons, blame it on the Great Rift for why XYZ is happening, and then they didn't, and it was like, oh, okay, well, I guess it just happened. We did this huge galaxy-spanning thing, but it didn't actually result in any like changes to the factions or changes to the rules, which is the opposite of AOS, which. You know what I'm saying? So, anyways. Sorry, go ahead,
no, super valuable points. Like, I would just argue that it's only been 3 years. Like, and Age of Sigmar is now into 5. And then, like I say, they only put all of the Cities of Sigmar into place a year ago. So that's 4. And they,
technically they were all in Firestorm, but I take your point.
Yeah. Like, and they also, like, and also other thing, they also they just deleted loads. They're like, nah, that won't work. Done. Like, you're gone.
Right.
You're out of here. So they just deleted loads of stuff. But so anything that's on the shelf now, they're trying to narratively construct and create not only a game system around them, and also a narrative kind of like bent for how they plug in. So listen, I'll be the first one to go at Games Workshop if I think but it's massive. Vince, you've worked on projects like this. Like, that's a lot to try and like collate together into something feasible, right?
Yes, it's beyond massive. Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And again, it's not just that it's beyond massive, but it's also your audience's expectations, right? I mean, at this point, it's been going on long enough that we literally do have like the Marvel level of fanboyism, to where it's hard to imagine a world where they have to operate within certen constraints.
Are you saying wargamers have unrealistic expectations, Vince? That doesn't sound like us at all.
That seems crazy. That's nutso. What kind of madness am I talking about here? All right.
Can I just thank Hail Hydra? He says, thanks for doing this. I'm on call and it's something to soothe my mind. Merry Christmas. P.S. Those heat nights. Merry Christmas to everyone. I hope if this has helped even a single person like Hail Hydra, it's completely worth doing. So I'm just talking to two great dudes about Warhammer, and I've talked to great people all day. So you guys are great. Merry Christmas. Sorry, Vince. Curveball me, baby.
Curveball time. Is games... I feel like I'm on the McLaughlin group. McLaughlin group, next issue 7. The McLaughlin group. That really lands with the audience, right? They get those references to 1980s PBS shows. Right on. Okay. That's what all the kids are talking about now. A long defunct PBS politics show. Okay. At any rate, look it up. Dana Carvey did it on SNL. It was very funny, as well as the actual show. Anyway. Okay. Is Games Workshop going to print itself into failure with its releases? That is the question I want to ask.
Oh, yeah, you really wanted to ask that, didn't you? Yeah.
Yes. So let me explain. Let me give a little bit of background, and then I'm keen to let you guys run just slipshod on this topic, okay? Mm-hmm. Here's what I mean. I always look for other examples in the gaming industry of where other companies have acted and made decisions and done things, and say, how can we learn from what we've done in the past? In the late 80s and early 90s, D&D in its second edition under TSR before it was sold in 1997, basically, to Wizards of the Coast, had ever diminishing sort of individual sales, and their solution was to print more books, because every year they had to keep pushing to keep the profits up. So they just printed more and more and more and more and more and more and more books about more and more specific subjects. Complete Guide to Shi'ar. Anybody know what that is? No, it's a very specific race out of specific thing out of Al-Qadim. So you had to 1, play D&D, 2, understand what Al-Qadim was, 3, be really into this one subset of Al-Qadim. Okay. Yeah, it's super. We're talking specific. Now, I love this time period of books. I own hundreds of books from this time period. As a collector, it's fantastic because it's just full of all sorts of deep dive nonsense on everything I love as a super nerd. But as a financial strategy, it was terrible because it bankrupted them. They were ever trying to print themselves into profit. And the problem is when Wizards went in and took over their warehouse, there were pallets and pallets and pallets of unopened boxes of books that just never went out to distributors. And they had already sent thousands out to distributors, right?
It's like the transverse movies, right? Like they are as generic as possible for broad appeal. And this was the opposite. Print in detail specific. It's a bad business philosophy, is what it is.
Correct. So the thing that what got me thinking about this was the pressure that undoubtedly the book and box games division is under to keep reaching record profits every year, right? Mm-hmm. And the fact that, like, I don't know how you would get that next year, given what you did with 40K this year. Like, 40K years are always, when you release a new huge edition, it's always like a huge turnover. But it got me thinking about, like, the Battletome treadmill and, like, hey, we got all the 40K Battletomes out. Cool, new edition. Start the Battletome treadmill again. This is one of my ultimate fears with AOS 3.0 is I do not want the Battletome treadmill in AOS. I don't want it. Do not want. Okay? Like, it's... I mean, because
we've been fairly lucky with Age of Sigmar in that, like, it hasn't been a year-on-year, like, recycle of the Stormcast book. Like,
I'm happy they've calmed down on the Stormcast because I feel like they're releasing them every 6 months at the start of AOS.
Yeah, but now we've had 2 Slaanesh Battletomes in the space of 1 Stormcast book.
This is true. Life's weird. By the way, I suspect we'll get another LRL book in the same way before that happens. So, like, I absolutely think there'll be LRL Part 2, not Tyrion, just LRL Part 2 of Teclis's other people before we get, whatever happens.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think that was happening.
I hope we got a Tyrion model. Let's talk about that.
Probably not till, like, next year. No, next year, I mean 2022, by the way. I don't think Malarian will come for like 2.5 years. Anyways, I think Tyrion is way far away because they just can't keep releasing elves. But they can finish the army they already started.
Hold my beer. Shelby's like, hold my beer.
Yeah, sure. You're right. You're right. That would be, boy, if there was ever a sentence that they're ready to
challenge. Can't keep releasing elves. Challenge accepted.
Let's go.
So the point is they know they have to space those kind of god models out because they're huge. It's huge interest in an army. Like, whenever they bring out Tyrion, that's a key to, like, a banner sales year. So you don't shove those into at the same time period, right? You make sure you're in different fiscal years and stuff like that. And then it's happening in tandem. You need to know you've got a quarter that's weak. You need to pull it up. Like, there's business decisions to how you release this stuff that I assume the people in charge of that division are making because I know they move releases around.
Oh, I just thought they released based on
what they produce is based on what the modelers create, but when they release it, I know they have a lot of control over, right?
And I just find funny people always forget GW is like a giant
multinational corporation.
It's like a $4 billion market cap, and they're like,
right. It's
exactly. Like it's not what you see. It's not what you see on Warhammer TV. Like, it's like mostly.
Yes.
Anyways, sorry. Continue.
No. So what got me thinking about this was not only the Battletome treadmill of 40K, but then also the campaign books. Like I mentioned, the Typhus invading Metallica book earlier.
Yeah.
And, like, those things happening at the same time. Like, here's a Death Guard book and here's your Death Guard storybook, right? And your Death Guard, and also the narrative, Crusade System book. And I was like, wow, that is really full on. Like,
that's intense.
Punching out 3 books at once, right? And again, a Crusade book about this invasion of this place with these rules for these 4 armies. Do you see the parallel now to what I was saying with the 90s TSR books?
Yeah.
Right? Like, how long can people keep getting psychic awakening, or whatever we want to call it, whatever we're going to verb this to be, right? Mm-hmm. And how long can you, when you got a new Battletome during, 8th or 7th or 6th, you were lucky if you got one once every 5 years. That was like, you were one of the winning armies, right? You were like, that was great. You were in it to win it, right?
Mm-hmm.
You weren't like the people. Whereas now, as you just mentioned, Hedonites 2, Electric Boogaloo, Let's Go, probably should have been out, by the way, already, right? I think we all agree that, like, imagine COVID didn't happen. This book would have released in, like, October.
Yeah.
Yeah, because what was the big AOS release? The Cow Elves?
Yeah.
LRL,
it was meant to be after. It was meant to be after. And then we were meant to have vampires in February. So, which we haven't got. So everything's been moved around anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So my point is that I sincerely worry about the long-term viability of their current strategy, which is just print the same books over and over again. So, hey, you just bought a Space Marine book and a Blood Angel book, buy a new Space Marine book and a new Blood Angel book. And B, I worry about the viability of producing more and more and more specific books. This is my ultimate point that I wanted to discuss. Gentlemen, do you think what I am saying is valid? Are they going to literally print themselves into failure as they print more and more stuff?
I don't know, Rob, do you want to take this first? Or do you want...
Sure, yeah. Because I at least am privy to some information, which I've talked about a lot on the show before, which is specifically, and Vince is right, so the department that's responsible for this is Books and Box Games. And like Vince was saying, they are responsible. So there isn't like a business. Games Workshop works terribly. They sell each other products. So Books and Box Games sells to another department. So they produce X, they sell to another department. Those department buy off Books and Box Games. So ultimately, like, yeah, it doesn't make any sense. But like, I mean, it's old world. If you go like into business in the 80s, that's how they would work. Because how else then how else do you track someone's business? Because they only work on money. You have to understand, like, the reason they hadn't had a marketing department until 6 years ago was because, or 5 years ago, whatever it was because there was no way to ever track their performance. They now have a way to track their performance, which is how many hits does the Warhammer community site, right, get? Which is why everything is based on the Warhammer community site. So you have to go there as much as possible so you can validate the advertising budget. But that's the side note. Like, how do you
That's why they hid the advent calendar behind 7 clicks to get to the actual image of the thing, so you can record all those different clicks.
You getting it, Vince? You getting it?
I realized it midway through, by the way, Rob, because did you watch the advent calendar for AOS? No. And how it changed midway through? I made this point on the show. Okay, so, it's an advent calendar. We've all had an advent calendar, right? Sometime in our life where you open it up and you get little chocolates out. Yay, once you pull open the door, you can see what the little picture that was inside.
Can I just,
little chocolate.
Has anyone ever successfully not eaten the whole thing in like a week? Like, I've never actually done it properly, because I usually like eat the whole thing in a week and then it's just empty for like the whole month.
Sure.
So
yeah,
I think that's pretty standard. Don't feel bad about that. So at the beginning of the advent calendar, when they started on like December 1st, 2nd, 3rd, it was a whole grid. And when you clicked into the article to see today's, you could see all of them, right? So like all the ones that were revealed, that image was there of like what the image was that had been revealed. Yeah. Like an advent calendar, right? But on like the 15th, they realized that they could actually squeeze another click out of you, okay, and have you burrow deeper, because they if you went to it on the 15th, when you clicked to the big image of everything collected together, they now obscured every individual one.
Right.
So you only saw a silhouette. If you wanted to see what the thing actually was, you had to click again into the individual image. You couldn't just like look at all of the revealed ones so far. When that happened, I was like, boy, you guys are squeezing for clicks hard here, dudes.
That's like halfway through the month. Am I getting enough clicks? No.
Okay, so like I totally see like what you're talking about. That does sound a tad conspiratorial. Like, I'm like, okay, like,
apart from I was in the department, Jim.
Okay.
So like
I believe you. It just that seems like, I don't know, like, were they like, oh, like, people are going to the page, but we're not actually seeing who are seeing the daily. So like, yeah, I believe you. It just seems like so poorly thought out and conspiratorial.
Yeah, but understand how they work, right? So again, and I don't want to bang on about this, because I've spoken about this all the time, but the inner workings are effectively this. Your department is judged by money you spend and money you create internally into your department, as opposed to wholesale for the business. because they need some sort of metric, because they exist quite uniquely as a creative body that consistently produces different creative products. You have a creative department who are working on paints and scenery and whatnot. You have a creative
Each department needs to pay for itself. It's not like the box games is going to subsidize specialist games. Specialist games need to pay their own bills.
Exactly, right? Like, but then you also need to sort of justify it. So it kind of makes sense because it's not a super unique business, but like a creative business that's this successful that isn't a one-shop. Like Cyberpunk, for example, was one wheelhouse. Those guys were getting paid. They had this is our budget for how much we spent. This is how much we'd like to make. One project, one thing. These guys are kicking out multiple projects through multiple mediums, like Black Library, audiobooks. Like someone has to pay for that. Like there's so many different actual avenues of actual output and revenue in. But how do they justify because when sales are up, who gets the rewards? When sales are down, who gets fired? Like, they don't have a way of justifying it. So Vince's point, as are they printing themselves in, is yes, I 100% agree with your point. I think it's absolutely how their business is set up. I would say that it's because there is, you have to understand the pressure of them. I'm not justifying it at all, but I'm saying that a manager, as Vince has said, who's in charge of Books and Box Games, has to make at least as much money as last year, because that's the only metric that they can understand. You didn't make as much money as last year. Why? And it's like, well, we made less books, but they sold better. They don't want to hear that. Why didn't you make as much money? Or why didn't you make more money? And it's the obvious myth of exponential growth. Which our society is going to learn sooner rather than later. So go on.
Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
That's it. So that's the problem. And I think, Vince, you're right, because we're going to see it time and time again. Like, we're now getting our Psychic Awakenings for Age of Sigmar. How long until we get a Stormcast book that's then got supplements for the different Storm hosts? You know, like we've seen for 40k. I mean, 40k went through a Marine book, a supplement for every Marine book, and now it's going through a Marine book and a supplement for every Marine book within a year. That's wild. That's absolutely wild. And when are we not going to see that time and time again? How does that affect us as gamers? Do I care much about the question, is something else I'd like to say. And the answer is no, ultimately, because if I don't want to pay for the books, I won't. And I'll still read them.
I think...
Go on, Jim.
Go ahead. I was just going to say, I think, one of my biggest complaints right now is the lack of digital codexes. Because and I think we talked about this the other day about the app. I can't just pull up my codex on a PDF and read it. But to be fair, I generally didn't buy the codexes that I didn't use and physical copies. And I think, I think they're going to see, I don't know, now that it's harder to get a non-legitimate copy of a book, let's say that. I think they've kind of done something, accidentally stumbled on by not releasing the digital codex. I think that was by design. I think they saw that there was a very big issue with things like piracy on a lot of these books, digital distribution of piracy. I know many people. Anyways, that's all I'll say. But my point is, I think that is going to that's going to have a bit of a pressure against them not selling as many books. So I think actually they might sell more books now because they've managed to somehow, we're more inconvenienced. There's not going to be digital editions of the book, which I think is a huge shame. It's just going to be the app and then the physical copies, basically.
Yes, my point is, though, sure, these kinds of things tend to yield short-term benefits. My question is, how long can that be sustained? Let me carry you forward in time. Let's just keep going with this, right? As you said, this is really a pretty new experiment with 40K. So let's just keep walking. It's currently 2020. Okay, you got your new edition and your new battle tomes, and we know that basically battle tomes will come out at a hyper rapid clip next year. We know this because they've said it. Because even during COVID and the reduced distribution schedule that they announced, right? Yeah. They still said, but don't worry, 40K people, we hear you freaking out. You're still getting at least one battle tome every month in January, February, and March, even with our reduced distribution. Okay? All right. It's currently 2020. Ready? Okay. So let's say 2020. What would be appropriate? When did 8th edition launch? 2017
so
or
if you
2018?
just do it from this summer, it would be 2023 will be new 40k, and then 2024 will be new Age of Sigmar.
Yep. Okay. Great. So here's my question to you: are you ready for 10th edition in 2.5 years?
Because that's what's happening.
And to be on all the new battle tomes again, and for the rules to change again.
So, okay, so here's what I'll say. I didn't really actually even address the original question, but so I don't think that, so in some sense I don't think they're going to print themselves into oblivion, because I believe that unlike D&D, like kind of situation, like this is the model of the game. So this is kind of everyone understands, and I'm not maybe a brand new hobbyist, but almost everyone that plays 40k, AOS, whatever, understands that you get an edition, get codexes, and then after X amount of years, you get a new edition and you get new codexes, and that's the life cycle of the game. That's how they keep the game fresh. That's how they are able to put in new rules, new models, and stuff like that. And I think that's a good thing, that there are consistent. And I know you disagree because you don't want New Age of Sigmar, but I know with 40k at least, I played 40k in 3rd edition. That was the last edition I played before 8th, and then I avoided 4 dumpster fire editions before coming back in 8th edition. And the difference between, like, had they stayed on 7th edition and not changed the rules the way they did it, I don't know if I'd be playing 40k. So that move from 7th to 8th was a huge, really positive thing that they did. And
Agreed.
Maybe in another 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, they're going to have to make some fundamental changes to the game again, just like 7th to 8th was a huge change, because like we got rid of armor values, everything went to like a unified stat line. There's no more facings. There's so many rules that got disappeared. And that was I think overall a positive thing. Now obviously there's kind of curmudgeon-y old players that still kind of hang on to that. But for me personally, coming into the game, it made a really good, easy way for me to jump into the game. And I think that life cycle of getting, like, I'm excited for the new Death Guard book, and I have the old Death Guard book, because it means I get new units, updated rules, I get maybe some new background. Obviously, we just had a conversation on that, whether anything will be the same, different or the same, we'll see. But so I'm excited for that. Now, I think where they've misstepped is this whole Psychic Awakening. Look, I was the guy that bought all the freaking M Times books, and then like a month later, they were all obsolete, and said, I'm never going to do that again. And then now I'm staring at my 3 Psychic Awakening and 2 Vigilus books on my shelf right now. Like 3 years later, they got me again. And I think
there's only so many times they're going to get you.
And right, and so I think this Psychic Awakening Vigilus thing really was like, I was like, this was like painful. So from a codex perspective, yes, I think they should be releasing new codexes, because that's how they're going to be able to introduce new models. I actually think where they're going to run into trouble, and I did hear, I think it was on one of the 40k podcasts, but they basically said, like, look, we don't want to be spending the next 4 years just remaking old kits, because what that means is, if they go and release a new Cadian kit tomorrow, there's going to be a huge amount of players that are going to buy that kit. But there's going to be a bunch of guard players that are not going to buy it because they already have Cadians.
Sure.
If they go and release a new Aspect Warrior kit, there's going to be a bunch of people that are going to run and buy it. But there's going to be a bunch of them that already have those. Now, if they release a brand new Aspect Warrior that nobody has, guess what? 100% of the other players are going to go buy it. So the problem is with 40K, and they're able to kind of, like, the great thing about destroying fantasy is that they kind of managed to reset this. But with 40K, because we're talking about 30 years of models, I have people that show up with like one pose orcs from like the 90s, Silver
Sure.
armies. People with Space Marines from the 3rd edition box set. People with Dark Eldar. Like, there's a problem, I think, with unless they start literally like deleting races or deleting whole units and then introducing brand new different units, we're going to either end up like Space Marines, which they have a 200 trillion page codex, and then they're going to have to essentially primaricize every book. So look at what happened to Space Marines. They're basically like, how do we sell new Space Marines? Because we've already have so many kits. We can't just re-release Tactical Marines for the 6th time. So we'll make new Space Marines that are bigger. So they're going to have to essentially do that idea of primarising things. That's going to essentially have to happen to every race. They're going to have to do it to Chaos. They're going to have to do it to Eldar. They're going to have to do it to Tyranids, because that's the only way they're going to sell people Hormagaunts. Do you think every Tyranid player up to today doesn't have 90 Hormagaunts? So why would they ever release a new Hormagaunt kit? It's just not going to happen. So I think where they run into issues is actually in the model range, where the question is do they just continue to redo old models? And I think at some point, they need to say, okay, we're going to put these kits in the plastic, and then we're not going to keep redoing old kits. So we're not going to go back and I think they're almost there.
I think like you said, that's what they're going to do. They're just going to redo stuff. I mean, look what they did with Necrons is a good example as like as a blueprint for what we'll see in the future. You saw upgrades of some core kits, and then you just saw a whole bunch of new stuff.
Right.
Because like people are going to buy into it. How that affects like the production of books, I don't think that they necessarily tie together, because like yes, books follow the models, and the model release schedule is pretty wild, but the book releases are addendums. Like right. They're the ones that choose to break the Space Marine book up. They're the ones to give us. I mean, I loved Wrath of the Everchosen. Don't get me wrong. Like I liked that release. I was like, that's a cool release. That was cool with me. I like the story. I like the rules. I was like, it's a good book. I'm happy with it. Marathi, loved the book. I was super into it. Like, it was good rules and it was good story. Like, but I'm in Age of Sigmar where I haven't had 18 Psychic Awakenings or whatever I've had to deal with. You know, like,
right.
I haven't already had to do with that. This is the first one. Ask me if I want 10 Broken Realms and then the new edition, and then I want a brand new set of Broken Realms or whatever it would be. The answer is obviously no. Like, is it no? I don't know. Like, it depends how good it is. That's the problem. Like, I bought the Psychic Awakening for Orcs versus Space Wolves, and it was terrible. I'm not talking about the rules, which genuinely improved both armies a bit. Well, at least one. Like, but the story was laughable. Like, it wasn't a story, essentially. If you take a good side-by-side is the Wrath of the Everchosen or even the Marathi book, either of those two, and you hold it up against that Psychic Awakening book, and they're just different things. They're from different worlds. One is a progressive story, moving it forward, and another one is not that. So, will they print themselves into oblivion? Absolutely, if they follow what they're doing with Psychic Awakening. But if they do more Marathis, then I'm not hating on that, because it's right. Things that I want as a consumer. I want a progressive story. I want some cool new rules. I want something fun. And I feel like the Marathi and the Wrath of the Everchosen both did that. Like, they were... Vince, I don't know, did you like them? Like, were you like, I
love
want more
Marathi
of this?
and Wrath of the Everchosen, yes. Absolutely. Because I feel like Marathi moved the story in a great way that also gave good rules. So you're right, and that's my question, right? What's the tolerance for this? And is what's happening with, like, the Metallica Crusade Typhus thing and the accompanying Crusade book or whatever, is that the same thing? Doesn't feel like it will be. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
I would like it to be. That's my dream. That's my dream, that is their Wrath of the Everchosen Marathi, and not another Psychic Awakening.
I think it's hard to say, like, the one thing that I will say, though, is, like, unlike a D&D, like, 40K and AOS having a competitive side to it, not necessarily being hyper-competitive, or even if you don't play super competitively, there is always a impetuous to buy new, gooder things. So, like, with D&D, like, you know, you just mentioned you're playing Forgotten Realms from 2nd edition. So you have that setting, and those campaign books from 2nd edition are, with a little bit of tweaking, can be probably used in just about any edition. Like those modules that you used to buy, where you Descent into, you know, the Underdark, whatever. Like those modules, the story, the things that are really core to the modules are probably really easily usable in like a 5th edition campaign, even if it was a 2nd edition module. And 100%. In the same vein, I think, whereas with 40K and AOS, like, yeah, you kind of need the latest and greatest to stay. Like no one's gonna, like, imagine if the Space Marine book was optional. Like imagine if it was like you could use the 8th edition Space Marine book or the 8.5 edition, or you could use the 9th edition Space Marine book. People would be like, well, actually, sorry, the 8.5 edition was actually, or the, let's say 8th edition or the 9th edition. People would be like, oh, well, we're gonna use the 9th edition because it's so much better. There's very few people that are going to hang on to that 8th edition and say, oh, well, since it's optional, I just don't want to buy the new book. So as long as they continue to have this kind of power creep and continuous improvement and new rules, I think people will almost be compelled to buy it. Whereas with D&D, it's a little bit different because you're not you're not being forced. You can kind of adapt it and kind of build your own thing. You can't really do that with AOS and.
Well, here's what I'll say to that. If they rely on only the competitive players to buy stuff, they're out of business tomorrow.
No, I'm not saying competitive players like from tournament. I'm not saying tournament players. I'm just saying players that like to, like, there's a competitive aspect to it. I'm not saying competitive, like.
Yeah, I understand. There's different levels of investiture, is what I'm saying in the game. Yeah. So you have people. You have some spectrum of people who engage with the game in different ways, right? And to people who care about the competitiveness of it, I'm not necessarily saying just tournament players, right? But there's a slice of your competitive players who absolutely, look, they'll stay on this track forever, literally forever. They could release new books. Like, they just put out a Blood Angels book, right? And it was whatever in it. Am I correct that a Blood Angels book came out fairly recently?
Expansion book, and it meant nothing. Can I just jump in before you finish your
Please.
point? I just say thank you very much to January for gifting 5 gift subscriptions into the chat, which means a bunch of people have got resubs, so thanks. But also means Kurolis and Fire and Zashmir, you're new to the team. Welcome to the gang.
That's awesome.
So Merry Christmas. Thanks, Daniel. Appreciate that loads. Please continue. Sorry, Vince.
Nope, you're fine. So my point is that those people will buy the books forever. They could release a new Blood Angels book in March, and those people would buy their new Blood Angels book happily.
Well, they also have to.
4 months after. Look, they would complain. They'd be like, this is nonsense. I'd see Facebook posts a go-go of people complaining, and you know what? They'd all go buy the book.
No, but hold on, because there's I think there's a gun to the head there, which I think we need to.
There absolutely is.
Yes. There's a gun to the head, and the gun to the head is this: I'm a good person, let's say, because I am not, right? And I want to play with my Blood Angels book, and the company who make the game is their IP. They say that book is done now. You need this book to play, and you're like, okay, well I want to play with my army, so I have to buy this book. Now, the retort is, don't worry, young whippersnapper, you don't have to buy this book. It's free online if you know the right places. Yeah? But you don't want to do that because that's not how you've lived your life.
Also because you want to support the company that's given you happiness. And, you vote with your dollars, as it were, right? That's what we always say in capitalism.
To a degree, but I'm going to put that to the one side. I'm going to go purely this is the only argument I'm going to make. Is that person or a vast amount of people just don't want to do any piracy. That's just flat, categorically, they don't want to do it, which is super fair. It means that they're honest people who don't want to do that. So they have a gun to their head. They're like, I'd like to play this army. And they're like, cool. No, you must buy it, give us 30 quid. And then next year, they're like, give us £30 more. And they're like, for fuck's sake. But they are going to complain about it because their retort is where they're not going to go and then do the crime. Yeah, and I can understand that, absolutely. I'm not that person. I think corporations that post profits of fucking 100 million can afford to lose a couple of quid in some situations, so I'm all right with it. Yeah, ultimately, pay your staff more. That's another really important thing for me. Why aren't the wages at least 25 to 50% higher than they were 5 years ago? Because they should be, because they're making a shit ton more money. But different conversation for a different time. Ultimately, I feel like there's a group of people there who aren't really championed, maybe, is a fair point. They just aren't championed because they will buy the thing and they'll complain, like you say, Vince, and then they will buy the thing because morally they feel they have to buy the thing. Oh, no, they have to buy the thing to play, but morally they feel there's no other option or recourse.
Yeah.
And I can understand that. And that is, I find that quite unfair, maybe even predatory to a degree.
Well, and this is my point. Squash the timeline down. Imagine a new book for Space Marines came out every other month. How many people keep buying that book? Okay, we can take it we can go reductio ad absurdum on it, right? My point is, would there still be what's happening is there's a contraction of the base still buying that book. Yeah? Mm-hmm. That's what we all agree.
I think I agree with you, Vince. I think there's a point where even for the hardcore competitive ultra meta edgelords, they're gonna feel like, okay, one new codex a month is for Space Marines is ridiculous, and I'm not gonna play this game anymore. The question is where, and that happens with any sort of like there's obviously the very classic. Well, if we raise prices, how many customers do we lose? How much more money do we make? Where's that sweet spot, right? Like finding that curve of how often can we release a codex where yes, some people are not gonna buy the new codex, but enough people will buy it that it's actually like, yeah, maybe they discovered that because Space Marines, people just buy those Space Marine codex. They literally released 2 Space Marine codexes, 3 Space Marine codexes in the span, and Death Guard codex in 5 years. So like, they know that by release they can get away with it. And then they also know what to not release because people are not buying those things. And they can get away with that too because there's the opportunity cost to not release it is quite low. Like, they're not really losing anything because Death Guard players are like suck anyways and aren't going anywhere. So I agree with you though. There is obviously, I think, a point there where even like the hardcores would be like, okay, this is outrageous. I don't think we're there yet, but
I don't think we're there yet. Yeah.
And I agree with you, Rob, too. I complain a lot, and I still bought these dumb books. Like, I complained the whole way.
Yeah, but you don't want to be that guy. Like you don't want to be that guy.
And I don't either. But my question is, where's the stretch, right? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, how much is what they're doing based on very careful market research that they've said what we can tolerate on the curve is releasing a new book every X years and will tend to hit at or above the replacement level. And, enough people will come on and will frustrate this minimal number of people, right? You can carefully calibrate releases to that point, right? And make it so like, okay, we'll retain just enough. And if our growth levels stay at this and so on and so forth, then we're there. But my point is, what happens let's fast forward to 10th edition in 2023. Let's say that's when it is, and not 2022. Which, by the way,
3-year cycles, I think, because they because they push it.
It's 3-year cycles right now until they have to post record profits in 2022, and they're out of ideas. Okay, like sure, maybe that. Like my point, they've done editions in a year and a half before when they duffed it real bad, right? Like it's happened. Okay, I'm not saying they're duffed real bad. They didn't. I think 9th is actually a pretty great edition of the game.
They posted record profits this fiscal half.
Yeah, exactly. So clearly they did a pretty good job, right? But my point is, like, how long can you keep sustaining that? Let's go forward. Whatever this Typhus campaign starts at. So let's say they have. Let's look at 2021 and 2022. You ready? Yeah. Let's say that we are going to get a normal book and a Crusade book, and you get a dozen of those in a year, so 6 each. Yep. 6 campaign/6 Crusade books. And then you've got 12 battle tomes. So we got 24 books a year for 40K in 2021. Okay? Mm-hmm. Not an unreasonable number. They could hit that. And then in 2020, by the way, I can't even imagine what people trying to actually keep up with the meta think at that point. Like how you hold the rules anywhere in your head to play that game. Now let's go to 2022. We're not releasing a new edition yet. Okay? So now we're going to add another 24 books on the pile of something. Because we gotta hit the same numbers we did last year. So that means we got to fill those books with something. We're not just going to stop releasing books because we covered all the codices.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You got to put something out.
Well, I think ultimately it comes down to like.
So by the time you get to the new edition, my point is you'll have something like 54 books.
The only thing I could say, the only retort I've got, Vince, is they're as likely to do market research as I am to watch a painted tutorial. It's all feel, baby. It's all vibe. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you're telling them that they can discover metrics is like me discovering whatever the fuck paint you just said. Like, they got no clue. Go on, Jim. Like,
yeah, like for me, I don't know. I guess the point I was going to make is like, I literally lived that. Like, I played 3 faction chaos. So I played Demons, Thousand Suns, and Death Guard. I had a list, and then I needed like my Vigilus and my Psychic Awakening and my Chapter. Like, there's a point I had to have 6 codexes just to play, plus like my FAQs, plus this whatever. So like that's obviously extreme, but like that was a real thing, and I just gave up. And that's like literally that is why I had digital editions of the book on my phone. So I still had the physicals, but I was like, I'm going and finding through the dark web PDFs because I'm not going to rebuy these books that I've already bought, but I'm not also hauling around 35 pounds of books on the to the airport so I can go to an event because I can't. Ridiculous. Plus the rule book, which is on top of that. So I agree. I think I guess like the question I think really comes down to is, and this is, I know what the answer is because GW is a publicly traded company, is I think there's a part of us, and I think most gamers, and when I think about the design studio and stuff, I'd like to think, and maybe Rob, you'll give me some insight. I'd like to think at the end of the day, these guys are also gamers, and they also care about the hobby and the game, and like, there's a lot of companies that like could make more money. Like GW could do what you're describing, which is put out a Space Marine Codex every year and sell Space Marine Codexes every year. Now, there's probably a point where that seems crazy, but like, am I being like?
No, Jim, but Jim, you work in retail, in restaurants, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I really care about what I do as a chef, and I still also want to make money. Like, you can hold both those ideas in our head. It's not like one or the other.
No argument there. But I imagine that you don't go hungry often. Is my point, because you've got food around you all the time. Yeah, like, and unlike me and Vince, although I reckon Vince is probably a cracking cook, I reckon food is always going to be readily available to you, cooked well, because you've got those skill sets. For those guys, yeah, they might care about the game, but they don't care about what codex costs because they write the fucking codex. It's on their hard drive. They're not on the other end of that. They're just creating cool stuff and sticking it in a file, and they're like, it's cool. Like, they don't know what like, working at Games Workshop is really fascinating, and I've said this time and again. As much as some of the times I had there were tough, there's some amazing people there, and the experience is great. But there is a problem endemic to what it is, in that they're internal to it. Like, they aren't external. Like, being on the outside and learning what that, like, that's why the people who are really, really good at, like, and Vince might be able to know, he probably knows more about me than this, people who are good at project managing or whatever that might be, what they really do is, and Jim, exactly what you do as well, you care about the customer experience because, or you at least try to empathize with the customer because you want the business to be successful. But they don't need to empathize with the customer base. They have no impetus to do that because they're making fucking tons of money. Like, they're like someone's like, you've posted record profits for the 5th year in a row, and they're like, great, and they're like, but some customers aren't happy. They're like, yeah, but loads must be because look how much money we're making. That's their metric. Like, their metric is the cash. Like, they don't have that face time, right?
I guess I'm like, I work in hospitality, and literally what that means is like taking care of people. And so even though making money, lots of money, as much money as possible is important to me, and there's business decisions we could make that would result in more profit. But like we for instance, like how much we pay our employees, and you brought that up, we pay our employees above above market rates because we believe in that. There's like a part of our business where we're like, we want to pay our employees and make sure that they feel valued. And I guess being a business owner as well, and being in that position of someone that makes those decisions, I'd like to think, and I could be totally wrong here, I'd like to think there's people at GW, not just GW, but in every company that really think, hey, and maybe it's different if you're a public company, because when you're a public company, your number one responsibility is your fiduciary responsibility to your shareholders. That's the only thing that really matters. Nothing else matters. Whereas, we're a private company, so we're able to not make as much money potentially because we want to do something that feels good. And I guess maybe there's like a naive part of me that thinks that there's people, not just at GW, but in a lot of these companies, and I could be very wrong, that still care about the customers and the customer experience, not just because it's a good feel good, but it's a good business. Like we take care of our guests because I care about our guests, but also taking care of your guests is a good business choice. Like, when you make your guests happy, your business is all like, so there's got to be a point where they're like, hey, we're actually making our guests unhappy, so we're going to change our business practices. But maybe because they're just making so much money hand over fist, they're just like, blah, blah, they just have their hands in their ears and they just don't care. They're like, even if we piss off 10%, we're just going to swim in our kind of cash bin. And it's, and also people vote with their wallet. So when they're making so much money, you kind of get this ego where you're like, we can do no wrong. Like, everything, we're doing the right things because look how much money we're making. So it kind of reinforces those negative behaviors.
Are they not though?
You're kind of
like, are they not though? Like, they're making loads of cash.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That is an issue that they're like, it's almost not a good thing that they make so much money, because it, like, when they were there's the dark days of GW, when like before Warhammer Community, when like, there was like, they didn't have any community involvement, and right at the kind of tail end of Kirby's reign, where the company wasn't doing well. It wasn't doing it was doing okay, but it wasn't doing the numbers it's doing now. And now it's like a powerhouse. And I would really hope that they connect those dots and say, well, look at all this turnaround we did and like how we treated our customers, the outreach, the community stuff, like not releasing like garbage rules like as much as we used to. I'm hoping someone in that ivory tower of theirs like connects those dots and say, hey, actually, if we actually do a good job for our customers, they'll reward us. But sometimes it feels like, yeah, again, maybe I'm just being naive, and it's too big of a company where the bean counters and the creatives are separated. Because I would think, and you probably know, there's probably guys in the design studio that are not thinking about it from a perspective of like money. There's just like nerds that want to make cool games, right?
Loads of those.
Oh yeah,
loads of those. Yeah.
Here's my thought. See, here's the challenge. You're assuming that there's bad actors versus good actors in there. Like you're the point you're making, Jim, is yes, but aren't there good actors in the machinery somewhere?
Yeah.
I would argue yes. Most of the actors are good actors. Now, shareholders aren't good actors, right? They don't care. Like shareholders tend to be short-term, take the short-term view. Like they don't care about the long-term view. If you post record profits for 3 years, they can sell off at some point. It doesn't matter, right? Like who cares? They came out way ahead. So like shareholding by its very nature is a short-term profit view. That's why many companies just destroy the planet to make profits, right? Because it's actually like long-term, they're killing their customers. It's irrelevant. Who cares? We're making more and more money every year. So let's kill the planet, right? Like, so clearly that's not working for keeping, and by the way, most of the people who work at those companies are good people who are trying to do good things. They're not bad.
They were hobbyists before they became employees of GW.
Yeah, sure. And I'm just talking about like any company. You can pick anything. I mean, like pick your worst, merchant of death around in the world that you like, right? Okay, somebody who you think is actively destroying the world. The reality is most of the people who work at that company are probably good people trying to make a good product, trying to do a good thing, right? So it's not like a bunch of humans trying to do good can still screw the pooch because we're bad at long-term thinking is one of my points, right? Like that's just humans have a real deficiency with that. And the downsides of this wouldn't be visible until it's too late, usually. Okay. And so like TSR was riding high until literally in the space of 3 or 4 years, they completely collapsed in on themselves, like a neutron star, right? Now, Games Workshop is so much bigger than they ever were, and so much more professionally ran than they ever were. Like whatever we say about
not saying much given GW's track record of how they're run.
Well, believe me when I say TSR in the 90s was not it was full of good people who were passionate hobbyists and loved it and wanted to produce awesome things that their people wanted. Here's the other trick. We're bad. We as the fan base, actively want things that will destroy the game. Okay?
Yeah.
Because every one of us, we want our new codex. Like when I said I want off the codex thing, each of you who are watching, you thought, oh yeah, I totally agree. Except for my codex. Okay? Yeah. Except for my supplement, my thing. I still want that. This is how, like in America, Congress can have a 7% approval rating, but a 94% incumbency rating of success, right? Because, Congress as a whole is real bad, but my congressman, he's good, right? Yeah. It's just the rest of the institution that's terrible, but my guy's fighting for me, or my lady's fighting for me, right?
Yeah.
The point being is that we all want, like, the best thing. Would you, if I just surveyed, imagine I put out this survey, right?
Yeah.
Because it's unclear to me now whether Vince is nicking my points or I'm nicking his because I've had way too much cheese. Sounds like a good day to me. No,
great day.
Yeah, consumers want things that will actively destroy the company. So when they're making record profits and we're all shouting more, give us more, when we're all the Slaanesh fueled gluttons like, yes, indulge us, give us excessive content. I want it every day, every minute.
Yeah.
Right? How are they to say no? But in the end, that actually will destroy it because we all want our thing now. But then once it becomes too much, once the deluge becomes too much, you don't want the flood. You want your little bucket of water. The problem is if we all get our bucket of water, we get a flood.
Yeah.
Okay.
But no, I should just get my book, as all I'm saying.
Yes, exactly.
I just
like imagine I put out a survey with the following question, okay?
Yeah.
To all the 40K community. Imagine I could magically survey the entire 40K community, whatever that is, broadly construed, right? And here is the question on my survey. You ready?
Yeah.
Would you like your codex to be printed next month? Yes or no?
Yes. Of course.
What does that survey look like, you think? You think that's mostly
yes.
no's?
Yeah.
Right, but I think the question is would you like a new codex every year?
Sure, absolutely. Like that would be we could extend that out.
And I'd still say yes.
Right, and a lot of people would.
But you're rolling bones every time, right? Sometimes you get the Sylvaneth Battle Tome, sometimes you end up with something else. Listen, gents, it's getting late-ish here.
Yes.
And I have loved talking to you both. But it's an 11-hour stream today, which I've loved. And I've enjoyed waxing lyrical with you two about this. So unless you've got any concluding points, I'm going to wish you both a Merry Christmas and take myself off to a young bed. So you got anything you want to say to anyone?
No, I just want to say thanks for having me on, man. I had a blast today and yesterday, and wish you guys all happy holidays and all your audience happy holidays, and hopefully we have a good year. Maybe I'll talk to you guys in the new year. So thanks so much for having me, Vince. It was great chatting with you as well. So
100%. Same to you, Jim. Thank you, everybody out there watching. Thank you, Rob, for hosting me again. It's been absolutely wonderful. I can think of no better way that I would be spending these hours on my Christmas. So it's been an absolute pleasure. Merry Christmas, happy holidays, everything else to everybody out there watching. And I just want to say thanks, brother.
If we get the opportunity for this to be a tradition, I'm in. Curry on Christmas Eve and hang out with you two at some point is great with me. Listen, I can't thank you both enough. Anyone who's been on today and the chat, or anyone who's watching live, I hope this has been helpful to some people. You're all great. Merry Christmas. Look after yourselves. See you soon. We're on again tomorrow. I'll be here all day tomorrow if people want to hang out. Christmas is a rough time. And always look after yourself. Stay kind. Bye.